Like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
Early last week, the chief
Where's
prosecutor of the
Amy?
International Criminal Court made headlines around the world when he announced he was seeking arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on war crimes charges over the assault on Gaza. In his official announcement, Karim Khan also issued a warning.
It is critical in this moment that my office and all parts of the court continue to conduct our work with full independence and impartiality. And I insist that all attempts to impede, to intimidate, or to improperly influence the officials of this court cease immediately.
Khan did not specify what he was referring to regarding attempts to intimidate the court or interfere with its work. But a joint investigation by the Guardian and the Israeli...
Do we think state, or do we think...
No, Mossad literally said that they know who their families are and shit. Like, they're gonna murder their families.
Excellent.
But, like, because of that, it's like it's gonna be, you know, it's like...
It's gonna be even worse for them now?
No, it's like, can you prove it was Mossad who said this?
Right. Okay.
Outlet 972 this week reveals how Israel has run an almost decade-long secret war against the ICC in an attempt to derail the court from filing war crimes charges against Israeli officials. The report details how Israel surveilled,
specifically
smeared,
Netanyahu,
and threatened top ICC officials, including Khan and his predecessor Fatou Bensouda. The investigation reveals that the former head of the Israeli Mossad, Yossi Cohen, personally threatened Bensouda, telling her, quote, "You should help us and let us take care of you. You don't want to be getting into things that could compromise your security or that of your family," end quote. The news outlets also report...
having the ego on you that you just say this openly and people just know this exists and nothing happens.
Oh, don't you know the court's anti-Semitic and they're lying about Israel?
Of course they are. That's why they need to threaten them, right?
No, there is no threats. They're making it up to make Israel look bad because they hate Jews.
Yeah.
But that Netanyahu took a close interest in the intelligence operations against the ICC and was described by one intelligence source as being, quote, obsessed with the intercepts about
literal
the case.
Child mentality. It is a failed state, isn't it?
Bro, the Mossad...
It's a rogue state. Why is America funding a rogue state? This is what I don't understand.
Mossad will, if you're like in Israel, right, and you're like a rival intelligence agency, aka the CIA, like they'll nail dogs to your apartment walls and stuff.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like in the apartment.
Yeah. They'll like go into your. They'll just so like if you're like a foreign like agent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're not there, even if you're there in the interest of Israel, right? And like you're like, say there's like an intelligence meeting, right? They will still go to those rival intelligence like hotel rooms and apartment and just move their shit around. So when they come home, they know that somebody's been in there and stuff. And then like it will escalate to the point, like if you have a dog, they'll kill your dog and nail it to the wall. It's happened many times.
What the fuck?
They just killed people's dogs and nailed them to the wall. So they came home to see their dog disemboweled and nailed to the wall.
For what reason?
Just to intimidate them.
Psychos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not intimidation. It's just you're psychotic.
Yep.
You're nuts.
I want to trying to think who I heard that from. That might have been from what's his name? The guy who fucking imprisoned Abu Zubaydah and then went to prison himself.
Fudge wants
John Kiriakou. I think John Kiriakou may have said that, so take that with a grain of salt.
There you go.
The Israeli newspaper Haaretz today reports they were about to publish details about the Israeli intelligence operations against the ICC 2 years ago, but an Israeli security official blocked publication. The Haaretz reporter, Ger Megiddo, writes he was summoned to the office of an Israeli security official, was told if he published the story, he would, quote, suffer the consequences and get to know the interrogation rooms of the Israeli security authorities from the inside, end quote. The arrest warrants sought by the ICC against Netanyahu and Gallant include starvation of civilians as a method of warfare and extermination of Palestinians in Gaza. Our first guest, Kenneth Ross, has a column in The Guardian newspaper published yesterday that begins, I should not be surprised at the lawlessness of a government that bombs and starves Palestinian civilians in Gaza, but I was still shocked by the shamelessness of Israel's efforts to subvert the International Criminal Court's investigation of its war crimes. Ken Roth joins us here in our New York studio. He's a visiting professor at the Princeton School of Public and International.
All right. We're gonna skip this because we just want news. Wait, is this not the news wrap? This is I'm an idiot.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
That's funny.
Welcome to Democracy
Well, that's the
Now!,
first subject.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Claudia Sheinbaum has made history, becoming the first woman and first Jewish person elected as president of Mexico. Sheinbaum's a climate scientist and former mayor of Mexico.
You seen the anti-Semitism around this shit on X?
I have a video that I was like, first Jewish? What? That's strange. Okay, let's put that in. That was weird. Okay, because that's the only mention that I saw of it. Of course, it's on Twitter that it's a thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's religiously Jewish, though.
City, a close ally of Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who's been credited with lifting millions of Mexicans out of poverty. Preliminary results show Shane.
Is it actually lifting them out of poverty, or is it China's lifting them out of poverty?
No. I mean, if like, as much as I've criticized him, this is who I would have voted for if I was Mexican.
That wasn't the question I asked.
She's like super anti-Israel, actually.
Interesting.
Like, that's why she was interviewed by Hezbollah TV and shit.
Sheinbaum received at least 58% of the vote, easily defeating her closest rival, Xochitl Gálvez. Sheinbaum addressed supporters in Mexico City.
Oh, the oligarch-backed lady was the second place.
I didn't get here on my own. We, women, all got here together. Our female heroes who created the nation, our female ancestors, our mothers, our daughters, our granddaughters.
She says
I congratulate all the Mexicans.
She's not religiously
participating
observant
in the election,
but she identifies as culturally Jewish.
Okay.
Mexico is a democratic country with peaceful elections.
Mexico's election was marred by
There's
violence.
An article
at least
here
38
from Forward.
candidates
I wish
were
Claudia would
assassinated during
publicly
the campaign.
embrace her Jewishness.
In the western state of Michoacán, a candidate for mayor in the town of Quetzal, Israel Delgado Vega, was shot dead just hours before voting began. Mediators from the United States, Qatar, and Egypt are pressing Israel and Hamas to accept a proposed three-stage ceasefire and hostage deal that would include the eventual withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. On Friday, President Biden outlined the proposed deal at the White House.
It's time to begin this new stage. For the hostages to come home, for Israel to be secure, for the suffering to stop.
Meanwhile, more hostages died.
It's time for this war to end. For the day after to begin.
Why would she delete this? This is one of my favorite jokes.
An Israeli proposal, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
What's it say?
Hang on, I'm just trying to get it into focus.
It's not working.
I know it's not. It's QT Cinderella, and it says, "How is eating pussy one time make me gay? If I cook one time, am I a fucking chef?" Which is like. That's the new joke where it's like sucking dick isn't gay, bro. If I cook, am I a chef? If I take the garbage out, am I a garbage man?
Netanyahu
Just helping
has
a bro
not yet
out.
publicly backed it. One of his aides said Israel's agreed to the framework of the deal, but no official announcement has been made. Two far-right members of the
Which
Israeli
honestly
government,
is true,
Finance Minister Bezalel,
right?
Mm,
Like the only thing that makes you gay is if you're gay. Sucking
Yeah.
dick isn't gay.
sure.
Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir have
Just the
threatened to
boys being
leave
boys.
Netanyahu's government if he supports the truce proposal. On Saturday, tens of thousands of Israelis, led by relatives of hostages, took part in protests calling on Netanyahu not to sabotage the ceasefire deal.
We demand that Netanyahu stand up and publicly support the Israeli proposal which President Biden presented yesterday. Stand up in front of the Israeli citizens and publicly accept this deal.
This comes as Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation from U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer to address a joint session of Congress. Senator Bernie Sanders slammed the plan to host Netanyahu at a time when the International
agree.
Criminal Court is seeking
That's
his
fucking
arrest
absurd.
for war crimes. A number of Democrats are expected to boycott Netanyahu's address. We'll speak to former Israeli peace negotiator Daniel Levy. Despite the calls for a ceasefire, Israel's continuing its relentless war on Gaza, where the official death toll has topped 36,400. Over 120 bodies have been recovered in the Jabalia refugee camp, which has been reduced to rubble by Israeli forces. Residents turn to the largest camp in Gaza, Jabalia, to find their homes destroyed.
After 20 days, we were able to return home, praying to God that nothing had happened. We returned and found nothing. We don't even know what to get. What should we try to get a hold of? Nothing. The Israelis displaced us, humiliated us, they starved us, and caused a Nakba. We do not know where to go. Where should people go? Nowhere. The north is finished.
Did you do
That is
Instagram
what we
post?
return to. I don't know
Not
what
yet.
to retrieve. Look, if we get the bedding, we find that it is torn. Whatever we get, it is torn. Where should we go? Here. This is my home. I can't even find it, I swear. It's all crushed into pieces. What should we do? God is my suffice and my best.
Ah,
In central
Lord.
Gaza, an Israeli attack on the Burej refugee camp killed 6 women and children. Another 4 Palestinians died in an Israeli attack on the Nusayrat refugee camp. Meanwhile, the UN's reporting more than 1 million Palestinians have now fled Rafah as Israel expands its attack on the southern city. UN shelters in Rafah are now empty. This comes as Palestinian officials warn over 3,500 children in Gaza are at risk of death due to starvation.
Epic.
In other news from the region, at least 16 people have reportedly been killed in the Syrian city of Aleppo in a suspected Israeli strike targeting an Iran-affiliated militia.
Great.
Protests over Israel's war on Gaza continue. On Friday, police raided a student encampment at the University of California, Santa Cruz. About 80 arrests were made. This comes as academic workers continue to strike at UC Santa Cruz. Strikes are expanding this week at 3 more University of California campuses. Strikes begin today at UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego, followed by UC Irvine on Wednesday. At the University of Chicago, dozens of students walked out of their commencement after school officials withheld diplomas from 4 seniors who participated in a Gaza Solidarity encampment on campus. Protesters could be heard screaming, "Stop genocide," during the ceremony. At Vassar College here in New York, hundreds of alumni disrupted the school's reunion weekend. More than 1,200 Vassar alumni have vowed to withhold donations until the school cuts ties with companies supplying
Yeah,
Israel
that's it.
with
Seize the
weapons.
Endowments.
Here in New York
That's
City,
how you do it. Get
students
the
at
donors.
Columbia
You
University
don't go to
set
the
up a
universities,
new
you hit the
encampment
donors, the
named
people that
Revolt
fund
for
these
Rafah
universities.
on Friday,
Get
as
them
the
off,
school held
and
its
then
alumni
fucking
reunion
you're in the
weekend.
money. You're getting those
Also in
universities
New
to
York,
listen.
student protesters disrupted commencement ceremonies at Hunter College's Silverman School of Social Work. Protesters displayed banners with the logos of universities destroyed in Gaza. Meanwhile, on Friday, New York police arrested 34 protesters as they attempted to occupy the Brooklyn Museum and protested outside. We'll air footage from the action later in the program. In South Africa, the South African National Congress has lost its majority after last week's election. The ANC, which has been in power since the end of apartheid, won just 40% of the vote, marking the first time the party that was once led by President Nelson Mandela will not hold outright power in 30 years. The ANC, led by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, must now attempt to build a coalition with other parties. This is ANC Secretary General Fikile Mabulula.
Over the next few days,
She phoned that pronunciation in like I would, where I just mumbled at the
and
end.
with other parties and stakeholders on how
Check
best to
this out.
establish
This is for later, but I sent you one of the fake propaganda things going around for later on Twitter.
Okay.
So you can pull it up for later.
that reflect the will of the people and that are able to take the country forward.
We'll go to South Africa later in the program to speak with a Soweto-based activist and a journalist in Cape Town. Voting's concluded in India after a staggered 6-week election. Exit polls project India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi will win a third consecutive term in office. Official results are expected Tuesday. The election came amidst a devastating heat wave in India. On Saturday, 33 poll workers died from heat stroke in the northern state of Uttar Pradesh. Meanwhile, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who is a prominent critic of Modi, has been sent back to jail. He spoke out Sunday.
Back to jail.
I want to say to the people of
We
Delhi
gotta
that I'm
fucking
going to
get that
jail
giant
again.
ice cube to drop it
A
in the
scam,
ocean.
but because I raised my voice against dictatorship.
India's election is the largest in the world. In El Salvador, President Nayib
Well, there's
Bukele
plenty of
was
ice cubes
sworn in
breaking
for a
off
second term
Antarctica.
Saturday. El Salvador's constitution limits
Yeah, that's ice
presidents
that's
to
already here.
serving
We need
just
to
one
import the
Oh,
five-year
you need to
term, but in
export it.
2021,
Yeah, we need to
Supreme
mine
Court
the comet like in
allowed the former
Futurama.
businessman to run for re-election. Under Bukele's plan to
It would
combat
raise the
gangs,
oceans.
El Salvador has arrested over 80,000 people without charge. Despite growing condemnation of his authoritarian rule, the U.S. sent a high-level delegation led by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the inauguration. Also in attendance at
Looking
Saturday's
fly as
inauguration
always.
in San Salvador was Argentina's right-wing libertarian president Javier Milei and Donald Trump Jr. Meanwhile, protesters gathered outside the Salvadoran embassy in Washington,
Weird.
D.C. to call out the Biden administration's recognition
Yeah,
of what
like
they
we need
called an
AC that
illegal and
doesn't hurt the planet.
unconstitutional second term for Bukele.
Where's the inventor on
We
that?
know
You
that your
know,
government knows
where's
of the
the
kidnapping
Einstein
and
on
deaths
that?
of our children and families in Bukele's jails. President Biden, it shames us that your government decided to participate in the inauguration of a new dictator in El Salvador.
Former President Donald Trump warned his supporters could reach a, quote, breaking point if he's jailed after a New York jury found him guilty of committing 34 felonies for covering up hush money payments ahead of the 2016 election. Trump spoke on Fox News Sunday.
I'm not sure the public would stand for it. With a
house arrest or
I think it would be tough for the public to take. You know, at a certain point, there's a breaking point.
On Friday, the Trump campaign announced it had raised over $50 million in donations in the first 24 hours after his conviction. Jury selection begins today in Delaware in the trial of Hunter Biden, who
You think
becomes the
pride
first
attacks
child
are
of the
more
sitting
likely this year
US
compared to
president
last year?
face a criminal
Yes,
trial.
100%.
Hunter Biden was indicted.
I think it's inevitable this year. I think it's escalated to that point.
Indicted last year on felony charges of illegally possessing a handgun and making false statements in order to obtain a gun in 2018. And many Atlanta residents have been without running water since Friday afternoon after multiple water main breaks across the city.
So
Mayor
I'm not
Andre
sure
Dickens declared
if
a
this has
state of
anything to
emergency
do with it.
Saturday night.
But like a few days ago, Pega posted a story about how she lives on the ground floor and used up all the water. And I was like, I don't know if that's you or just that the water main broke and you were able to get a shower and wash your dishes ahead of time, you know? Because like I didn't know about it at the time. Vehicular assaults. I'm driving through a parade. Well, did you see I'm not sure if we have it in here, but in Philadelphia, pro-Palestine protesters blocked the Pride Parade.
Oh. Cell phone.
You know, and then so this made people go nuts on who already think it's like you're gay and you support Hamas. That crowd, right? So they started throwing out all their memes about how the pro-Palestine crowd wants to massacre the gay crowd.
Oh, good.
When they're all like, "We're gonna vote Biden, but we're mad."
I issued a boil water advisory in affected areas. The group Debt Collective said, quote, "Let's be clear. Atlanta is on a boil water advisory because local elected officials have chosen to prioritize the funding of violent police at the expense of local infrastructure, environmental safety, and democracy. Hashtag Stop Cop City," they said.
Good evening. I'm John Yang. The Biden administration said today it's confident Israel will move forward on the path to ending the war in Gaza that the president outlined if Hamas agrees to it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's chief foreign policy advisor said in an interview published today that Israel had agreed to the proposal, but he also underscored the Israeli position that Hamas must be destroyed as a genocidal terrorist organization before there can be a permanent ceasefire. Despite that apparent sticking point, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby sounded optimistic on ABC's This Week.
Are we in the situation now where if Hamas
I'm so
says
sick
yes,
of it. Remember last time? Every time. Okay, yeah, totally. These ones are totally going to go through.
Every time.
Every time they try to be like, it's totally, they're totally going to agree to it this time.
Yep.
Okay,
Never happened.
I would kick the ball.
Never happened.
then Israel's going to say no?
No, this was an Israeli proposal. We have every expectations that if Hamas agrees to the proposal, as was transmitted to them, an Israeli proposal,
I'm pretty sure they have
that
the last
Israel would
couple
say
times,
yes.
right?
There's pressure on Netanyahu from far-right coalition partners who say they'll bring down the government if he goes along with the deal, and from centrists in the wartime government who say they'll end their support if the prime minister doesn't come up with a clear path forward by the end of this week. In an interview that aired today, former President Donald Trump told Fox News he'd be fine if he's sentenced to either house arrest or prison time for his conviction on 34 felony counts. But he said his supporters might not be so understanding.
I don't know that the public would stand it. You know, I'm not sure the public would stand for it. With a
house arrest or
I think it would be tough for the public to take. You know, at a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Trump's to be sentenced on July 11th. That's 4 days before the beginning of the Republican National Convention. 3 people were killed in a pair of overnight shootings in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Police in a Pittsburgh suburb say an
It's so
exchange of
funny
gunfire in a
because
bar
remember I
left
sent you
3 people
that.
dead and 7 others wounded.
I'm not sure if I sent you the guy saying it, but I sent you the footage. He's like, "Wow, crazy how they never focus on this type of stuff. It's only when, it's only like they focus on guns that are legally obtained or something." It's like,
yeah,
bro. The other ones were fucking school shootings where children were massacred. Like, shut your libertarian brain up.
And in Akron, Ohio, police say a shooting at a street party killed 1 person and injured 24 others, some of them critically. There have been no arrests in either incident. And in France, the skies over Normandy were filled with parachutists jumping from vintage planes today. It was the beginning of a week of commemorations of the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Some of the ever-dwindling survivors of what's considered the biggest land, sea, and air invasion are gathering for what's likely to be their last major reunion. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, why financial education could be the key to closing the racial wealth gap. And how
education.
I think the only reason this one is different is because the war cabinet is being critical on Bibi. And I think the only way for it to end is to really drive those divisions in Israel.
Yes.
We have to break apart the government. Like I've been advocating for. Just,
yeah.
You're America and you can't do a coup.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is like your thing.
I'm John Yang. Israeli
The Globby.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thrown up a hurdle to President Biden's proposed
Didn't
path
really work.
to ending the war
Hit
in
it again.
Gaza. He
Hit
said
it
there
again.
can be no permanent
The Globby.
ceasefire until Hamas's military and governing capabilities are destroyed. In a statement, Netanyahu said,
Just the
notion that
globby?
Israel will
Yeah.
agree to a permanent ceasefire
You know, so it's
or
like,
these
what do we want to
conditions are
cover?
fulfilled
The
is a
globby.
non-starter. On Friday, Mr. Biden said Israel's bombardment of Gaza has left
He
Hamas
still looks
no
funny even
longer
when not
capable
sped
of
up.
another large-scale attack on Israel like October 7th, and
Schumer
that
has
it
been
is
trying to coup it.
time
I
for
hope
this
so.
war to end. The families of Israelis held hostage in Gaza called on both Israel and Hamas to take the deal. Hamas said it views the president's proposal positively, as do many war-weary Gaza residents.
This proposal came late, but better late than never. We hope from God, the American administration, and the European community in general to continue to put pressure on Israel for a ceasefire.
Netanyahu also accepted an invitation from the bipartisan congressional leadership to address a joint meeting of the House and Senate. A barrage of 100 Russian missiles and drones targeted the power grid across Ukraine today. At least 19 people were injured, 8 of them children. The attack came as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is attending a defense summit in Singapore. He's trying to convince more Asian and Western countries to supply weapons to his country and cut ties with Moscow. South Africa's ANC party has lost its majority in parliament for the first time since the end of white minority rule 30 years ago. The party, once led by Nelson Mandela, got just over 40% of the vote in national elections this week. South Africa is struggling with high unemployment, electricity and water shortages, and rampant crime. And an attempt to launch Boeing's first astronaut flight was called off at the last minute today, the latest in years of technical problems and costly delays for the Starliner project. The astronauts were in the capsule on the launch pad and just minutes away from heading to the International Space Station when a computer detected a problem and shut down the countdown at 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Right.
It's one more bit of unwelcome news for Boeing, whose commercial airliners have been scrutinized for safety issues.
Imagine if Boeing had a
PBS's
Challenger
weekend,
incident.
What relaxed COVID
good
guidelines
Like if that
mean
went
for
off
people
and
with
the rocket
disabilities,
exploded.
and why Reds are
With the
still
astronauts on board.
It would be, the company would be gone. It would no longer exist.
In the day's other headlines, Germany has given Ukraine the green
Because
light to
wasn't
use
the Challenger such a big deal because there was a regular person on the ship? Isn't that what happened? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. It was like a teacher or something.
long-range weapons supplied by Berlin on targets inside Russia. The Biden administration gave a similar approval yesterday. In both instances, the use of the weapons is limited to defending
Yes, I'm
against
right.
Russian
I know
attacks
shit.
on the border region of Kharkiv. Meantime, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was in Stockholm today, concluding long-term security agreements with Sweden and Norway. Kyiv has now signed such deals with 15 Western nations. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken today said the upcoming NATO summit in July will bring more Western support, as well as a path to membership in the alliance.
And our purpose now is to put in place the bridge to bring Ukraine
Not the
closer to,
British.
and then ultimately into NATO. And as I've said, it's a bridge that I think you'll see emerge at the summit that's both very strong, very well lit.
Against the backdrop of diplomacy, there was a moment of relief on the front lines today as Russia and Ukraine took part in a prisoner exchange. 75
no
Russians
shit.
and 75 Ukrainians were involved in the swap, the first since February.
Cool.
And a passing of note tonight, Marion Robinson, mother of former First Lady Michelle Obama, has passed away, according to the family. She was a fixture in the Obama White House, having moved from Chicago to Washington with the Obamas to help with her young granddaughters. The family said in a statement, quote, "She
That's
passed
so
peacefully
cute.
this morning, and right now none of us
The grandmother came to the White House, so they had 3
Mary Robinson
generations
was
of
86
a
years
family in the White
Senator
House.
Joe Manchin
Like
of
I think
yeah,
it's
I
like
guess.
I think
has
it's
registered as
really
an
cute when,
independent.
especially you'll see it a lot because like minorities and stuff, because babysitters are a luxury, right?
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot of times the grandparents are the ones like taking care of the kids while the mom's at work and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's also it's a semi decent family dynamic and like communal kind of thing anyway. Like it's not
Mhm.
necessarily a bad way to do it. It's just not the the 50s style American white family. Two
Yeah, where you
kids
have a fucking
bullshit.
nanny. My dad
Yeah.
literally had fucking nannies, bro. The same dude who believes Obama secretly runs the White House. And guess what race his nannies always were? Go ahead.
Mexicans?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, they're all black. Hmm.
Fucking Virginia in the fucking 60s
Okay.
and 70s.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. He's younger than my mom. It was the 60s, 70s, I think.
I guess if it was New York, it might have been. When did Puerto Ricans get there? To New York? When was that population?
Always, in my opinion.
Always?
New York has always had Puerto
Okay.
Ricans there, in my
So
opinion.
I feel like New York might have had that maybe as well. Maybe that's what I'm thinking, because I intake a lot of media based in New York.
The longtime Democrat has long flirted with leaving a party he thinks is far too liberal.
Okay, bye.
In a video statement today, Manchin cited his dedication to
The
putting
Great
country before
Migration of Puerto
party
Ricans to
as a
New York.
reason
These
for the
was
switch.
following the Great Depression, World War II, and the advent of air travel. The Great Depression, which
they were
spread
able
throughout
to.
the world, was also felt in Puerto Rico. So they came here to escape their
Interesting.
depression.
So it was
Just like how the
even worse
recession
there.
fucked over all those African countries.
Yeah. Interesting.
To my great country has been doing everything I can to make sure that we can survive as a representative form of democracy, a government that we have that the people are in control of, not the party systems. And today, for me to be able to fulfill that, I have changed my registration to being a no party affiliation independent.
Manchin said in November he would not seek re-election, but the move today raises fresh questions about his future political aspirations. A Manchin spokesperson tells the NewsHour he'll continue to caucus with Democrats in the Senate. The Texas Supreme Court has rejected a challenge to that state's strict abortion ban. More than 20 women with serious pregnancy complications had filed a lawsuit seeking clarity on cases when a mother's life is in danger. In its decision, the court wrote that the procedure is permitted if the mother has a, quote, life-threatening physical condition that places her at risk of death or serious physical impairment, but refused to specify further. Critics say the confusion...
So, theoretically, could a doctor say serious physical impairment was imminent and therefore able to legally perform it, whether it was or not? Hypothetically? I mean, I feel like that's up to the doctor's discretion. And doctor-patient confidentiality is a thing. So I feel like the state can't get involved there.
The issue is that, well, the doctors could argue that. The court could argue, nope, bye-bye license.
I don't know.
Confusion means that most doctors won't risk performing an abortion. They face fines and even jail time if they do. Vermont has become the first state to require oil companies to pay for damage caused by climate change. It comes after widespread flooding soaked Vermont's capital and nearby areas last summer. The new law would assess the impacts of climate change on matters like public health and economic development, calculate the total climate change-related cost to Vermonters from 1995 to the end of this year, and use awarded funds to improve drainage, railway, and roadway infrastructure. Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York are all considering similar legislation. On Wall Street today, stocks ended the month on solid footing after a measure of inflation came in as expected. The Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped more than 500.
Ew, financials. Okay.
The drone alerts are almost constant in northern Israel, and Israel's air defense system is not always able to intercept the threats coming from across the border. The Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has recently changed its posture, launching more complex and deeper strikes. It's also using heavier weapons. The conflict triggered by the war on Gaza may still be confined to the border area and to military targets, but it has entered a more destructive phase.
First of all, since the approval of Hamas of the proposal of the ceasefire and the rejection of Israel, the entire axis of the resistance decided to increase the attacks on the Israelis, but not only in number of attacks, but also in the intensity.
Hezbollah is part of the Iran-led coalition known as the Axis of Resistance, which has been upping military pressure on Israel on several fronts, as a decision on a ceasefire in Gaza nears. In a show of support, Iran's acting foreign minister, Ali Bagheri, came to Beirut in his first foreign visit to stress the continuity of Iran's regional policies.
I discussed the situation in Gaza, particularly in Rafah, with my Lebanese counterpart. We agreed there's a need for all countries in the region, especially Islamic countries, to come together to stop the assault and protect the Palestinian people.
Hezbollah's decision to shift the battle to a new phase also appears to be about deterring Israel. For months, the Israeli army has talked about it preparing for an escalation along the border if there are no security guarantees. It has increased the intensity of its attacks on Hezbollah targets in recent days. Israel's war cabinet accuses Hezbollah of crossing what it calls red lines and says it must be deterred. Israel has also said it will turn its attention to the Lebanese front once the issue of Rafah is settled. But the Lebanese armed group is also talking tough, telling Israel it hasn't seen anything of its military capabilities yet. It's a dangerous time as the perimeters of the battlefield expand. Zena Khuder, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
I don't believe you. You should
Make sure to
show
subscribe to our
Israel.
channel.
Distract them so they stop committing genocide, at least.
Hungry, displaced, stressed, and pregnant. Doctors say these conditions are fueling a surge in miscarriages across Gaza. Surviving the war has been difficult enough. But for many pregnant women, giving birth poses yet another challenge.
I came for a follow-up visit, but they told me the baby had no heartbeat. I was told it was likely due to lack of medicine and malnutrition. This is my 5th day at the hospital, and I don't know what to do.
After nearly 8 months of Israel's onslaught, adequate emergency care is no longer available for many expectant mothers.
Before the war, conditions preventing births. I mean,
rate of miscarriages was low, about 1 or 2 cases a day. But now there's so much panic and fear, we see up to 10 miscarriages on a daily basis.
Supplies of medicine and equipment are limited and often non-existent. Women are also undergoing C-sections without anesthesia.
Epic.
Doctors say the war has led to a rapid surge in miscarriages and premature births, induced in part by high stress. About 60,000 pregnant women in Gaza have little to no access to adequate prenatal health services. The International Rescue Committee says only 2 partially functioning hospitals offer maternity services.
The pregnant women who have miscarried face a lot of psychological suffering. There's a lack of emotional support from the medical staff as well, who are also facing great psychological pressures due to the war.
These conditions are making things worse. Months of bombings, attacks, and devastation have led to widespread trauma.
I was in Rafah and had been pregnant 4 months. I came to the hospital in pain. I've experienced a lot of fear and exhaustion. I myself had been caring for the sick and injured. I think this led me to miscarry.
The war has created terrible conditions for Palestinians in Gaza, and now, increasingly, also for the unborn. Katia Lopez-Ulayan, Al Jazeera.
Where are the conservatives caring about this, huh? We're pro-life. Okay.
Flensburg is head of policy, advocacy and press at Kvinna, that's Women to Women Foundation. It's an advocacy group for women in conflict-affected areas, and she joins us now from Stockholm. Good to have you with us. Annika, your organisation is describing what's happening to women in Gaza as obstetric violence. I mean, these are strong words that you're using. They seem to be relevant. Can you give us more of an idea as to why you have labelled it this?
I put it on there. I'm not sure how relevant it is.
First of all, thank you so much for having us here at the show.
Literally stopped a bullet from killing him.
No shit.
So you can see the bullet, it's literally caught in the chain.
Oh my god.
Isn't that fucking insane? How lucky are you? You know?
Yeah. You stay inside for the next couple of days.
Mhm.
Your luck ran out.
And for bringing up this really crucial
Used it all.
area. And the Kvinna till Kvinna Foundation, we've supported women's organization for 30 years in conflict-affected regions. And we have partners in Gaza for over 20 years. And what we are seeing now, I mean, there have been the reports about gender-based violence since the 7th, and sexual-based violence since the 7th of October. But what we hear from our partners is this ongoing, everyday violence that women, pregnant women, are facing because of their pregnancy, because of hospitals are being bombed, about the indiscriminate, the ongoing bombardment, as we heard about from your news before here, and the ongoing displacement. And we see this as a form of gender-based violence as well towards and reproductive violence towards women who are, it's approximately 180 women who are giving birth every day in Gaza. And they are doing that under extremely dangerous and inhumane circumstances. And their children, of course, also the newborns are, of course, also under very ingrained danger. So we see the importance of acknowledge this as a form of gender-based violence and make it visible as well.
And we heard there in that report that some C-sections are being performed without anesthesia. I mean, that is unimaginable to most people. What have you heard about that, and how on earth women can cope with that?
Yeah, it's really unbearable to hear the reports. And we have, as we heard, that women are being forced to deliver in buildings which are at risk of being bombed at the very second, and there is no, as you said, anesthesia, and they are under great pain, and there is no health facilities afterwards. There's no hygiene, there's no clean water, so they are exposed to great threats and health risks. And the reports that we get from our partners, the witnesses there, they say that there is great pressure and trauma and stress, which also, as you said previously, that also.
Okay, I think we got the general point. It's just like stress is the big thing, and it's just yet another thing to add to the list of things that Israel has caused that adds to the charge of genocide. That's all this is, and unfortunately, it's the pregnant women and the pregnancies that suffer for it, and Americans don't give a fuck. They only care who funds them and what their politicians say. So, yeah, give someone enough money, they'll advocate for you even during genocide. So, gotta love money in politics, especially when it's politics of the country with the world's largest military.
Increasing.
Journalists working in areas of armed conflict are protected under international humanitarian law, just like civilians, but Israel has been accused of violating those rules repeatedly. Palestinian journalists say Israel is trying to kill the messenger and silence the story. Now, a new report by a Palestinian Prisoner Society says journalists are being arrested as well as killed. Israeli forces have detained 80 Palestinian journalists since October, both in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. 49 are in Israeli custody, including 4 female media workers. A report by the Committee to Protect Journalists last year said Israel is one of the world's leading jailers of journalists, joining the ranks of countries such as China, Russia, and Iran.
Epic. That is an epic 3 countries to be partnered with. Ooh, yeah. Good Lord.
And Israel's war on Gaza has also been the worst on record for the number of deaths of media workers. 147 journalists and media workers have been killed by Israeli forces in 8 months. Well, let's now speak to Daoud Koutab, who's a Palestinian journalist and free press advocate, who's joining us from Jordan's capital, Amman. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's start with the arrests first. 80 journalists arrested since October by Israel. Why? Under what pretext? And what have they been charged with?
Well, the problem is the Israelis don't have a recognition of Palestinian journalists. For them, all Palestinians are the same, and for many, they're all terrorists. So there is no specific statute for journalists. They don't give them press cards. They don't recognize them. And as we saw with Shireen Abu Akleh, they have no problems in shooting and killing them. With the Palestinian journalists being arrested in Gaza and West Bank, they are arrested as part of the administrative detention orders, which is an arrest without trial, without charge. They're just held without any legal basis except based on 1945 emergency laws. And so we have about 3,900 Palestinians today behind bars without a charge. They're kind of like the hostages in Gaza. They're held without charge, without a trial. And the journalists are not recognized as journalists. That's the biggest problem. Plus, the Israelis have not allowed any international journalists to enter Gaza. And that's a huge problem because every war in the world, we've seen international journalists being able to cover it, except Gaza. Gaza has not allowed any external journalists, and the only journalists that are covering it are Palestinians who are being shot and killed and, as you said, arrested.
Yeah. And Palestinian journalists, as we know, have always faced very difficult circumstances, even before the October 7th attacks. How much worse has it gotten since for them?
Oh, as you said, it is the worst country now in the world in the way they deal with journalists, in the way they kill, arrest, and harass journalists. And we know that also.
Okay, we get the picture. I think we understand. We get it. At this point, I think we're all very aware. It's just officially having the number is fun.
Amid the war on Gaza, staying connected has been one of the major challenges. Electricity cuts, along with damaged communications infrastructure, has meant Palestinians are cut off from each other.
The internet problem can be classified into 3 levels. The first level is that it is a violation of my rights. I have the right to know the news, to communicate with my family. The second level is that it disrupts our work and hinders us in sending our messages to clarify the suffering of the Palestinian people. The third level is that it separates you from the world and prevents you from checking on your family.
There's a desperate attempt to find
that is the most important part. There is that it isolates you from the world. It's hiding it from the world. That's all it's doing. That's why Israel's doing it.
Any kind of connection, to use messaging apps to communicate with family inside Gaza and abroad. In some places, communication hubs have been set up, but resources are limited. Solar panels are used to power laptops and phones. For journalists reporting on the war, the lack of internet and phone connections makes their job even more hazardous.
Sometimes we go to vulnerable places just to find internet. Sometimes we go to the sea, and other times we go to hospitals to ensure that our mobile devices are connected to the internet.
Getting news out to the world after Israeli attacks can take time.
The problem is massive, particularly in the eastern parts of Gaza where we can't contact each other. We can send short notices to our social media groups 1 or 2 hours after an incident occurred, so that it could then be spread on social media only if we manage to get connected to the internet.
I've got a very, very easy solution for you guys. Very, very brand new technology called radio. If you can't communicate in Gaza and you're going somewhere, radios. They definitely help. And I don't think you can block radio signal. You could maybe jam it. But is Israel really going to run an active radio jammer? I don't think so.
Palestinians say that infrastructure and communication workers have been targeted by the Israelis. But despite the challenges, they continue to try and keep Gaza connected to the outside world, so that Palestinian voices and what they are witnessing can be seen.
But that's not to excuse. That's just I'm just womp-womping at the journalists there, being like, "Oh my God, our phones don't work." Right? Get a fucking radio, right? For the Palestinians, obviously, it's a different story. Israel hitting their internet infrastructure is literally a human rights abuse. So
that was genuinely funny because he got upstairs, right? Because I have 2 doors to the bedroom. I put like rolls of toilet paper, right? So it's like it's like bulk boxes of toilet paper,
Yeah.
so it's like a soft thing. But I built those up with pillows, right? So there's like a barricade at one of the doors. And he was just like genuinely conflicted on how to fucking escape. He kept going in a circle outside of the room. Being like, how do I get back in this doorway? I want to run around.
Seen and heard. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera.
Okay, there's a ceasefire.
Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal. For months, people all over the world have called for ceasefire.
Joe Biden laying out a ceasefire proposal that would include an Israeli hostage deal, urging Hamas to take it. Hamas,
People have been
in
calling for a
response, saying,
ceasefire all around.
The globby.
Use positively the contents of President Joe Biden's speech, calling the deal, quote, the result of the legendary
I could make it around the
steadfastness of our
globby.
struggling.
I feel like it should be around the globby. Because it's too short. Because it sometimes fucks up. I only got the B. On
The globby.
People and their brave resistance. Here with reaction is Senior VP for Research at the Foundation for
too
Defense
short.
of Democracies.
What about this?
Shanzer. Doctor, we'll get into the policy specifics
That one
in a moment.
pretty much always
Why
works.
does Hamas love this so much?
Because it's so loud, I think.
Well, quite frankly, because Hamas is going to be able to exist after this
Oh
war
my God.
if this ceasefire is implemented. Joe Biden is basically saying that it's okay that the organization that has carried out the murder of 1,200 people and the kidnapping of 240.
How's Al Qaeda doing, guys?
That has devastated Gaza and
It
brought
wasn't
the Middle
Trump
East
great for getting out of the wars
verge of a
against
full
them?
regional
Huh?
war. They don't have to pay a price. They will still actually survive after this.
Among
If I'm
Us.
reading this plan correctly, the plan that that the president floated yesterday.
You're exactly right. It feels like Hamas would have written this plan. We'll put it up there.
They did.
It's still very ambiguous, but it's 3 phases.
It's
The first is a
Hamas
6-day
literally wrote
ceasefire,
this.
which
They're
is what the
lying when
left
it
and
said
what
it
Hamas
came from
really
Israel.
want. And again, there's hostages, and that's very important. But then phase 2 is permanently end the hostilities. Based on what? Based on the destruction of Hamas? Certainly not. And then major reconstruction.
Yeah.
Leaves
Like,
completely.
yeah, Hamas is just going to
Hamas,
disappear.
this
Name
looks
one
like
terrorist group that has been
survival
defeated
plan, as you
militarily
said.
and disappeared. Go ahead.
For Hamas in exchange for hostages, which is good. But the progress Israel has made, in large part,
Like
is
it's just
losing
so
why they've gotten
stupid.
hostages back.
It's so stupid. It's like it's
That's right.
literally it's literally as dumb as thinking you can wipe out an entire race of people.
Yeah, it literally is. It's that dumb.
It's dumb for different reasons, of course.
Mhm.
But there's only like 2 ways terrorist groups end. They become full-time drug dealer narcos, or they become political parties.
Mm.
I don't think Hamas is in jeopardy of becoming narcos. So,
Yeah.
and they technically are already a political party. I wonder if there's an avenue we can take to defeat Hamas politically, because that's the only way you can defeat them.
Really, if you think about it, the Israelis are on the 5-yard line right now. All they have to do is
Oh my
to
God.
essentially finish the war in Rafah. This is the town right on the border with Egypt.
Yep.
It's probably about 3 weeks of fighting. That's what the Israelis estimate right now. And then the hard fighting of this war would be over. And I think most of the headlines from this war would probably recede into the background. There would, of course, I think, be counterinsurgency operations that the Israelis would have to continue to kind of take out the final remnants of Hamas. But what it looks like right now, from my perspective, is the Biden administration is telling the Israelis not
They
to,
used to be so
not to
good.
finish
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Not
Like
to
the
get-
Long War Journal with Bill. And Bill is one of those chief Zionist liars too. Like they were critical on US drone strikes in Pakistan. The report that people will reference, I've pulled up their stats many times, but the reports that people will reference is literally from FTD about how bad the drone program was in Pakistan. It's crazy.
Into the end zone. They want the Israelis to stop right now. And
Zero
to
chance
allow
you've read all
for-
these books.
For Iran, for Hezbollah, you got to remember, this is an entire axis that is trained and financed and armed by the Iranians. They've been waging war on multiple fronts, not just in Gaza, but also in Lebanon and the West Bank and in Iraq and Syria and Yemen. No one will have to pay a price for any of this. The Israelis are basically just being told, look, get your hostages back and stop fighting. That does not seem like anything the Israelis are going to buy.
Yeah, because they're not interested in the hostages coming
Because
back.
enemies are never defeated, and therefore they
Never have
continue their
been.
cause, which in Hamas's case, funded by Iran, as you point out, is the absolute eradication and destruction of Israel. Real quick, this was painted by the Biden administration as something the Israelis are for. We only have about 30 seconds. Do you think Israelis really want this?
I think
deal?
Hamas has achieved their goals,
look
and they
at
are
politicians
genuinely
across the
interested
political
in
spectrum, left, right, and
bringing
center.
it to an end, so that way they can grift off the symphony and charity to rebuild Gaza, to then also funnel all that new money into their organization that has taken very little losses.
Yeah.
So I think Hamas is at the point where they've strategically won. Their state's recognizing them. They can still grift off the recovery point. Israel going into Rafah isn't going to affect them at all. So they probably don't really care if it ends, but
Yeah. They win either way. Palestinians lose. That's the real point.
yeah, well, I mean, and then it's the thing is that it's dumb for Hamas to disarm for, first of all, because Gaddafi disarmed, Saddam disarmed. What happened? Ukraine disarmed. Why would Hamas disarm? Israel is just going to say they're secretly arming, whether they are or not.
Yeah.
Hamas will, and then Hamas will say, "Oh no, we're disarmed. These were rogue agents. These aren't part of us. We can't enforce ourselves because we disarmed." They can agree to disarm. Let them pull in al-Sadr. Well, they'll give them all the broken RPGs and machine guns, and then take the money the U.S. gave them from buying those weapons to buy brand new fucking AKs and shit.
Are panning this thing. I think they appreciate.
It's literally
the effort,
Hamas's
but they do
proposal.
not appreciate the specifics.
Yeah, it's good. You got to kill every last one of Hamas, and then you can figure out what happens next.
Oh my God.
It's not how it works. You literally can't.
This morning, Israel and Hamas are under growing pressure to accept a ceasefire deal that President Biden says could end.
You know what you
nearly
could
8
say?
devastating
Think
months of war.
about just change your rhetoric up a little bit. Instead of kill, say destroy. Destroy Hamas. How do you destroy them?
Doesn't necessarily need to be physically.
Exactly. There's multiple avenues to destroy them. Why does it matter if they're dead or not?
Like they're psychos.
They're part of Hamas. They need to die. They get death penalty instantly. Okay.
Proposal gaining support from regional powers Egypt and Qatar. Hamas also praising the ceasefire proposal, which includes a full Israeli withdrawal, reconstruction of Gaza,
It's
and displaced
wild
Palestinians returning home.
to just be
A
to
senior leader
frame
calling it-
Egypt on being just because it's a Muslim nation, to frame them on the side of Hamas instead of like America. You know,
Yeah.
like people talking about like a war breaking out with Israel and Egypt. Like the United States is never going to go against Egypt. It's just crazy that they try to like why are you what did Egypt do to y'all? Give you all your fucking good prices on goods that you can export from fucking well, we don't need to export from China to go through there, but still Europe does. That's how Europe gets their China shit, is through Egypt's Suez.
Yeah.
It generally good, but saying they still need to see the details.
Look at all
As
those
momentum
mics.
grows, there's new skepticism from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who Mr. Biden said had agreed to the deal.
Israel has offered a comprehensive new proposal. Hamas needs to take the deal.
But Netanyahu now says it's a non-starter. Unless Hamas is effectively destroyed, a condition Hamas seems unlikely to accept. The Israeli leader now being squeezed from both sides. His fragile governing coalition at risk.
They're giving a big hug.
To bolt if he accepts the deal. While families of Israeli hostages demand Netanyahu do the deal now. In Tel Aviv, protesters with a massive banner pleading with Mr. Biden to save the hostages.
They're begging Biden. Look, even in Israel, they wave American flags.
Israel, Netanyahu accepting an invitation to speak to Congress about a war that, for now, is still raging.
I hope the Democrats arrest him.
Israel's military
Like the
pushing
progressive
further
wing,
into Rafah,
set up the
where the
FBI to
majority of
arrest him. I
Palestinians have
fucking
been
hope
sheltered,
that happens.
while
Do you know how
hundreds of aid
fucking
trucks
good that would
remain
be?
stuck at shuttered border
Like, just go
crossings.
around the state and be like, hey, this guy's an international criminal with a warrant. Let's arrest him. Fuck this government. Fuck the state. Fuck what they're doing. Fuck this guy. Just arrest him. I hope that happens. That it won't, but I hope it does.
And Willie, with that humanitarian crisis growing by the hour, there is an urgent push to reopen the Rafah border crossing with Egypt, which is a key entry point for aid, with American, Israeli, and Egyptian officials all expected to meet in Cairo as early as today. Willie?
It remains to be seen if the parties will make any headway on
You know,
that
like,
peace. Josh Letterman.
I'm not sure how accurate this is. It's more of like a generalization because it's easier to round to 50s and zeros.
On our streaming
But
channel today all day.
1750, there's basically like in all of North America, there's equal populations of French, English settlers and the natives. They were all equal in population at around 1750 throughout North America. Isn't that crazy? And just because they had many nations instead of like the structure of a nation state or empire, if they were all banded together under a nation state,
They would have been a stronger nation than anyone had ever seen.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're now a couple of days into.
Would have spanned 3 countries too, theoretically.
Hmm?
Would have spanned 3 countries theoretically.
Yeah.
With the White House seemingly refusing to comment on what would appear to be incontrovertible evidence that Israel has breached whatever red line it is that President Biden had said.
I don't want to be like,
concerned
oh,
the
this is
possible
where they were
invasion of
stupid.
Rafah. But while we're waiting for them to comment on all of these developments, the
With
leaders
like
of
join or
Congress
die
have announced that
mentality in the
Benjamin Netanyahu,
Constitutional
the Israeli
Congress,
Prime Minister, will in fact be invited.
the join or die, mentality.
Yes.
Where
Yeah.
basically that's why we negotiated and allowed slavery to exist until 1850, which was a genuine problem in the American states.
Mhm.
They knew. I don't want to say they were smart enough to make it sound like the natives were stupid, but they knew specifically how powerful England was, and
The
how
Americans.
and how they needed all the 13 colonies in line
Mhm.
to do anything. And if there was that type of unity, because that's the thing is like the things that divided nations sometimes were very small agreements.
Yes.
And over like land and hunting grounds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like, if there's
Like nations as in like tribes.
yeah,
And-
well,
yeah.
so like the difference between like the northern and southern states' attitudes, like there were states who were very anti-slavery at the foundation, right? So like the opinions on what was the most divisory thing was very vast then. So like, if there was enough to come together on like key issues like that, it would have changed history entirely.
Yes.
It like gets to the point where it's like, who would have won World War II? It changes history so much.
Yeah, it would. Because America would have been much stronger had slavery not existed. Had they just freed all the enslaved people,
it could have maybe.
It could have been far stronger of a superpower, progressed far faster than any other country.
It's more of like, it doesn't matter how progressive you are at World War II. It matters who survives it. So, and the thing is if America would be large enough, because it would be very hostile neighbors, right? It's not like this would be a peaceful coexistence.
True.
So
and maybe the Western
how
expansion never would have happened.
well, California still existed at this time.
Yeah, but it was Mexican, right?
No. 1750 California, I think, was still like being settled. Like
Okay.
the West, they started settling the West Coast pretty early.
Okay, interesting.
And that's one of the reasons why it drives to have the push across. But that said, like it depends like how hostile. Like it's not like there's any serious hostile nations in South America towards each other.
No, not yeah, not really.
There has been in the past, obviously, but so like North America has generally been peaceful in modern history. So it's also a question of like if it's turbulent enough that the US overbuilds their military so they're an even stronger military power in World War I and II, or if the power that they had would be limited by a semi-hostile nation state neighbor.
The history of California.
Yeah, the California genocide is like 1717.
The indigenous people of California includes 70 distinct ethnic groups. Interesting. Spanish period. Mexican period, 1821. Yeah, so I was right. It was Mexican. 1700.
Yeah, but it was being settled.
Spanish until looks like Russians north coast in 1812.
Yeah, about the 1800s is when it switches to not Spanish.
Yeah.
Still, there was still like colonies on that section being traded with.
Uninvolved in the California was largely uninfected and uninvolved in the revolution. Many Californians supported independence from Spain, which many believed had neglected California and limited.
So 1840s is when the real bad genocide starts happening.
Okay. So that would have been post 1821 Mexican War of Independence gave Mexican Empire independence from Spain, including California. And then secularized in 1834. Property of the Mexican government. And then you'd probably see... Okay, interesting. What an interesting history. Interesting.
Invited to address Congress.
There
We
you
don't know
go.
exactly when he will come, if he comes, but that invitation.
Right, of course. California had the gold rush.
That's what I was saying. Is the 1840s is when the bad genocide starts.
Spain gave it up right before that happened. They're fucking kicking themselves, I bet.
Yeah, because Spain were the ones that like
they love gold.
They did all those genocides in like Mexico and Central America because some guy said that he saw a city of gold.
Insane.
For some time now has been put forward. And so here's a statement from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who said, "We join the state of Israel in your struggle."
This is pretty this is kind of cool because like look how much the population has recovered since 1910. This is natives in California.
Interesting. Almost wiped out. Crazy.
Many were
tribes.
Yeah, not even tribes, entire nations. The fact that Comanche were able to make it is insane.
Aren't they one of the more notable ones?
Yeah,
notable because they were
well, like the Comanche were like they were genocided long before settlement happened. They were facing genocide and oppression from multiple. That's one of the reasons why they unleashed so much brutality, is because they had faced so much in their history.
It was a response more than a natural thing. It was an adaptation. Life. Yeah, interesting. Isn't that funny? It's violence begets violence. And it's been that way.
Yeah, they were the Palestinians of the time.
Yeah.
Against terror, especially as Hamas continues to hold American and Israeli citizens captive and its leaders jeopardize regional stability. Stay tuned for updates on the status of the hostages and the apparent deal that is brokered but might well fall through.
By the way, that Hassan media analysis is about this hostage deal as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll chuck that on next then.
It was some of the most wild shit I've ever heard him say.
United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate, we would like to invite you to address a joint meeting of Congress to build on our enduring relationship and to highlight America's solidarity with Israel.
He's coming up anyway.
We invite you to share the Israeli government's vision for defending democracy, combating terror, and establishing a just and lasting peace in the region for whoever is still alive after all of this. I added that part. And so
did you? Shut up.
They're giving us intelligence.
Who fucking answer the question you put in the fucking title?
On which Muslims to kill. Wow. They've told us which countries to attack on their behalf. Wow. I didn't know they were that helpful. They've taken $300 billion off of our hands. We didn't need that.
What do you
money.
think, the lizard
It was just
people are in charge?
having us
Yeah,
be
what do you think?
rich and spoiled. So we gave it to them. And they've done us a great favor by taking it. Can I do you a great favor?
You are garbage. Okay, you're
so
garbage.
They're going to invite this ally
so-
that has made the whole world.
I was like 100 years off.
Oh.
Of when I was thinking. So it says here that in 1769, that was the first, that was the first missionaries, right?
Okay.
So it wasn't reached until 1769 by Westerners. Westerners, I mean Europeans.
Euroids.
Hate us because we sent them $20 billion to massacre. But the Republic criminals in a pleasant way.
They are not answering the fuck these guys.
Joining me now to speak about this and much
Useless.
more.
Oh, hey. No, go back to the guy who I like. They had him. They must have had him on before this.
Hey, Shannon, great to be with you as always.
Okay, so let's
like
start in the
honestly,
Middle East
Fox
because
News
you
might
were
have
trying
the
to
best guy in the war in Gaza.
Oh, really? Oh, the guy there.
Yeah, because if you go to the beginning, that's who they were talking to, and I was excited because I saw him, and then it cut to Mike Johnson.
Him. Yeah. No, we watched a few things with him.
Yeah, he's
Israel
really
or
good.
The prime minister, in their case,
They always try and spin his shit, and he's just like, "This is what's happening." He's doing his job, and they try to spin it. It's really annoying.
It's like a little different as well, because like eventually it got to the point where like the Comanche were like genuinely pissed at Geronimo because they were getting more oppressed because of them. So it's also like that type of thing where there's people who are Palestinian who don't like Hamas because they're causing more problems than they're fixing. So it has a lot of similarities as well. Like it's very interesting.
asking for arrest warrants. It seemed like the White House was interested in doing something that would push back on the ICC. Now it seems that they have changed course. That's not going to be the case. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chair Michael McCall.
Have we talked about that the Skull and Bones Club is supposedly called that because they dug up Geronimo's corpse and took his skull? And that's the like ritual that they swear on. They swear on the skull of Geronimo.
I think you have told me that one.
We're not really interested
cool.
in a messaging bill.
Very,
and it
very
sounds
cool.
like there is bipartisan agreement in doing something to push back on the ICC. But with the signal we're getting from the White House,
Geronimo, he's a wild card. He couldn't be tamed.
Well,
You
we
know,
hope to actually
his
determine
spirit
that by
was
this
too free
afternoon.
for
These
it.
negotiations have been
For the
ongoing with our
reservations.
Democrat colleagues, and we are working very hard, as Chairman McCall
Can't
indicated
keep him
there.
caged.
We don't want this to just be a political exercise. We think it's
Burr, burr,
important
burr,
for
burr,
Republicans
burr.
and Democrats to stand together and send a message to the international community that the abuses of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, cannot be allowed to go forward. And the idea that President Biden would backtrack on that, he would disagree with us, that we should impose sanctions on ICC officials when they are threatening to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel and the
Yeah, they
Defense
should
Minister of
arrest
Israel
him. You
in
should
the
arrest
midst of
him when he
their
comes
war
to your
for
country.
survival is to us unconscionable. So look, I hope that the White House sees the light on this.
Aren't
We've
you a
got to do
Christian?
this, and we need to do it next week. And my
Protestant.
intention is to bring that legislation to the floor.
Devil
Still not
worshiper.
Jew- He's still not
Republicans only,
Jewish.
we will,
Devil
but I
Why are
worshiper.
you
certainly hope the
bootlicking
Democrats
another
will.
religion? You
Well,
heathen.
the Protestants worship the devil.
You fucking heathen.
I'm saying that ever since Windigoon implied that about Catholics.
Come along with us on.
Well, and you did get Democrats to come along now on this invitation to Prime Minister Netanyahu to come speak and address Congress. You did get Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to join when it seemed like they may not at one point, but not everybody's excited, including Democrat or independent Senator Bernie Sanders. He says it's a very sad day for our country that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been invited by leaders from both parties to address a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress. Netanyahu, he calls him a war criminal, says he's not going to.
I was watching that video of the guy hitting the tank down. I couldn't fucking believe what I was hearing. I'm like, this guy, like, what I do when people are like have misinformation points in their like tweets and shit, I'll be like, yeah, it's obviously coming from this person, this person, this person, this person, right? But he was like, he's friends with this dude who's friends with this guy who's friends with that person who's like interacted nicely once with this person. Therefore, fuck this person. Fuck that guy. Like, that's a reach.
He is. No. He'll tell you this. He identifies as a Boogaloo. That's why it's called Windigoon. He identifies with the Boogaloo movement, but but the thing is that there's multiple sects of the Boogaloo movement itself.
Yes.
And there is people who embrace the meme that are just full on fascist to do infrastructure attacks. And then there's just more of like a libertarian 2A type thing. He like, the thing is the Windigoon is fine because he keeps his political opinions to himself.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
The moment JonTron opened his mouth and gave his political opinions was a bad move. Just shut the fuck up if you're not a political commentator. But he said something. He likes I don't think he actually thinks that about Catholics, but he just definitely has those ingrained Protestant things.
Yeah.
And we're asking him about like something to do with devil worshipping and like, when is it a cult? And he like basically implied that Catholicism is basically a cult because they followed the Pope or something.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, it's a common Protestant thing. So yeah, he's definitely a Christian fundamentalist. He's very open that he's a Christian fundamentalist.
Yeah, and that's literally why that takedown video came out, is because it's just like, okay, cool.
Like, I don't really care about
a
conspiracy
brain-dead
theories
lib,
and
like,
stuff,
go
but
away.
like, there's some videos he's done that have been really good. Like, there's that orphan source video that he made about people in Russia, and then there's like there's certain ones, like the one where they all get naked and kill each other in the mountains in Russia, and they think that it might have been potentially a chemical weapon that came through, and like they don't know what happened. Those are more interesting. But as soon as we get into the danger of conspiracy theories is because they're in line with white supremacy. You literally can't be a white supremacist and not believe in conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And that's the big issue, is that people look too much at people who like and enjoy like the lore of cryptids and stuff and the folklore, right? There's a big difference between appreciating things as folklore and like believing in conspiracies.
Yes. It's like, I'll entertain conspiracies, but as soon as people start and I realize someone believes this, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Because like there was one time that I was talking to people and I'm like, yeah, it was while I was heavy in the research for that Gulf War syndrome thing, right? And I was talking to these people, and one of them was like, "Oh yeah," started going on about Gaddafi and Saddam didn't gas his people, and Assad's a great person. I'm like, bro, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, are you legit here? I'm like, you. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, Russia's only invading because of NATO and all the whole laundry list, right? All of them." And I'm just like, interesting. And then I sort of poked a little further, and I'm like, okay. And then inevitably the Jew thing came out. Because of course it did.
Yep.
Every fucking time.
It's almost like the Baathists are a fascist party.
Yeah,
And they're
crazy, right?
literally National Socialists.
Mm-hmm.
statements say Israel's got a right to defend itself, but not to kill tens of thousands of civilians, destroy universities, hospitals.
Well,
homes.
I
How do
mean,
you
and
respond to his
people will come in here and try to say that type of shit, and we're just like,
Bernie
stop.
Sanders is parroting the talking points of Hamas and the Ayatollah in Iran. If that's
John
the side
Lennon's
he
son
wants
is a
to choose,
crypto
so
bot.
be
There's
it.
this one guy I've
Our
been
Democrat
following
colleagues have to make a choice,
who
or they're
does
going to
he does these videos about cryptids, but he's like fucking around. But his name is like something the dog trainer or something. And he's like, like he'll do a lot of videos where he'll be like, this video's fake. You can tell because of this, you know. And then he'll do videos where he'll be like, actually be like, you know, going over dog training. Like he definitely actually is a dog trainer.
That's very funny.
And so he'll like talk about what somebody's doing wrong with their dog, but then he'll also whenever there's a video where he can talk about cryptids, he's talking about the mole people and stuff. Like that's a mole person, you can tell. It like you see how he's hitting it with salt. All cryptids hate salt.
stand with our most important ally in the
I'm just like, as you said though, right? Just if they don't say their political opinions, who gives a shit, right? Demolition Ranch is a good example until fucking recently, who said nothing about politics, and then the last couple of years that's changed. So it's like, yeah, and his content's kind of gotten shit.
Yeah, like there's so much worse people than him that aren't even on anyone's radar.
Exactly. So it's like, you know, I have no time for these people. Like, as soon as I saw that he was doing the whole friends of friends of friends thing, and it's like this guilt by association bullshit, I'm like, this guy's an idiot.
Most cryptids respond to the salt. They do not like it. It's like a vampire in holy water, a silver bullet, and a werewolf. What?
Like then there's this one that's new. That's really funny.
Wild video coming
That
into our newsroom this morning. Look at this
right
man
there
seen on
is
the side of
Rockman.
throwing
That's
rocks
Rockman. He
on
throws
the traffic.
rocks.
Traffic
It's a
lane. This is
cryptid.
about 3 wild video coming.
Amazing.
At this most desperate time, as has traditionally been the case in Washington. We've had bipartisan agreement that we have to stand in solidarity with Israel. Or are they going to take this new side and stand with Hamas and the Ayatollah? Bernie Sanders has chosen a side. I hope that our other colleagues in the Democrat Party will stand up and do the right thing. We desperately need it. Israel desperately needs it. I spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu as recently as Wednesday about all of this, and he's deeply concerned. You know, we did issue that invitation for the joint address to Congress. I'm really grateful it finally went out. I would note that I sent the draft of the letter, the joint letter, back in mid-March to Chuck Schumer. It took him quite some time to agree, but we have finally gotten that done. Prime Minister Netanyahu is anxious to come and address us, and I hope that we can get that scheduled here in the coming weeks.
Okay, I want to get to the Trump verdict and talk about that, but quickly want to ask you about the
JFK.
news this morning. We've confirmed that the White House saying the president is going to take executive action on the border. You've been pushing him on to do that for a long time. We don't know what it is yet, but do you give him credit for at least taking that
Kennedy
step?
him.
I don't, Shannon. It's too little, too late. Now he's trying to desperately.
He's on American soil,
people somehow
fucking.
that he wants to address the issue
Get
that
him.
he himself created.
Well, then it's always like people who work for the CIA have donated and worked for Billingcat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like it's you know, an intelligence operation.
Well, it's like it's not like an intelligence operation. It's just like using open source intelligence for news. Like guess what job you have? Guess what job you have before you go into journalism, if that's what journalism you do.
Yeah, intelligence.
You literally, you work for military fucking intelligence and shit.
Like Jesus Christ, obviously. Now, I would still classify it as intelligence work because that's still the
like where's
working.
Max Blumenthal's fucking intelligence work?
Exactly.
That President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas at DHS took over the course of the last 3.5 years, beginning on the first day that President Biden took office.
I love this new rumor or something where they talk about how they're going to start hunting down Russian propagandists.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I don't know, like I don't know the origins or truth behind it, but it's just been funny.
Decades to come, and now he.
By the way, you see Scott Ritter got his passport taken away.
No, that's very funny.
They like forcefully landed his plane, boarded it, and took his passport.
No shit. Awesome. What did he do? What'd they get him for?
No, being a pedo.
Yeah. I can't believe he's allowed to freely travel. Should
Well,
have a
they
massive
arrested the
number-
twice convicted.
We attach a boulder to his ankle. Fucking hell. No moving.
Order, I guess, to show that, oh no, he really does care about the issue. The only reason he's doing that is because the polls say that it's the biggest issue in America. Every state's a border state. I've traveled to over 29 states, done events in 117 cities as of yesterday over the last 6 months. There is an energy out there. People are motivated, and the first
Must be
question
nice.
comes up in almost every
There's
public
an energy out there.
is, what
Must be
about
nice.
that open border, and why
Be able
in
to
the world
travel?
would President Biden allow it?
Mm.
He did more than allow it. He
Must be
engineered
nice
it, and
to
everybody
be able to
knows that.
travel on
Okay.
taxpayer dollar, huh?
We'll see what he spins out. We think as early as Tuesday of this week. Now, I want to ask you about the verdict.
I don't care.
I talked about this quite
Actually,
a bit.
was that Trump
I
coat?
like that this is from 12 hours.
Hold on.
Joining me now to speak about this.
And now he wants to issue some sort of executive order, I guess, to show that, oh no, he did it intentionally, and it President Biden allow it.
He spins out, we think, as early as Tuesday as this due. And I think, having watched the trial, there are many grounds, fertile territory for the Trump team.
Have you
to
still
use
got the
on-
Have you still got the list?
Of?
It's Mike Johnson Cope.
Oh.
Have you still got the tier list?
on appeal, but that's going to take time.
I caught it right as I next. I'm like, wait, are they gonna ask about the trial? Is this Cope?
In the meantime, there are a number of Republicans out there saying you guys need to turn around and do this same thing. John, you writing this. Republicans have to bring charges
they
against
auto-deleted
Democratic
it already
officers,
because
even
it's been 3
presidents.
days.
Only
Oh my god.
retaliation in kind can produce the deterrence necessary to enforce a political version
Disappointed.
of mutual assured destruction. The other side, Peggy Noonan, writing about how high the temperature is, says this: we have
All right, get to the
Democrats
point.
of
Here's what I believe, Shannon. Listen, we are the rule of law party. Chaos is not a conservative value, and we have to fight back, and we will, with everything in our arsenal. But we do that within the confines of the rule of law. We believe in our institutions. We are conservatives, and we are trying to conserve the greatest country in the history of the world. And it
What are you trying to conserve? What period are you trying to conserve? What the fuck are you trying to conserve? Seriously. Slavery? Jim Crow? 50s America you trying to conserve? Seriously. An imagined unreality? What the fuck is your goal?
You know what this means, though? How many kids has he raped? If the two that he got caught on were FBI, how many kids did he rape?
Yeah, exactly. If there was two of them that were ops, how many weren't?
its institutions are an important part of that. Our system of justice is an important part of that. So what we'll do with our tools that we have in
When was the American system ever just for everybody? What are you trying to conserve? What just systems? They're still not just. You're still working. So what are you trying to conserve? You should all be progressives. That's the reality.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even be a conservative yet. There shouldn't even be a conservative party. It should be a Republican party and the Democrat Party, both progressives, one a little less. That's all it is. Instead, you're an idiot trying to conserve something that doesn't even exist, spurred on by a person who is a fucking actor. Fuck you. You fucking absolute morons.
in the House is we'll use our oversight responsibility. We've already done that. You saw our Judiciary Chairman, Jim Jordan, issue requests for Alvin Bragg, the DA in Manhattan, and for the lead prosecutor.
An
Colangelo,
open
to show up for a
question to
hearing on
anybody
June
who wants
13th,
to answer,
and our
by the
select
way.
committee on the weaponization.
I will
of
probably
What are you
have
trying
to
to
put-
conserve?
And the
Like,
purpose
what the fuck are you trying to conserve? What about
Christian
America are you
nation.
trying to conserve? Christianity? It's not a Christian nation. Never was. Sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, no, they're trying to conserve Christianity, not the nation of.
Yeah.
Because Christians
So-
are persecuted in this country.
Oh, of course. Of course. It's not like they're running the government. It's not like this guy is the Speaker of the House.
What are
It's
they
not like
trying to-
Joe Biden's a Catholic.
Bro, because of shit like Tucker Carlson, so many people have bought into great replacement theory. Not to the extent where they think it's the Jews or something. They haven't put it together that far.
%91 Christian. Surely
Yeah,
not.
we've been over this. I show the graphs about Africa and how Africa has gotten more Christian while America has gone down, just to laugh at the
Yeah.
white people.
Well, that's where they're saying that there's Christian genocide. So they point to Africa. Have you not seen this?
I know.
That guy that I was talking about did that.
I literally shared a post that was like, somebody was like,
Yes, you did.
Christians are the most persecuted people. And I'm like, South Sudan is literally a country because it was framed as Christian persecution instead of ethnic persecution.
Yeah.
Of the hearing is to investigate what these prosecutors are doing at the state and federal level to go out to
The
use
Christians
power
are also
and political
the
retribution
ones
in the
primarily
system to go out-
responsible for creating like radical militant Islam.
Yeah.
Like the big fundraisers for the jihad in Afghanistan were Christian Southerners.
I had someone say this to me the other day. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no.
after political opponents of federal officials like Donald Trump. That's a really important thing for us to delve into.
They
And we're
arrested a
gonna look at,
pedophile. It's Christian
Special
genocide.
Counsel Jack Smith,
Mhm.
who we believe is abusing his authority as well. We have the funding streams.
Because
we
George
have,
Clooney decided so.
mechanisms
That's
to
part
try
of
to get
it.
Control of that. We'll be doing that within the confines of our jurisdiction, and I think that can have the desired effect.
But this
to
is
show
under the
American
Bush
people,
admin,
We're
so-
not going to tolerate this,
Mm.
Shannon. At the end of the day, people are losing their faith in our system of justice itself, and that's a serious threat.
And whose fault is that, you fool?
I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, but it is,
This
of
it?
course, identical to the Hamas proposal that came out in
We know this.
February,
Yeah,
a
jump
couple
like
months
3
prior, as you
minutes
know.
because it's like
And also
around
some
5
version
minutes
of
when he
this
gets into
proposal
it.
Has been
This is
repeatedly
5.
suggested for
This is
39
4 minutes
on
50.
39 different
Oh,
occasions
okay.
since early October by Hamas and rejected by Israel numerous times over. Now, having said that, Brandon came out and said this is the Israeli proposal. One must ask the question why he said that. I suspect he said
Yep.
that because
Here we
he
go.
wanted to be like, listen, this is good for you, Israel. We're going to start doing what we perceive is better for you so you don't get like cast away as a pariah state. And we're just going
It's
to
almost like we're doing what's better for us, actually.
Even though it was the Hamas proposal. The other reason why I think that that they said this is Israel's proposal is because they want to pressure Israel. It is another, in my opinion, miscalculation. The miscalculation there being that Israel is not going to do what's best for them. Israel will probably, predictably, continue in the same way that they have so far, which is no proposal whatsoever. Now, the real question is, will the American media see this and report on it accurately? So far, they have not. The analysis is that he didn't want the reasonable proposal to be something Hamas had proposed because Hamas is supposed to be the peace-obstructing, peace-hating party. That narrative is now crumbling. I know. But if you've been actually paying attention, as many of you in here have been, you already know that Israel was the real obstacle to peace, so much so that you probably have a different opinion of the so-called peace process, negotiations that took place many decades prior, because the way that it was actually reported in the media and the way that is taught in our books is entirely different than the way things actually unfolded. You might not have actually studied this closely, but looking at the way that Israel has behaved throughout this siege.
Wow, you're telling me
looking at
that the
way
government
media
lied
has
about
covered
Israel?
Israel's behavior throughout the siege, you probably get a better understanding of
Crazy.
how the
Whoa,
previous peace
you mean to
proposals,
tell me Jared Kushner's plan
was,
wasn't about
you know,
peace with
actually
Palestine?
conducted and how it was reported in both the news.
Mr.
at the
Kushner,
time
all of
and
this
also
must
in
have a
history
cost.
books.
He said it
You are
never happened.
watching-
He said the
you are
Holocaust
watching
never
reality
happened.
unfold
Thank
in
you,
front of your eyes
Jared Kushner.
in quite a dramatically different way, if not the exact inverse. way than the way it is being presented in the media. Okay? So, obviously, Israel's been the obstacle before, but now the framing's a bit different. No, Israel has always been the obstacle. The problem is the attitude shift has occurred very dramatically. Unfortunately for Israel, it's not just coming from, people are not just learning about this stuff from mainstream media. They are now seeing it with their own two eyes directly, from the casualties themselves, from the survivors themselves. This is precisely the reason why.
I don't know,
even when the
Hassan.
media
I think
reports
it's
on this
because of
stuff
how
in the way
bad
that-
this current conflict is, not because
Yeah.
suddenly we have phones.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the severity of it and
Like,
how
when
brutal it is.
The last one that was pretty brutal was still like, it was only like a few years ago, and that was like when they bombed the Al Jazeera building.
Yes.
A few years ago. That
Yeah.
one was pretty bad, but it was over within a few weeks.
Yeah.
This has gone on for months.
8 months at this point.
that they normally do, most people go, that. Once again, Israel can no longer control the narrative. And the media has to respond to that outside pressure. Something that I've talked about quite frequently off camera with some friends who try to understand why, like, even the mainstream attitude is shifting.
Yeah,
a
you
little
should
bit
probably keep this
against,
off camera.
the Israeli direction. And that is because the media does have to still maintain a level of authority and a level of
You're an idiot.
impartiality.
You're an idiot. It's money, you fucking idiot.
I know, right?
Corporate press.
Dude,
Corporate
listening to this, I was
money.
losing my mind.
Unbelievable. You're an idiot.
It's like, bro, you're literally a communist. Just be a fucking communist for 2 seconds, for God's sake.
Shut the fuck up. In times of need, when it's desperately needed. If you're so aggressively doing propaganda when most of the people recognize
Bro,
you're
I
doing
do not
propaganda,
understand it. It
at
like
that point, you're
hurts
gonna
my
lose
brain.
More and more people.
You have no
to
idea what you're
independent media
talking about.
outlets
It's
and
just
maybe
so
even
embarrassing.
charlatans, right?
At least have
Outside
some
of the
humility.
sphere of mainstream, just permanent
My brother,
contrarians,
this is haram.
anti-vaxxers, hateful people, and that is genuinely damaging to public discourse in general, and it's genuinely damaging to mainstream media in general. So they have to.
Not only that, so, like,
partiality.
one of the things that Jack and I have been doing on weekends, if we're watching a bunch of like insurgent media and stuff, and I'm just like explaining like how stupid the United States was in the early war on terror, because they never once in any counterterrorism manuals were like, hey, they're using the internet and that's like their main source. They were literally using encrypted messaging. And the US had no fucking idea what that was, because everyone who works there were boomers who didn't take the time to figure out how to use the fangled computer. Like Saddam's death, the video, the video of him actually with his neck broken, that was leaked from a cell phone video. Like, there was cell phone video in the Iraq war, you dumb ass. You were in Turkey. I know you fucking seen Juba videos. There's no way you grew up in Turkey without seeing Juba videos. Okay? I'm calling it.
They have to respond to all of the unimaginable churn of anti-Israeli sentiment that the public has and the realities that the public sees.
Oh my
outside
God,
of
bro.
course,
Get
the
off
neat
Twitter.
little confines.
Get off Twitter. It is a 1% issue. I guarantee you, most people don't know there's even a war going on in Palestine right now. They think they're always fighting.
Yeah.
And
I
nothing's
think you're probably
different right
right.
now.
I think it's only
I don't give a
because of
fuck
the
because Twitter's
severity
not a real place.
and because people are actually getting out on the street. People are actually taking notice. Like, why are these people accusing politicians in this country of supporting genocide? Like, why is that happening? People are looking, and I think that's the point. That all eyes on Rafah thing.
Yeah,
that
but that's still
went
like
very
still like
viral.
it's still within the internet community as
Mm.
well. It is very much on the news. Yeah, but like very few people watch the news, or like, you know, and like the news that they do watch might not even be like national or global news. It might be only local news. They might only read the paper. Like, there's a huge demographic of people. I like
the neat little bubble that the mainstream media.
For actual people involved, actual activists, right? That 1% who actually get involved and take to the streets on both sides here, right? They are probably more in greater numbers on the side of Palestine for the 1% who actually take to the streets as compared to the counter protests who have to already be like Groyper pilled at the bare minimum. You know what I'm saying?
Groyper pilled. Yeah. I've encountered a few of them recently, actually. Instantly block them.
Mm-hmm.
As
Well, like
soon as
even
I-
QAnon
as
is
soon as I
Groyper
see-
pilled.
Yeah.
Anything that has that underlying
Mhm.
thing where they think Mexicans are starting to replace white people, and that's what they're actually conserving. That's the Groyper pill right there. That
Yeah.
specifically is what the Groyper pill is.
Tries to create, where they try to always stop the narrative, always stop the narrative that like Israel is doing something wrong. Israel's actually doing wrong things, but they're doing it in a careful manner. But sometimes they're not so careful. Yada yada yada. They always contextualize the violence from one side. Now, having said that, an analog here can be seen with East Palestine, Ohio. Ironically enough, if you guys recall, when the train derailment occurred in East Palestine, Ohio, and this massive cloud erupted.
Yeah. So
people
when
were
the
genuinely scared. They were
1%, the
filming it.
1% issue is their top issue. So only 1% are seeing it at the top of the thing. Like that would impact if they'll vote for Biden or Biden. Basically, is like the Palestine thing. When most of it is like 60. So for example, we'll say like 60% of America, their top issue right now is immigration. You know, and then
And
it's
they
like
still don't
30% is like economy.
Unbelievable. So funny. It's like, why immigration over economy? For what purpose? None of it makes sense.
They were talking about it. They were mostly talking about it on TikTok. And then the story became, why the fuck is mainstream media not covering this? Which only forced mainstream media's hand to cover the story. Now, the reason why mainstream media had not covered that story prior is not just because they are obviously interested in protecting profits and corporations and whatnot, but also because, and I told you this at the time, 3 of those derailments to, different severity occur every single day in this country. 3 train derailments a day. Some just as devastating as East Palestine, Ohio, others not as devastating. But they happen all the time. And most people in media know this. So they're like, what? It's just another train derailment. Why the fuck will we cover it? There's 1,000 of them a year. But they were forced to cover it because everyone was like, what the fuck is going on? The reason why I'm explaining this example to you is because it is analogous to what's going on with Gaza. Okay? The media normally doesn't cover anything that Israel is doing, any of the atrocities that Israel commits on a regular basis with regular frequency. However, this time it became impossible to ignore. This time it became impossible to contextualize. This time there was other social media platforms where people could see with their own 2 eyes exactly the devastation, the death, and the destruction that Israel was dishing out to the Palestinian
Exactly,
population.
bro. That's what I'm talking about.
They are still ultimately going to
Think about this.
run
Like, how
as
many
much
times have you
cover
seen
for
online where they say, how come there's no footage of the war in Ukraine? Like, do people actually think that? Or is that
Wow.
just like a op thing, that they like made up and put out there, and those are all inauthentic agents?
It could be, honestly.
And
At
the
this
whole-
point, how many aren't?
Only need a runaway chain on the disinformation attack.
Mhm.
So as soon as you have enough people say it and people start repeating it, it's a runaway.
Yeah.
And you're good.
Israel is physically possible, while trying to also retain a sense of impartiality over it that is needed for them to maintain their authority. These are 2 conflicting, these are 2 different motivations in direct contradiction.
He's not saying anything.
I know, it's wild.
He's just not saying anything. Why do people watch him? Let's not waste any more.
No.
time.
It still gets. It's still.
Oh my
This
God.
media analysis is so good
Okay.
though.
I really need to piss. I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to
Go ahead.
continue listening.
Go
with
ahead.
one another. If you accurately report on what the fuck's going on, then you have to call it a genocide. But if you call it a genocide, then you're going against the other reason
Actually,
why you
no.
exist, which is to, of course, do the bidding.
If you're
of the
accurately
American State
reporting,
Department.
no,
But if you do
no,
the
you don't need
bidding
to
of
say
the
that
American
because
State
it hasn't been
Department too
declared
much,
by
then all
the
of a sudden
criminal
you've
court.
lost your authority, you've lost your credibility with an entire generation.
Uh-huh.
And that is precisely what is happening here. That's why you see desperate calls to whitewash Israel's genocide with a little bit of decent news coverage sandwiched in between.
Uh-huh.
Okay? But the real reason why the real coverage has to happen is so that in times of need,
Bro,
when push
it's-
comes to shove and they
it's-
have to literally do
It's because of the
propaganda
brutality.
necessary to correspond to American State Department interests,
Uh-huh.
they have to have a sense of credibility. They have to have people
Uh-huh.
trust mainstream news.
Uh-huh.
When you lose that trust, then no one's going to listen to you when you report on it. The Iraq War was a major was a major change of pace. A lot of the democratization of media that you see, a lot of the independent media that you see now, in that time frame, in the consent being manufactured for the war on terror, which was a $6 trillion project, and the
Manufacturing
failure of that
consent.
all created a phenomenal opportunity for independent outlets to basically say, "No, this shit is this is bullshit." That also caused a lot of chaos, though.
Wow.
COVID was another moment where people.
You mean to
further
tell me during the
continued
Iraq
their
War,
distrust
independent
in
outlets
mainstream
were
outlets?
thriving?
And I think that we are now living in that universe where we are now living in the ashes of that, where unfortunately for our institutions that want to at least maintain some level of consistent messaging, sometimes that's good, like in COVID. Okay. During COVID, when people were talking about like best practices and bringing forward scientists and whatnot to speak on health initiatives.
It's not even just. It's even
epidemiologists
before
and
the
like,
Iraq War.
That was a good
It's
thing.
because like
But people already
the
mistrusted mainstream
Guantanamo
media so
shit
much
is
and so
happening before
dramatically,
Iraq.
and there were
The
so many
torture that's going on in these
talking
black
about, well, the
sites
media
is
lies to
discovered
us. Look at the
before
Iraq
Iraq
War.
is happening.
They could just point to that.
So like it's not
many
even
other
just the Iraq
instances
War.
where
It has like a
mainstream
peak
media
post
has been
9/11 and then
trying to
boom,
cultivate
all
a
the way
narrative
down from there.
that people
Like the
already
Iraq War
had
just
that
like
inherent
was a
mistrust,
continuing
and they no
downslide
longer wanted to
of
listen
what
to
was
what
already
they were
taking
saying,
place.
especially in times when they were saying things like "you have to stay at
It was
home."
a very steep
This, in
downslide,
my
you
opinion, is a
know.
dangerous prospect.
That's
Okay?
when the
It was a
current
dangerous
takes you out to
prospect.
sea,
If you
so
are
to
wondering
speak.
why, like the attitude has changed, even in mainstream outlets, like where they are kind of showing Israel's atrocities, that is the reason, because they want to desperately get back to a point.
But if we're
where
going to
you
talk
at
about
least
like, I mean,
have
the
some
video
level
Jack and
of
I just shot
credibility for
literally
mainstream media
yesterday,
outlets, and
we're
you trust
talking
them a
about
little
how,
bit. Okay,
like,
it's
we've
forced us to watch
interviewed the
mainstream
guy
media
who
with a
said
filter,
he
i.e.
was in
watching
the
you
Iraq
watch CNN and
invasion
telling
and
us
he was
how
in
they're
the river ready to take the Capitol, right? And then they called him off, and then the next day they sweep in with all the media and the convoys and stuff as a show of force. Like that's in the shit we just shot, that news footage. And that's because that's a true. The media were complacent in that. But guess why? The fucking United States government called them and said, hey, we're going to give you awesome footage of tanks driving into Iraq. You want to be there?
Of course they're gonna say yes.
No, they're
It's
like,
actually-
yes, because we're complacent in your propaganda, sir. We'll be right there.
Mm.
We're
Yeah,
not- we need to spread this propaganda of the tank rolling into Iraq in this U.S. state's interest and not in our own interest whatsoever, but only in the interest of the state because we're the media.
And like they could have done the reporting correctly and accurately while being there as well, doing their job as an observer.
The
I'm
documentary
sure
we're
there
going to
were.
watch next is so good because he's like that, right?
Yeah, because
But like,
I'm
here's
sure
the
there
thing.
were some.
There is
For the
though,
most
like
part.
Generation Kill is literally about this.
Yes.
Generation Kill is based on like a guy who he was Rolling Stones. He was supposed to write an article. He was embedded with them. The thing is that the media, just like how like Abby Martin was under restriction in Guantanamo, the media were under restrictions. But they're not going to just be like, no, you're not going to let us do whatever we want. We'll pass on filming a war that everyone's going to tune in for. You know, of course they complied. It's just like it's just like the whole links between like the Avengers and the U.S. military. Are they actively recruiting for the U.S. military? Is that really the point? No.
The military does have to have
The military is
when they have
cool.
military equipment.
Guns are cool.
The US
That's why they
military-
work with the military.
The
And
US
the
military
military
is
enforces
cool.
restrictions on that media because they're the state. The Avengers are not working in the interest of American fucking propaganda and hegemony. That's just stupid.
It's such a funny analysis.
So many that's average leftists will say that the Avengers is just war propaganda to get people to enlist. All of them. They all
That's very
believe
funny.
this.
It's just as dumb as the right wing conspiracy.
It's manufacturing consent, bro.
Sure.
Letting us and what's right and what's wrong. Yes. And it's still very important. I still think that regardless of the consent that mainstream media tries to manufacture, it's still very important for it to exist. It's incredibly important.
Uh-oh,
Who else is gonna do
manufacturing
the journalism?
consent
It's not gonna
mentioned
be me.
again.
I'm here serving you top of the hour ad breaks. That's my job. My job is not to go there and like point a camera at people.
It
and try to
should be.
develop a better understanding of what's going on in the world.
You should develop a better
Anyway,
understanding.
But at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Petition to send
For
Iran
$5
to send Hassan.
or free with a
Think
subscribe
about it.
by
We can
connecting your
get we
Amazon
can
Prime
get
account to
like
your Twitch account. You get one free
he's too
Prime
addicted to his
subscription a
chat.
month.
But like
Use it
we
on
could
your
totally
favorite
get him to
broadcaster.
host
Hopefully
a
that's
travel
me. Here's
show
the
where we
3-minute ad
send
right
him
now.
send him
This
to the
is third.
Philippines to see the
Thank you for
Philippine
the 7
Marxists
community
there.
gifted
Well, they're
subs.
Maoist actually, right? And
This
how
is
they've
the
upheld
only outlet where you
homosexuality
have
and been ahead on
serious news coverage
LGBT
after a
in
booting
comparison to
video
the
that
rest
is,
of the
like,
world.
absolutely devastating.
Go send him in
Okay.
with the
Only to
Zapatistas.
have a guy
It's gonna
named
be the program will be
Big
called
Booty
Hassan
69
Touches
420
Grass.
go, which do you think is more moderate, Islam or Christianity? I know this is off topic. Feel free to ignore while I send this a few times. There's no other place where you can have that interrupt regular news coverage immediately after a 3-minute ad break comes and interrupts the regular news coverage anyway for those who are unsubscribed. New York Times writes, Netanyahu answers Biden's calls for truce by insisting on destruction of Hamas. Now, New York Times wrote this report showing Jabalia, the
Not a
refugee
good
camp
source.
of what remains of Jabalia in northern Gaza. Okay.
Not the
And
best
also
source.
saying like that the Israeli authorities are saying they're not going to do it because there's also aspects of the war cabinet. However, 28 minutes ago, Israel, according to
Whenever I was
Barack Obama,
producing
confirms the Gaza
whenever I
Hamas
was
ceasefire
producing a
deal
show
proposal
and setting it
details
up,
laid out.
you know, I always had to call the government to make sure I was doing things in their interest so I could manufacture the consent.
And if you want to see this show with Hassan touching grass, go to the Patreon and sign up. There are
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
The thing is, Hassan
Give
wouldn't
us-
do
give
it,
us-
but I think there's other
I would
shit
touch
leftists we could
grass.
get.
I would touch grass and take people with me. How about that for an idea?
I mean,
because
I-
I wanted to do stuff like this anyway, right? Because I had these ideas that I'm like, I want to go to different places, interview different people about different subjects, right?
The thing
I
is,
thought
so like
as
the
like a
thing is like
docuseries.
we need to
Mm.
get it so we partner with a bigger institution and then
Yes.
front the bill for the hotels and food
Yes,
and all that
yeah.
shit.
Well, that'll be like, because this is something that we could set up and do that's not so big scale sort of documentary production.
Well,
that we
that's
could
why
kind
I
of-
wasn't really worried about going on the ground and just getting people who are
Mm.
already there, like Voice of America does. It's so much easier. Like we
Yeah,
don't need white people to go there with their white camera crews to get the white perspective.
No, I know, but I'm saying that I want to go there and like.
I do
talk
want to send Hamas
in
to
those
Hamas.
countries.
I do want to send Hassan to the Philippines, though.
But because my idea was like because I do not want to be on camera. Right? The whole idea is if I'm going to go and do these documentaries, I'm going to never be in front of camera. The documentary is not about me.
It's rare. It's rare that the filmmaker does go in front of a camera for a
I
documentary.
know, but like you know what I mean? Like it's not going to be about me. I'm not going to do the voiceover. I'm going to
Yeah,
get
normally whoever the
for it.
host is will do it.
Yeah, so I'm
Even
I'm gonna-
Attenborough, they'll literally have him out there getting fucked by a cockatoo bird or the parrot. You know,
But,
wasn't
like,
that
that's-
Attenborough that the parrot fucked?
I don't know. But it's like it's more that if this is sort of my idea and I'm not going to palm it off to somebody and get a contracted job when I can do it myself. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. And they don't know what I want. So it'd be better for me to just go out and do it and have people help me out as opposed to just sort of palming it off to other people.
I'd rather pay people who are already
Ideas.
there.
Mm. It
But
depends
it's
on
like
the job.
look at Abby Martin's documentary on Gaza.
Mm.
She didn't have people there. She paid people. She worked
Yeah, but
with
that's
people
different. That's
on the
different.
ground and stuff.
That's current
But
events. It's a
Yeah.
completely different thing that I'm talking about. It's not the
But
same.
that's the thing is you can just hire people to work on the ground to do what you
Yes,
need
I
done.
know.
It's easy.
By Biden. So what does this mean? What does this mean?
All right, I'm moving on.
What does this
He
mean?
gave
I don't
so
know. You
much
tell
money
me,
to
media
Black
analysis
historic-
professional.
I don't care what that means.
Oh my
because
god, how did you find this? Who did I put this on there?
Nope.
Okay, I would have singled it out and been like, put this at the top of the list.
colleges. Actually, they didn't even. There was a time when they had to beg every president for money. President Trump said, "You don't have to beg anymore. I'm going to give y'all an unlimited amount of money, so you don't have to keep knocking on every president's door begging for money for help." President Trump did that. Not Barack Obama, not the first black president. President Trump did way more for black people than any other president.
We just came out of Black History Month. What does that
Lincoln.
mean to you, Black History
Lincoln.
Month?
It means that that's racism because they don't celebrate White History Month. We don't have it. I'm part Italian. I don't have Italian History Month.
Oh, you're
So
part
I think it's
Italian. You're not
perpetuating
Italian then.
What this divide is in our nation, quite honestly, because I don't feel like that should be highlighted.
Guns here in the United States, if the kids are trained young enough and properly enough to use weapons, is a benefit. Problem is they banned them from all kids. I was trained when I was 7, 8 years
What are you talking about? What literally what are you talking about? They did not ban any children cannot own guns, correct? Okay? That doesn't mean that you can't go and take kids to a gun range. Like at most gun ranges will be like you need to be like this old to shoot the shotgun.
Yeah.
You know? Like they'll let you like 22s as like we start 22s I think and this is like for children who like I know I taught a blind kid legally blind to load and shoot 22s. You know, like I think we started that at like it's either I think it's age 8. I think we start where they get to learn how to shoot guns.
Sounds about right.
At camp.
Hmm.
Because I think the youngest is 6 and they can't.
Fair enough.
It's because it's 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, the middle boys get it, but the youngest boys don't. Is all I remember.
and watch that stupid television, internet, and all the violence on it. So when they get a gun now, what do they think they're going to use
Oh my God.
the gun for? Violence, because the internet is nothing but violence.
When I was a kid,
You're
my
a
mother
moron.
used to say, "Don't watch that TV because there's too much violence on the TV."
Way more on the internet than there is on the regular.
What about my video games?
Okay, I ask you what woke means to you.
I
Yes.
think it's destroying the country.
What does it mean to you? What is it?
It's woke. I mean, I think it's seeing things in a very progressive, radical way that's not helping the country at all.
Doubt.
You know, I think
Better than most people have
seeing
tried to
everything as
define
being
it.
racist is not helping
the
at all,
country.
especially when
yeah.
there is substantial racism that needs to be
I can
fought.
fix her.
But when you claim everything
She's
is
close.
racist, that's not okay. It undermines what is actually racist. You know, that's
Like
one
you
example
guys.
of being woke in my mind. So
I don't think that they should be pushing their agenda on
That looks like
myself
a cop.
because I'm a straight male. I have a wife and I have children. I don't think that I should have to be bombarded and brainwashed through media.
Guy looks like a cop.
Through those
He's definitely a
months
cop.
that are Pride, Black History. I don't think that's something that should be,
Bro.
dictated to me.
Is it a learning opportunity?
Not at
Bro,
all.
you literally have more freedom than ever to choose your media, and still the Daily Wire thinks that people want to see conservative media. Like this is why I don't respect TYT for doing this, right? Because they're going to target at things like we saw when we did the Trump cope, a majority of people that you'll just find on the street are normal fucking people.
Yeah.
People who go to Trump rallies, people who go to presidential rallies
Yes.
are not normal.
No. Very strange. Very, very strange people.
I was in school. We learned, that, certain black leaders, things like
Go
that.
back.
I don't
Let's
really
run
hear
that back.
every-
Can we slow that down to
certain
see
black,
him gulp
because when I
before he
was
says
in
the word
school-
black because he thinks it's still not okay to say it? Because he's so nervous to say the word
learned,
black, and he thinks that he has to be woke and politically correct.
certain
They literally
black
think
leaders.
I was
literally
talking.
spoke
I was
over it.
talking. I'm trying to talk before you start playing. But they still think they're supposed to say the politically correct word is African American. Nobody says that. They don't understand that it's just black now. And they still think they're like, do I say black? Is that okay? I don't want to look racist in my racist interview.
In school, we learned that, certain black leaders, things like that. I don't need to hear it every single year for a whole month.
So these are the words of Joe Biden right here. If I can get my phone.
What
back.
is that?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Lay off the meth, pal.
You have to read it, Frank, because I don't have my glasses. It's going to be hard.
Onion carpenters for President Trump. Okay.
So he said,
You think he meant union?
we are in a situation.
It might be Union, actually.
You think it's just like it might be a U in the beginning there?
It might be a U. It looks like onion, which makes
Yeah,
it funnier.
which is funny.
It should say onion if it doesn't say onion.
Where we have put together, and you guys did it for President Obama administration before this. We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive
definitely says
voter fraud
union.
organization in the history of American politics.
Onion.
Joe Biden. End quote.
He gave so much money to black
Okay.
colleges. Actually, they didn't even. There was a time when they had to beg every president for money.
We saw this, I think.
Yeah, they did the teaser at the beginning.
Okay, we'll move on. Okay, China time.
But Mike Huckabee has been listening throughout the morning, all morning long. He joins us now.
The Globby.
Governor, great to have you on the program. We'd love your thoughts.
Well, there are a couple of big takeaways from the segment you just played. One was in relationship to China. And I thought, what a contrast. When Donald Trump was president, China had to...
Okay, so what happened is I had the Trump stuff before this, and this was the connecting piece. That's why it was the way it was. You wanting Trump at the bottom ruined my order. So we're dealing with
the illegal
this.
trade deals that they've been doing. Donald Trump put them back on their heels. And we had the kind of relationship
When?
we should have been having with China. Joe Biden comes in. And of course, we know how compromised he and his family are from the multi-million-dollar deals they've made with the Chinese Communist Party business
100%
enterprises over there. So they're not going to do anything.
Donald
And-
Trump,
and the
though,
whole
not a
situation has
compromised
radically
family.
changed. And I think
No,
if
definitely
people
not.
can't just
Also,
look at that
like
objectively
Trump
and
put
say,
his family in office in the White House.
Yeah, and they're still whinging about Hunter Biden. Wild. Literally the same thing happened. And what, they don't see it? They just can't see it? What's that quote that I always say? The nationalism one?
Don't you see they're manufacturing consent because they're doing the government's interest?
the United States is much better off with Donald Trump as president dealing with China than
Nope.
with Joe Biden. Then I can't
Nope.
help them. And the other was on the border, which was
Nope.
an amazing contrast.
Trump
between
can't
when Donald
even
Trump
run a
was
business.
president,
How is
he got
he
the border
like-
under control? He fulfilled promises about.
We need somebody who's more
building barriers,
business minded.
getting it
Okay,
done.
so let's put a guy
And-
who literally can't run businesses in there. That's business minded. Okay.
All these
Fucking
Democrats
Elon Musk
beat their
would have
chest
done
about how
better.
they were for sanctuary cities and they were so much more compassionate. That is until 10 million illegal people flooded this country and they started filling up blue cities like New York and Chicago and Washington. And suddenly they're not so compassionate anymore. And
If
many of
Chunk
the voters in those cities
got
are
the
sick of it.
thing
And I think you're
where
gonna see
he
a
was
lot of
like
those voters,
proved
they may not
that
tell you.
somebody not born in America could run,
Hmm.
that would have been great because it would open the door for President Schwarzenegger, which would be
True.
fucking cool.
That would
Right,
be
and he
cool.
does his inaugural address. He's got two M60s just flexing.
Come on.
Yeah, they're going to vote for Trump because they don't.
Get to the chopper. He says it every time. Everyone's like, shut up.
I have to get to the chopper every time he walks to the Marine One.
I would laugh every time.
Called a racist or a xenophobe or whatever phobe that the Democrats want to put on somebody. But they're going to go into that voting booth. They're going to vote for Donald Trump because they're sick of what's happened to their country. They don't even recognize it anymore. So this was a great conversation.
What's
I'm glad
different?
you had the extended time to get out of the president what he was able
What's
to
different?
Give us in terms
No, seriously,
of
I
sheer,
love people's
just
answer to this, and then
strong
they're always like,
contrast between
taxes
what-
and rent are higher. Yes, dollar value go up. Things don't cost a nickel anymore. Is that really? That's what I'm. Whenever you ask what's different, what changed under Joe Biden, and they're going to
Yeah.
say like, things cost more. Whoa! Do you expect them to start costing less? Do you want your currency in your pocket to devalue? Because that's what it already does.
What presidency is like under Donald Trump and what it's like under Joe Biden, and the choice couldn't be clearer.
You know, Governor, one of the things that I noticed in the interview when he talked about what he had done and then what's happened to the country, excuse me, he's sad. There's a sadness in what and how much
It's
we've gone
almost like,
backwards or gotten.
Making the dollar be buying less on Friday than it did from Tuesday when you're talking hamburgers, right? It's almost like that's designed inside the capitalist currency so that you have to spend the money to keep the economy in float, and that's
Yes.
like the fundamental design to capitalism.
Unless, of course, you're rich and you can sit your money in a bank and live off the interest.
Yeah.
Then it doesn't matter. You can just sit on your money.
Well, you can
But
also
if
you can
don't
also
have-
gamble with people's mortgages.
Yes, that's true as well. So unless you have exorbitant amounts of money, which you can just sit on the interest and live off the interest, you have to spend the money to keep the economy running. It would be kind of interesting if everybody was just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you. We're not buying anything anymore. Just like a buying strike for a day. It would destroy the world.
I seriously want to know like what people recognize as fundamentally changing in like the last 10 years.
Yeah, realistically. Nothing.
We have more smartphones.
Wow.
We need to take the phones away from the kids. They're all iPad babies.
Worse, especially in the case of the border in China and the Western Hemisphere. So yeah, it was really a great conversation. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your thoughts on
Thank
it.
you, Governor. Appreciate your time. Always.
Thanks.
I'm
Chinese
Susan.
leader
I'm Brian
respected
Kilmeade.
the
That means
not
you're
Biden.
A TikTok
Come on,
ban
bro.
didn't
Loud noises.
actually need
China
to
literally
happen. That's what we're
bows at
learning from an
Biden.
explosive news report from the
Like
Washington
how
Post.
that one guy said Kim Jong-un was bowing it before Trump. He was humbled by Donald Trump's mighty cock.
Uncovered an offer that TikTok pitched to the Biden administration. In 2022, TikTok told the Biden administration that it would give the US government a tremendous amount of control over the app in order to avoid a ban or forced divestiture. Despite previously indicating that they were willing to reach a compromise, the Biden administration ended its communications with the company and pursued a ban. We'll explain why that happened momentarily. But first, let's see all the
Hey,
concessions.
I'm sure it
that
has
TikTok was
nothing to
willing-
do with like them not trusting what the company is saying.
Yeah. It's definitely got nothing to do with the fact that China definitely and provably has backdoors into the app. Not to mention they can, pretty much brick your phone or at least the app until you do what it says or you don't get
Yeah,
access
but this
to
is
the
in
app.
2022.
No, I know. I'm just
Before they
saying
knew
now.
that.
It's like it's very justified as time has progressed.
to offer the administration. The company offered to let federal officials pick its U.S. operations board of directors, give the government veto power over each new hire, pay an American company that contracts with the Defense Department to monitor its source code, and give federal officials a kill switch that would shut down the app in the United States if they felt it remained a threat.
That's
A
pretty
Georgetown
good
University
deal.
law professor who researches international tech policy told the Washington Post, the government essentially threw up its hands at the possibility of any kind of regulation or cybersecurity measure. TikTok proposed this incredible array of protections, but none of it mattered. What's even more bizarre is that the government gave TikTok good reason to believe it
Again,
was
they already
interested in a
made
compromise.
Grindr do this. It's the government doesn't care what TikTok's going to offer. You're going to
No.
do what the U.S. government says. Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly.
At the end of the day, what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
They just tried to save themselves. It would be unprecedented to allow them to continue the way they have.
Mm-hmm.
The plan was drafted over months of meetings in consultation with the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States officials who told TikTok that they were close to a final agreement, according to two people familiar with the negotiations who spoke on the condition of anonymity. But shortly after TikTok submitted the proposal in August of 2022, CFIUS, without explanation, stopped engaging. TikTok and ByteDance wrote in their legal petition to the appeals court, the companies said they repeatedly asked why discussions had ended and how they might be restarted, but they did not receive a substantive response. A senior Biden administration official told the Washington Post in a statement that TikTok's offer was insufficient to address the serious national security risks presented, but gave no explanation as to why. In fact,
he doesn't need
while
to.
the government has offered some classified briefings for lawmakers, it hasn't publicly shared any evidence showing the Chinese government has exercised influence over the app. TikTok and its owner ByteDance have sued the government over the ban, arguing that it represents a First Amendment violation. And these comments from Senator Romney.
I still don't understand how this is even an argument. There is nothing on TikTok that is unique enough to support a First Amendment.
Well, they're going to claim that their algorithm is unique enough, but this is just what this is the first case, right?
No, I know.
They're gonna present stronger cases later, but they're gonna keep leveraging courts. So this is just the first of many. The easiest approach is the First Amendment argument.
Of course, but it's still like my initial thought as somebody who's not a lawyer is First Amendment protects people.
Yeah. Well, they think it's violating the creator's First Amendment right is the argument.
But I can just upload it to a different platform.
Yeah. That's why I don't think they expect this to actually be something that does pass in the court. But it's just covering bases at this point. They're going to do whatever they can to avoid a sale. And they might be able to do it. It would be crazy.
Help their case. Take a look.
Some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature.
Oh my God, this
you
clip.
Look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions
How old
of
is this
Palestinians
video?
relative to other
23 hours.
Bro, we've already literally been over this clip. Mitt Romney is a Mormon. He their drug of choice is soda pop. Do you know about this? The Mormons and sugar? Do you know about this?
So. I think
so.
So
the only justified vice in Mormonism is sugar. So they really amplify how good those sweet candies are and those sweet treats are. So a lot of Mormons own stakes in sugar, soda, sugar, candy, because they open up candy stores and stuff because it's a good business to open in Mormon towns.
Yep, fair enough.
Farmland under a rising threat from communist China. Nearly 350.
Look, they tried to do the Chinese flag on the states.
Now owned by Chinese entities. Now Congress is trying to fight back.
Why should we care about this realistically?
Adding provisions to the Farm Bill to stop this, and she joins us now. Congresswoman, it's great to have you on. So when you say Congress is fighting this, is this truly a bipartisan fight? Because we've been talking about our farmland being bought up by Chinese and also some of our processing plants for a long time now. I don't understand why this is still happening.
Right. Well, Rachel, we've really been asleep at the wheel for decades here.
To be fair, it's pretty fucking wild to let foreigners buy and own and operate in your country farmland.
The thing is,
it's pretty weird.
One, we have the indigenous argument in the United States, but we'll put a pin in that. Secondly,
I'm not even talking about
so
that.
much land. We have so much land. We could not possibly use it. Right?
I know. My point is to allow people who don't live in your country to own farmland, a producing piece of land in your country to then export to a different country is fucking insane.
Yeah, we still make money off of it though.
That's what happens here, right? Is there's a massive cattle ranch in WA, the north of WA.
The argument could be
they fly it straight to China. They don't
those
even
buyers if those
Australian
buyers weren't there making money on that land, this would be the argument. If the buyers weren't there making money on that land, then who would be? Right? It's just a supply and demand economic thing. The US is making money regardless. I mean, Florida banned Chinese people from buying land and stuff in their state. But then again, it's just Florida. That's not a major agricultural state. They do have agricultural exports, but not like the states where nobody lives.
Yeah, because my whole argument here is more based on housing, right? And it's more a general rule of no corporations.
I think that's
if
a lot
you
different
don't live in the
because
country
when
for
you're
3
when
months of
corporate
the year.
housing is
Hold
just
on,
a
hold
shit
on.
show here too.
So like corporations, no. All your housing, you don't even get remunerated for it. It is now taken and raffled off to the population, and you get a free house. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Fuck
Mhm.
you, BlackRock. Fuck you, Airbnb. Go fuck yourselves. And if you don't live in the country, this is specifically for Australia. If you don't live in Australia for at least, I think, 3 months of the year, you shouldn't be able to own property here. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, get a timeshare, bitch.
Like, you have to spend minimum 3 months in the country, minimum, to maintain. If you are not a citizen, to maintain ownership of a property, you must spend 3 months minimum in the country. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Like, I'd prefer like the American, like, because we have so much land, right? Like, there was no reason to wipe out even the bison herds on this land, right? It's fucking empty, right? So for me, when it comes to farmland, it's like I would rather it go to a very specific group of people, you know, very, you know, that's
even
who I
better
would like
solution.
it to go through. But
even
realistically,
better
that's not
solution.
going to happen because the Americans want the bottom line where they're going to make
Yes,
profit off
of
of the land.
course.
And at that point, whoever's buying it, why should they give a shit at the end of the day? It's just farmland.
Well, yeah. Well, they always cry about national security, don't they?
I mean, we already subsidize the fucking corn,
which is dumb.
Yeah,
Stop.
and like
corn is the thing.
I
that's
love the
ruining
idea
American
of the
diet.
simple family farm in America that
Yeah.
people still have. This like archetype that farmers are these simple people who ride their tractors every
No,
morning
they're
and shit.
massive conglomerates now.
Yeah, and they're often family farm.
Millionaires.
A family farm means that it's like a family-run corporation.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, family owned. Yeah, it's a
no
family
one,
owned
no one is
multi-billion dollar
thinking about the
corporation.
parasite investor class, though. Exactly, and that's all America cares about. It doesn't care
Yeah.
about the bottom line of like shit like that.
And that's the exact type of people that I'm talking about, right? I don't give a shit. Realistically, I don't. I like.
Well,
all the
because
companies cry
remember
about-
the government gave a bunch of farmland away to black people, and Steven
Mm.
Crowder did that really racist impression of black people on how they're going to go work farms and laughed about it, like that black people can't be rural. And it's like, bro, who do you think worked the slave plantation? Like these people were literally like their ancestry is from slaves. That's why they're getting this
Yeah.
reparation land.
Yes, exactly.
You fucking moron.
And to be fair, given what was promised,
Yeah, I don't know how legit that promise was, the 3
Oh,
acres and a
really?
mule thing. Yeah, I don't know how legit that promise was or how,
interesting.
you know, it was never written down, that
Sure.
type of shit.
Sure. I'm
But
actually curious now.
What
'cause
I
I've
think,
always,
what I
that's
think,
always been a thing.
but yeah,
I've
no, I
done.
agree. What I think is like you can take, because we have so much land, because we killed everyone and every living thing on the land to build a railroad on it. So we have all this land, right? And I think like you can literally give people land and give
No,
them a
this
package.
This was an actual official part of Special
Okay.
Order Number 15, a wartime order proclaimed by Union General William Sherman in the 1860s.
Oh, Sherman. So it was a military thing then.
I guess.
It didn't come from the state. Anyway, they were probably promising it for people who defected to the Union or something. Anyway,
Maybe.
the extra land, you can take that and use that like my fundamental idea for reparations is to take this land that we have that we killed people for already and basically give the deeds to people and then give them like packages where it's like you can go live there and work it yourself and just take the land and you can pass that property down to your family, right? Or you can sell it to the government in a lump sum now and we'll pay you out for the land we've just gifted you.
But how much is the
Extremely
payment?
low. It's going to be
Yeah,
extremely low.
Exactly. They're not going to pay what it's worth.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like, but they can also they can also just take the land and rent it out themselves as well. But that involves like that would mean that they would more take it and they would invest as a business. And then also, if you think about it, multiple people could bring the land that's being gifted together and start a conglomerate chain within that, and they can do it that way. Like there's tons of options there. But I think the idea for just the lump sum being paid right away is a better idea. And when people say, where is the money going to come from? It's going to come from government land that's not making money on it. It's literally beneficial to the government to have this land worked.
So why not do that? So what's the...
Oh, because people will freak out.
Okay.
About black people getting handouts.
Okay. It'll tell them to suck shit.
I know. It's just not... We need a far more progressive government for that type of shit to go down. But I think it's a genuinely good idea. And also, ultimately, my opinion doesn't matter because it's between people who were slaves and their ancestors were slaves and the states. My opinion doesn't matter. If you're white, shut the fuck up, basically.
I mean, you can have an opinion, but realistically, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just the last 10-year period that we have the data on, from 2010 to 2020, Chinese investment in American farmland, I think it doubled. And so we know that we have a huge impact here on American farmland. And to set the stage a little bit,
are we making money? You mean to say that we're making double the investment money on it now? Wow, thanks, Fox News.
They're trying to undermine our entire system, all while distorting the markets at the same time with unfair practices. So this is a bipartisan approach, absolutely, because I don't think this is a challenge for Republicans or Democrats. This is a challenge for us as Americans. And our farmland is one of our greatest assets here in the United States. And communist China should not own another acre of our land. It's about protecting our food supply, it's about protecting our national security. And I'm proud of
Okay, no, not about food supply or national security. It's about money.
In Congress, both Democrats and Republicans are equally excited about your bill.
Absolutely. I think this is looking forward.
I mean, bro, with like, honestly, for a lot of places, like, it's really just the paperwork that's blocking Obamacare from getting to people. Like, you actually have to be like one of the, like, you have to be escaping into the middle class to be the people who don't qualify for it. Like, it's actually like, so like, if like, basically, if you're turning 26 and losing your insurance, there's no way you're not going to qualify for Obamacare. The thing is that it took literally like a year and a half for me to get that shit. Like, I should have started way sooner. Like, not having healthcare for a year and a half really damaged me. Especially considering I had just gotten back from Syria. So
make sure that we have a good track on not just Chinese.
It should just be easier to get the fucking Obamacare.
We need to do everything we can to prevent that, because what's to say at some point they couldn't just flip the switch, right? So we know
is this guy having a stroke? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think they're communicating in Morse code.
And is one part of this equation. Controlling the inputs and the supply chain is another. So that's where we're trying to tackle this kind of from an all of the above approach here, in making sure that we can still remain competitive and protect our supply chain.
They don't think this. Yeah, I mean, all they're doing is being racist. China scary, China communist, China bad, Chinese Exclusion Act good. You're muted.
There's literally no basis in reality.
Yeah,
the discussion that we had,
property is property, actual rental property and shit is a way different thing, and we're having problems here for different things. But Australia, the rental property being owned by China is a serious problem. Look at this, you know, the like building that was all tagged up, right?
Yeah,
because it was just abandoned by a Chinese investor. Yep. That is going on in America, and that is helping raise the price of rent and stuff, but not as much as Airbnb and BlackRock and all these other conglomerates and corporations.
Is national security. It's unbelievable what the Chinese are doing. And as you said, we've been asleep at the wheel. A lot of times these purchases, Congresswoman, are being
Why don't we go buy their land?
To provide cover through
these,
corporations.
They can't even buy their land.
I know.
Some sort of arrangement so that the Chinese are actually behind it, but it looks like it's an American buyer. Does your bill do anything to punish Americans who are involved in doing what I think would be treasonous?
And the thing is, like I talk about this a lot, but the whole the public option, all that stuff, like the thing is that the way America is set up, it's set up so well to be able to address your issues at your local court and market, but it just doesn't happen anymore. You know, it was set up, well, it was really set up to have the elites be able to do that. That said, it's like these avenues and pathways exist, but the bureaucracy in so many of these places is just insane. But yeah, the public option I think is the practical next step. That said, one of the things Joe Biden did run on is expanding Obamacare. And while that isn't just Medicare for all, which obviously I'm more on board with Bernie's plan, because then I wouldn't have to apply for any of this shit. I would just get it by having a social security number. Like, there just needs to be something to cut out the bureaucracy with health insurance, and they need to really address the issue where it's tied to people's employment. I think that's also, even though they're insured, that's still not proper insurance if it's tied to your fucking job. Like, that's fucked. And like, how long is that going to last before corporations start taking that away? So just putting a public option in is helping address the future that is inevitable of losing benefits through corporations conglomerating.
Right. So with CFIUS, which is under Treasury, this is about those financial disclosure reports and investments, making sure that we have a clearer picture of who is making those investments. And so when I mentioned it's important to know who our adversaries are, which adversaries are buying this land, that's what this is about. It's about Communist China. It's about Iran, right? It's about Russia.
Yes.
All of entities that we think could be working together to undermine the United States.
No question about it. One last question. What is being done about the land that's already been purchased? As you saw on that map, that there's a lot of acres, millions and millions of acres already under the possession of the Chinese. What can be done about that?
Yeah.
Why is Pennsylvania shaded so weirdly?
I hope American investors
it's got like
farmers
green.
are looking at ways where we can buy it
What
back.
part
I'm
of the
not sure
Chinese
what role the
flag is
government will
that?
need to have in that. But when it comes to protecting our food supply and national security, I think this is something where we have inherent public interest and may need to step in a more aggressive way.
Yeah. Well, there's a war on farmers. It's hard for farmers to hold on to land,
War on
which also
farmers.
is causing this to happen. So there's a lot of angles to look at this. Congresswoman, we're really happy
Again,
that you're
trying
on
to
this.
paint the
It's such an
farmers like
important
they're the.
issue. Thank you for joining us this morning.
You know where those types of farmers exist? Those the nice romantic idea of farmers who just have a little duck farm, have a little, maybe a little dairy farm, a little
Disney?
dairy op. Huh?
Disney?
No. They exist in like New Hampshire and Vermont.
That's
like
funny.
it's New York has some too. Like we're big. We got really, our dairy farmers here, they really capitalized off of government cheese. I went to like school with a dairy farmer. And like their farm is still pretty fucking small, they're still like localized.
That it just had everything bought, everything they could produce.
No, I mean there's still like it's a huge dairy farm that we literally went. Oh no, my phone flashlight has been on this whole time. We literally went there as a field trip in first grade to the dairy farm, and like I drove by it every day going to college. Like it's not gigantic.
Admiral Dong Jun's first appearance in Singapore as China's defense chief. In his
Also,
address, he called for a new
what
security
else?
partnership.
The state. You know what state fairs are, right? Do you know the purpose of them?
No.
Okay, so like every state has them now, and they have carnival aspects to them. But originally, the state fair was a New York initiative. We had the first state fair literally here in my town, right? And the whole point of it was to help the farmers here.
Yeah.
So they bring out and they like show their animals to win like a prize. Like it's mainly for farmers and to show animals and stuff at state fairs.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting. Because we never really had that stuff. We have markets, but they don't really do livestock.
Safeguard the region, one free from interference, referring to US-led efforts to build alliances to deter any use of force by Beijing. He also hit out at the US for arming Taipei.
This essentially fuels Taiwanese independence ambitions, attempting to use Taiwan to contain China. These malicious intentions are dragging Taiwan into a perilous situation.
China's differences with the US were laid bare at the summit.
We had a frank discussion.
Secretary Lloyd Austin earlier accused Beijing of dangerous harassment against the Philippines. But the two sides did manage to engage with one another here. Defense chiefs from both countries spoke face to face.
So this dairy farmer, like I went to school with in first grade, they do a summer camp where they basically have kids come in. It's like a use child labor, it sounds like. Connect with animals, But it's like a summer camp initiative.
Oh, that's funny.
For the first time in nearly 2 years. The last time such a gathering took place, there was little more than a handshake between them. This time, China says because of its military differences with the US, they must communicate with one another. Importantly, the two sides agreed to open up a military-to-military level dialogue further here in Singapore, and also to set up a crisis communications working group by the end of this year. It's a notable piece of progress considering the low level of engagement just a year ago.
I think it's the beginnings of rejuvenating the lines of communication in defense and security matters between US and China.
Separately, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a late appearance at Asia's premier security gathering. He's here to drum up support for his peace conference due to be held in Switzerland later this month. Here, he accused China of undermining the initiative.
Unfortunately, there are also attempts to disrupt the summit. We don't want to believe that this is a desire for a monopolistic power in the world to deny the global community the opportunity to decide on war and peace, and to leave this power in the hands of one or two.
China has criticized the conference because Russia isn't invited and says without its participation, it'll be difficult for it to play a role in restoring peace. Patrick Falk, Al Jazeera, Singapore.
Hey, China, who invaded Ukraine? Who disturbed the peace? Why would they be invited to peace summits?
Who? Russia?
Wondering. China, yeah, Russia.
Well, they have Russia and Ukraine. I think have attended potentially the same peace summit.
They were more negotiations. This is a summit. Now, why would you invite the primary person responsible for the massive upset in peace in Europe for the first time in a fairly long time? Who did that? Putin did that. So why the fuck would he get invited to a peace summit? That doesn't make sense. So China, cry more. Just have a cry. Just sook in the corner. Oh, my buddy's not here. Oh. No, go away.
Make sure to subscribe.
No.
Many consider this
Okay. Iran.
an election to be the most significant in Iran's recent history. Dozens of candidates have submitted their applications to run for president. Among them is former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, whose 8-year period in office, which ended in 2013,
currently, my
was regarded as a
prediction
turbulent one.
is
He was disqualified by the Guardian Council in 2017 and 2021, and is expected to meet the same fate this time. One of the frontrunners is the former Speaker of Parliament, Ali Larijani. He is a moderate conservative, widely seen as a pragmatist, and he is promising change.
Oh, no. If they allow him to get on, I imagine Amma Muhajanan, the Muhammad guy.
Okay.
He was the president during the Green Revolution or the Green Movement.
Yeah, Ahmadinejad.
Yeah. He sucks. He's like Trump though. He's like a very Trump type guy. But still, I think he would have the most popularity if he's even allowed to run.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna keep playing this. I have a funny video to play.
I don't know. We'd have to see what Pega thinks. She knows more than me, obviously.
I'll show you what Pega thinks. She sent me something
about who's gonna win.
Kind of. Let me just find it.
Whoever wins, we lose.
Kim Jong-il or Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who would you choose and what would you do? Be specific, please.
I'm not that into King Jong-il. I think that I would choose a night with Ahmadinejad because one night with Bruno and he'll be Ahmadinejad. He's like so cute. He's got that kind of taxi driver chic.
Right.
In my opinion, he's the cutest guy.
I need this. I need to repost this. I've never seen Bruno. But like, you know how I post this guy so much on my Instagram already. I need that.
I'll send it to you. So goddamn funny. Why is that playing there?
The main goal of changes is to achieve social justice and national development in all cultural, social, political, and scientific areas, as well as foreign policy. For that, the government must provide a platform of freedom that people can participate in the process.
If Larijani is approved, he's expected to appeal to both conservative and reformist voters. But his main competitor, Saeed
Taxi driver chic.
Lili is also popular among conservatives. He has served as the Iranian National Security Council Secretary and Iran's nuclear negotiator. In 2013, he lost the presidential race against the former President Hassan Rouhani. And in 2021, he withdrew from the election in favor of his conservative
No,
political.
I've only seen Borat.
It's hilarious. Honestly, every character he does is fucking great. People sleep on Ali G, but he's definitely the best.
Well, Borat at a gun range was fucking hysterical.
President Ibrahim Raisi, who died in a helicopter crash last month. Many have viewed him as a shadow president since 2021 because of his close relationship with Raisi. Reformists who lacked a strong candidate in the last presidential election in 2021 are also now more hopeful. Ishaq Jihangiri, a reformist candidate who has served as the first vice president under Rouhani's government, has entered the race.
No way a reformist
If not
winning.
Disqualified by the Guardian Council, he may be able to unite the reformist.
He will be.
What will be really interesting here is that the Guardian Council will set the direction and tone and tenor of this race. And it will also make clear to the public in Iran and the international community what the intentions and direction of the leadership of Iran is taking the country forward.
The current Speaker of Parliament, Bakr Kalibaf, is also among the prominent candidates. He has previously served as mayor of Tehran and as a general in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. The low turnout in the past two elections has been a concern for the political establishment. Many believe it's an indication that people are losing hope that elections can bring about change in Iran. But the ultimate decision about who will be on the ballot rests with the Guardian Council, and it's difficult to predict what choice it will make.
So the state gets to decide who's on the ballot.
Yeah. So like this is actually called Khomeiniism. It's a political philosophy, but like I've said before that like Massoud, like his proposal for Afghanistan they would have a Khomeini style system where like like anyone could live. You weren't forced to be Sunni or Shia, but it's generally, you had to be Sunni to run. They didn't necessarily say the Shia couldn't run, but it's like they would have a council to approve the candidates. So not, so somebody who's like, can't use populism to win. Like there's a reason for Khomeiniism. It is relatively smart, but the issue is just that the supreme leader is at the top and he still runs that council. If the council was truly, this is why I say like Iran has a democratic system underlying it. If the council was truly independent, right, and they decided who ran and it had no outside influence and they were like private, like nobody knew who they were, like a jury, and they approved candidates, that might even be good for a future Iran because it would keep IRGC loyalists and stuff like that out of the political establishment at the top. But it would have to, but the idea that it would be run nonpartisanly and all that stuff is very unrealistic. But in theory, it's not necessarily a bad thing for certain countries. It's just always been bad in the case of Iran.
Tehran.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of populist backing, you can see how rabid his fans are and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's why he's a lot like Trump.
Is this the same video?
Yeah, pretty much. Just him showing that he did his
up their little card.
Yeah, showing his little. I laminated it.
He looks so happy.
I think was he. The amount of microphones is just so funny. It literally looks like a block fort that a child builds.
That's awesome.
I love that Ruptle's is like the long one though.
Which one?
Ruptle. It's got a long one and it's a Russian outlet.
Okay. CGTN's there.
It generally wasn't that bad of a Russian outlet because a lot of times they would film live stuff. They would do live streams, so it was kind of like their Reuters in a way.
Yeah, CCTV.
AA. What's AA?
AP. Where's AA?
It's at the top.
Here?
Yeah.
Not familiar. I've seen it before, but I'm not familiar.
It looks like the airborne symbol.
A little bit. Must be a lot of Iranian outlets.
They said it was size of squirrel.
با اولویت دادن به توسعه مناسبات نویژه اقتصادی در عرصه بین‌المللی حل شده نیست.
Oh, is that it? I guess that's it. That's it for
Yeah,
now, right?
like I said, there's not gonna. It's the Iranian elections. They're gonna be apparently in a month, though. So
Okay. There you go.
you know, I don't expect much development.
Mhm.
And when I know who's gonna win them, which we'll know ahead of time because their elections are fake.
Yeah. Obviously.
Our people have spoken. Whether we like it or not, they have spoken. As the leaders of political parties, as all those who occupy positions of responsibility in society, we have heard the voices of our people, and we must respect their choices and their wishes.
What's with the dramatic music?
Just somebody picked it and threw it on there. But like, I love that, especially considering the instability in Western Africa's governments, right? And him just being like, "Yeah, I know we've been in power for all this time, but we're gonna respect the people and the democracy, and we're gonna like not sacrifice our own power. We're gonna put the democracy first," which is the right choice by the ANC, because naturally in South Africa, the ANC is always going to have an advantage. If the ANC can actually make a comeback and rebuild their party with like better candidates and stuff, they'll landslide every time.
Oh, yeah.
So
there's no way.
It's so much better to not try and be like Trumpist about this, to try and grasp your power. Look at the fucking Spanish elections, you know?
Yeah, just like accept it. There'll be another election. Relax.
You know, the 10 years of like the mainstream parties kind of having less of the coalition, and now it's back to normal.
Yeah.
Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Oh, wow. They got almost 10% of the vote.
Damn.
And they used to be ANC, so they'll definitely be on the coalition, which, you know, this will make commies really happy here.
Any party that
they love this guy because he says things kill the Boers and it makes the white people scared.
is the ANC. Because ANC, when compromised, is not arrogant.
I really hope so. No, I really hope they do keep the ANC in check. The South Africa has needed this for a while. I've been really strongly against the South African government for a little while now.
Ages. There's like everybody sort of at the sort of peripherals has known that South Africa has been fucked for a while.
Mm-hmm. But it was really after the recession
the scenario materialized.
Yeah.
I love that this is the other guy who's running. Like, get out of here. I don't, you know, it's like just because he's white, I'm discriminating against him. I don't want to hear from you.
DA will make it our #1 priority and do absolutely everything in our power to prevent an ANC-EFF doomsday coalition from taking power.
Shut up, Brit. That's what he reminds me of. Zuma sucked too. Of course he did, because he's Zuma.
I'll turn my camera back on in a minute. I gotta step away for a second again.
South Africa's ruling party, the African National Congress, is on course to lose its majority for the first time in 30 years. Most of the results are now in from the country's election, and it's clear that the party first led to victory by Nelson Mandela will have to form a coalition to stay in power.
This is the eye of the brewing storm, South Africa's National Results Centre.
And anyone who's been watching us should not be surprised by this.
All eyes in South
Just like,
Africa on this dashboard.
I want to see if Hassan had any idea who the president of Mexico was before she gets elected.
You sent that one, right?
ANC is set to fall well short of a parliamentary majority.
I just want to see if he's heard of her even, or knows about the policies or anything in Mexico, or if he just cares because they told him a leftist one.
Yes.
It is a tip.
And it is also a sign that democracy is at work in South Africa.
The ANC aren't just dealing with declining support, but the wild card of their former leader and President Jacob Zuma's party MK splitting votes, with celebrations.
This is the best thing about Africa, right? Every time you see Africa, they're celebrating, they're dancing.
Okay, dancing Uyghur much?
No. Like,
okay,
it's
Jack.
because like the celebrations in the West is all just like jumping up and down and cheering and that sort of stuff. But I don't know. It's obviously a cultural thing, and it's always different depending on the country. So it's just very interesting.
I still agree with my proposal of letting Americans shoot 50 cals in the air when they come to vote.
But because we've been seeing, because we've been focusing a lot on Africa, because I literally, before doing this, I just didn't intake any information really, about anything. Just sort of general history, nothing really now. But since we've been focusing on Africa, I've been learning a lot. It's a very interesting place. Makes me sad that that so many people are just like, fuck these people. We want in the ground.
Yeah, and like still people to this day talk to like Africa as an undeveloped shithole.
Yeah.
Literal politicians call it a shithole, like Donald Trump and other Republicans.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What do they do in Australia? Nothing. What are we doing?
That's a Chechen traditional wedding. Well, that's what we were saying, is that I don't know what we were watching, but I started saying like that's how we should be doing it. Like they celebrate.
Oh no, it was Chaldean elections. 9 people got injured from gunfire after the election.
Oh yeah, so I said it in the new LTech intro. That's where it is.
So that's that's where that came from. But like I feel like every time we see, because we've also been covering a lot of elections, right? And that's the weird part, is that it's like it's not just celebrations; it's after the process of democracy.
Yeah.
And it's such a foreign concept to even have this celebration of the process of democracy for someone who has lived in a country that's supposed to be a democracy my entire life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if it isn't necessarily a democracy, which whatever it is, but you can debate how the efficacy of it. The facade of it being a democracy is still there. And I think that might be a major part of it, is it's that that knowing that it could be gone at any point. So another successful round is something to be celebrated, I think, is probably where it's coming from, if I'm just sort of spitballing. It's just interesting.
This home province as the 6-month-old party climbs up the leaderboard.
Politically speaking,
6-month-old party
subtracted himself from the African National Congress.
But to survive the blow of this election, the ANC may have to turn to Zuma's MK party to form a coalition.
When it comes to the ANC, the question is, will we partner with the ANC or Cyril Ramaphosa? ANC or Cyril Ramaphosa? No.
The ANC has presided over South Africa's 30 years of post-apartheid democracy, but its president Cyril Ramaphosa may not see another term.
It's fine. It will be a lesson for them. Yeah, because when they are there, they're just doing things the way they like. They don't care about the people on the ground anymore.
The sun is setting on South Africa as we know it, and the days that come will bring a new era in its democracy. Yusuf Al-Bagher, Sky News, Johannesburg.
South Africa's Independent Electoral Commission declares the election free and fair.
In many ways represents a victory for our democracy as South Africans. It also represents a victory of our constitutional order, but more importantly, it represents a victory for all the people of South Africa.
But for the African National Congress, there's little to celebrate. It got just 40% of the vote, for the first time in the 30 years since the end of apartheid, losing its parliamentary majority. A message for the party that it says it's heard loud and clear. Despite his newly formed Umkhonto with...
So I asked my friend about the apps, because he goes hiking in the mountains a lot. I'm like, oh, where's it end? Basically, Chattanooga is where it ends.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that is, honestly.
It's basically on the border of Georgia.
With Sizwe Party, or MK, doing well at the polls, winning
I
almost
think
15%
if you don't
of the
refer
vote.
to it as a
Opponent in
holler, you're not from Appalachia.
What, yelling?
No. Like the place you live, if you don't live in a place that you call a holler, it's not Appalachia to me. Like
I've
an
never heard of
Appalachian
this
is
in my life.
exactly. You haven't been to Appalachia.
Former president of the ANC, Jacob Zuma, is not as accepting. He says the vote's been rigged. This is what he had to say ahead of the declaration of the final results.
If that happens, people will be provoking us because we know what we are talking about.
Who, this guy?
The old president who fucked up the country.
Okay. And how much of a vote did he get?
Well, he was ANC, so
Yeah, but he's not, right?
yeah, he's not anymore. And he's the one
Yeah,
who's
how
saying
much?
vote rig. So he
Of
was
course
even
he
worse
is.
than the guy who's like in ANC right now.
Yeah, okay. So how many votes did he get? Because they were talking about it, I missed it.
I mean, I think his term expired.
Oh, okay.
So he
Well,
was
yes.
still in the majority, I
We
believe.
know. And why should they rush to count?
While there are more than 500 objections and 24 recounts are planned, the commission says everything's above board and the recount won't change the broader outcome. While the ANC and other parties get on with negotiations to form a
Sure.
coalition government, the MK is preparing legal action, and Zuma's threats hover.
We call on all South Africans to resist the efforts
There you go. There you go,
of
John.
those forces
Helping you out.
who want to
Where's
weaken our
Chattanooga? That's where.
democracy, who want to undermine our electoral processes, and who want to disregard the will of the people.
We have held another successful election.
South Africa has 14 days to form a government. The president will be nominated during the first sitting of the National Assembly. But there's uncertainty around what exactly the new government will look like, and if the ANC and a coalition partner, or perhaps several, will be able to work together effectively. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Midrand.
Make sure to subscribe.
No.
South Africa's African National Congress now has a choice to make. Which of its opposition rivals will it turn to after suffering its worst election result in 3 decades? These are the ANC's main potential coalition partners. The Democratic Alliance is the next biggest party. It secured 21.8% of the vote to the ANC's 40.2%.
21. That's a decent chunk.
A deal with the pro-business DA would be favoured by investors, and DA leader John Steenhuisen is open to talks. That is, to prevent more radical parties like the Marxist economic freedom fighters from getting their hands on the levers of power.
Give it to the
These
Marxists.
initial talks will be to gather information of what options are available to the DA as we seek to rescue South Africa from doomsday.
However, the DA is also seen as a party of white privilege, which it refutes. Some analysts say that ANC, a party synonymous with black South African liberation from white minority rule, would be unlikely to pick it as a sole coalition partner. Local media have reported the DA could enter into a cooperation pact with the ANC. That would see it support key decisions in exchange for top jobs in parliament. The conservative Zulu Inkatha Freedom Party, with nearly 4% of the vote, could also prove useful in making up the numbers. At the other end of the political spectrum is the economic freedom fighters led by Julius Malema. It's a more natural fit for the ANC.
What?
Who are the Zulus?
Are they in? They have a party in Africa?
There was something about the party.
Oh, I didn't know Zulus had a party in Africa.
Useful in making up the numbers. At the other end of the political spectrum is the economic freedom fighters led by Julius Malema. It's a more natural fit for the ANC than the DA, though relations are tense between former ANC.
The beret. Gay.
Yeah, they're Marxist.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it.
Party's factions.
No, berets are cool if look.
They say Zulu. There was fucking Zulu somewhere.
Look, I'm just gonna say, right? As long as you're not white, any headwear is cool. Right? Like like the Zapatistas, they wear more of those like square patrol caps.
Yeah.
That looks great. You put it on a white guy, Nazi.
The ANC. That would see it support key decisions in exchange for top jobs in parliament. The conservative Zulu Inkatha Freedom Party, with nearly
There, conservative Zulu and something party.
4% of the vote could also prove useful in making up the numbers. At the other end of the political spectrum is the economic freedom fighters led by Julius Malema. It's a more natural fit for the ANC than the DA, though relations are tense between former ANC youth leader Malema and some of the party's factions.
If there's any party that we can work with and work properly, is the ANC. Because ANC, when compromised, is not arrogant.
However, some of the EFF's policies would likely give investors the jitters. It has pledged to nationalize gold and platinum mines and seize land from white farmers. The EFF said in April that it would partner with the ANC if it got the powerful post of finance minister. However, with just 9.5% of the vote, joining with the EFF alone still wouldn't give the ANC a majority. Indeed, the EFF was outperformed by Umkhonto we Sizwe, led by former President Jacob Zuma. It emerged as the third biggest party after the ANC and the DA on 14.6% of the vote. But despite performing better than many had expected, the newly formed MK, as it's known, has said it is considering a court challenge to the results.
Don't start trouble when there is no trouble.
Analysts have long feared Zuma's party may stir up trouble if his supporters, who rioted and looted for days when he was jailed for contempt of court in 2021, reject the results. A coalition with MK would also be a bitter pill for the ANC to swallow. It has struggled to clean up its image after the corruption scandals of the Zuma era. The election represents a seismic shift in South Africa's political landscape. Official results show the ANC on 159 seats in the 400-seat parliament. That's down from 230. The result has been inflicted by South Africans angry at unemployment, inequality, and rolling power blackouts. But in Johannesburg, residents like student Kathy Maku are hopeful for a brighter future.
Maybe they can find a way to work together and put the interest of the country first, and then maybe we can see some sort of change, a positive change, so to say.
The party that freed South Africa from apartheid has lost its 30-year majority in a landmark election. The African National Congress received just over 40% of the vote in South Africa and is now in talks to form a coalition.
Darryl Glazer is a professor of political studies at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. He joins us now. Thanks so much for your time, Professor. How significant is this result after 30 years in power for the ANC?
It's absolutely hugely significant. This is the first election since 1994 when we had our first inclusive election. It's the first time that the ANC has not had an absolute majority of the vote. And not only that, it's 10% below having 50%. So it's experienced an enormous drop of support. And, the political class here is in something of a state of shock about it. And perhaps even more so about the rise of a kind of an ethnically
It was
based
expected.
regional
Why is
party
there
and the
shock? What are you
leadership
talking about?
of someone who's white.
Even I knew that they were going to fucking lose. Come on. Horse shit. Fuck you, ABC.
The nail-biting battle.
All right, we're done with this. Mexico.
Mexico's projected election winner, Claudia Sheinbaum, will become the first woman president in the country's 200-year history. The climate scientist and former Mexico City mayor said Sunday night that her two competitors had called her and conceded victory. The head of the National Electoral Institute said a statistical sample suggests Sheinbaum had between 58 and 61% of the vote. She'll start her 6-year term in October.
Okay.
6 years.
I found what I was looking for.
I was wondering what you were doing.
Yeah. I was just finding something.
Hi, y'all. I'm going to explain what a holler is. A holler is like an area between a very narrow valley. Usually has a single lane road. You're surrounded by mountains, so some of them can be pretty deep into the mountains.
Oh.
Is
I thought you were talking about a house.
to this day.
Yeah, they live in the holler. Their house is in the holler.
It's a hollow, and they just can't speak English.
No,
yes, okay.
No, I think a holler is a valley. Saved you some time.
At the holler that I grew up in. I live in a different holler now. So some of them can go up pretty far, and the end of the holler is called the head of the holler, and the beginning of the holler is called the mouth of the holler. But there are many, many, many haulers throughout Appalachia, especially in the area that I live. And I will show a picture at the end so you guys can kind of visualize what it looks like better than me trying to explain it. That's a good example of what a hauler looks like. Hi, y'all. I'm going to explain to you what a hauler.
Los preliminares que ha dado a conocer el Instituto Nacional Electoral. La diferencia para la presidencia de la República es de más de 30 puntos. Y es importante dar a conocer que aún considerando el rango más bajo
She should
que
learn
ha
to
dado a
speak
conocer
English.
con estos resultados preliminares, hemos ganado la mayoría calificada en la Cámara de Diputados y muy probablemente también en la Cámara de Senadores. No llego sola, llegamos todas. Con
Are there any
nuestras
elections
heroínas
that
que nos
I
dieron patria.
was
Con
wrong
nuestras
about and
ancestras,
there was a surprise
nuestras
this year?
madres, nuestras hijas y nuestras nietas. Felicito
I
a
was
todas y a
more, I
todos
would
los
say Spain is
mexicanos.
the biggest one. I
El
was
día de
thinking
hoy,
that the coalition
con
would
su
swing more
participación,
to empowering
demostramos que México es un país
independence in
democrático
Catalan
con
and
elecciones
instead reformed.
pacíficas. Nuestro gobierno será honesto, sin influyentismo, sin corrupción ni impunidad. Será un gobierno con austeridad republicana, disciplina financiera y fiscal y de autonomía del Banco de México. No habrá aumentos reales a los combustibles ni a la electricidad. Mantendremos la obligada división entre el poder económico y el poder político.
60.7. Más de 2-1.
Some neat flags. They're so shiny.
Mm-hmm.
I want shiny flags.
Well, it's interesting as well. It's like when you see like in boxing and stuff, like there used to be a lot of Mexican fighters and stuff, right? Their shorts would always be way more shiny, but satin kind of became a thing when Ali's era comes. But like
Okay.
for a while, like the shiny tights or the shiny trunks, I should say, they were like a Latin American thing.
Okay. Is that why the Latino wrestlers were always in shiny outfits?
No.
No.
Luchador is a different type of thing.
That's the word I was
so
looking
like
for.
Lucha Libre, they say it's Mexican wrestling. It's a lot different. It's like more involved with folklore.
Yeah, it's a mask wrestling thing
Mhm.
more than that, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, so Lucha Libre is more flamboyant in general. But what's interesting as well is they did a Lucha TV wrestling for a minute called Lucha Underground. And like they like didn't give a fuck if the stories were realistic or not. They like said that the arena was a temple, you know, and it's like an ancient Aztec temple that they come to like fight in, and like they embrace like everyone has magic and all this stuff in the storylines and stuff. But the matches are like really good because Lucha Libre is just entertaining to watch. You know, it's like
It does look fun.
Yeah, it's more like a circus thing than it is like American wrestling. You go into the vein where it's like, I want you to die in there.
It does get very team sporty aggressive.
No, I mean like they literally like do like things where people get cut into pieces from light tubes and shit, you know?
Oh, cool.
Like that backyard wrestling barbed wire shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like
yeah, I got you.
Lucha Libre has always been like more of an art form.
Sure.
That's like more like graceful and respected than American wrestling.
Wrestling.
Luchando por los derechos de las mujeres y luchando por los derechos de las minorías también.
Aquí el gran triunfo de la primera mujer por más de 200 años de elección en México. Por primera vez llega al poder con el apoyo del pueblo de una mujer.
Bro,
una
that's
mujer de
funny.
izquierda que está comprometida con todas las
They're
necesidades.
saying that in her acceptance speech, she thanks Jesus, even though she's supposed to be a Jew.
That is very funny.
Guess what? Guess what her husband's name is? Jesus. She was thanking her husband.
No fucking way. That's epic. That's
pretty funny, huh?
Oh my god. That's probably one of the dumbest things.
This is all part of debating her Jewishness, by the way.
I hate these people.
I know, right?
Que tiene el pueblo mexicano.
Hoy se dio un gran paso a nivel mundial para el México
Theo
que
Von.
queremos, un México libre, sean abuelitos, sean mujeres, sean personas discapacitadas, sean personas homosexuales.
But
como
not
yo,
the
sean para
not
todos.
the indigenous people. They can get fucked. Am I right?
I guess. What? Georgia.
Bro, and I even when I said that shit about how
Mm.
one of the issues that people have problems with her is her mega project on indigenous land, and even on that somebody commented, all of Mexico is indigenous land. Which is like the state can do whatever it wants because they're indigenous.
Fucking hell.
The Georgian parliament overrode presidential veto.
It's like they
of the
forget
foreign
that
agents
Spain
legislation that sparked massive protests for weeks
was
in the country.
colonial.
The Georgian parliament,
And that's the reason that they speak Spanish. It's weird that the language somehow jumped the ocean, but they can't connect the dots to colonial.
Yeah, language is a huge part of the discrimination against the indigenous people in the South.
Yeah. Like it's Jesus.
Announced that he signed the bill into law after the legislator, controlled by the ruling Georgian Dream Party, dismissed the veto.
Like language is the first thing that China went after with the Uyghurs. Language and culture.
Mm-hmm.
You get them with language and culture, and then what else are they going to do? But assimilate.
I want to know, where's the white people learning Cherokee to learn those land agreements?
Mm.
It was always the Cherokee who had to work as the translators.
Hmm.
You know? I'm just using almost Cherokee colloquially here because that's the more like common one.
The
Everyone
bigger
is
one.
well, just
Weren't they
there's
the
a lot
biggest?
of member of the Cherokee tribe.
Yeah.
Richvili. The bill that was approved by the parliament earlier this month requires media, non-governmental organizations, and other non-profit groups to register as pursuing the interests of a foreign power. They receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad. Despite critics saying the legislator will restrict media freedom within Georgia, the veto was rejected by an 84-4 vote in a contentious parliamentary session.
Lawmakers applauded after Georgia's parliament voted on Tuesday to override a presidential veto on a foreign agents bill that has plunged the country into crisis. Earlier, while expressing his opposition to the measure, a member of parliament was shooting a water thrown by a representative on the other side of the debate.
Thanks, Rat.
The bill would to override a presidential veto on a foreign agents bill that has plunged the country into crisis. Earlier, while expressing his opposition to the measure, a member of parliament was hit in the face with water thrown by a representative on the other side of the debate. The bill would require
Such European shit, am I right?
Yeah.
funding from overseas to register as agents
Basically
of foreign
European already.
influence, while also introducing punitive fines for violations, as well as onerous disclosure requirements.
Hey, look, they got a
Western
reverse
nations
flag
have
as
called
well.
the
That's
law
cool.
Russian-inspired, and it has come to be seen as a key test of whether Georgia, for 3 decades among the most pro-Western,
I love the Georgian flag.
It's so cool.
would maintain its Western orientation or pivot instead to Moscow. The U.S. condemned the vote, while the EU said it was considering all its options. Protesters outside Parliament, like Ika Gagari, expressed outrage about the result.
We know where they take our country. It's not about the law anymore. It's about their decision to distance Georgia from the West, from the EU, from the NATO, and take Georgia to the direction of Russia and make Georgia the ally of Russia. So this is what is happening now.
You can solve this problem. You can solve it yourself.
And people will be like, see, it is NATO back. She said they want to move closer to NATO. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why. It's almost like there's a history with Russia and Georgia.
Well, Russia can't compete with their hegemony because NATO is just so big and powerful.
Now,
we are ready to fight.
Large numbers of riot police were deployed around the parliament building, where they have used tear gas, pepper spray, and water cannons against protesters in recent weeks. The Georgian government, which says it still wants to join the EU, has accused Western countries of blackmail over their opposition to the bill. Russia denies any role in backing the bill, which it has defended from Western criticism.
Thara Kamikse's dog shelter in Georgia runs on small donations, mostly from abroad.
We
She
didn't
finds
watch
new
this?
homes for some of an estimated 500,000 animals that wander the streets of the South Caucasus nation. But under a contentious bill vetoed by the president,
such a good
but
story.
passed by Georgia's parliament on Tuesday, her small shelter could be designated an agent of foreign influence.
Now, the only interest that we pursue is the interest of these dogs, and I challenge anyone to tell me that which one of these is actually a foreign power.
The bill triggered a major political crisis in Georgia, the biggest protest since independence from the Soviet Union in 1991, and condemned.
That's funny. I only put this in because I was looking for the foreign agent thing. This was one that I found, I think. I don't think you put
No,
this
I watched
on the
this already. So I wasn't sure if we watched it on air.
No.
Nation from the West. It requires organizations receiving more than 20% of their funding from overseas to register as foreign agents and introduces
Look at that
punitive
foreign
fines
agent.
for violations.
What a good
the Georgian
boy.
government says the new
I
law
think
would protect
really
Georgian
just
sovereignty.
that really just shows how silly the bill is. Just being like, which
Mhm.
of these dogs is a foreign agent?
Promote transparency, but many non-governmental organizations fear it will hamper and prevent their work. Tanad Gomar supports drug addicts and HIV patients. It fears the bill will put off foreign donors who make up the bulk of their financing. Nino Evganidze, head of the Economic Policy Research Center think tank, fears it could shut down her organization. She says the bill is reminiscent of Soviet-era repressions.
This fight for freedom is a generational fight because, I mean, all our parents, grandpas and their parents, they were killed, exiled, or jailed with this, like, you know, accusations that they were the agents of the foreign influence.
South Africa's May 29th elections.
What is going on?
Was that just cut in there?
What is happening? What the fuck?
They just didn't edit it. I probably saw that dog thing and added it. I thought there was more to it. I don't know if I watched the whole story.
First time ever. Matt Rivers in Mexico City with the details and how it could impact relations with the U.S. Good morning, Matt.
Yeah, Americans are worried that once she gets her period, she'll launch
Sheinbaum,
missiles.
who rose to national prominence here as mayor of Mexico City and now will take office later this year as Mexico's first ever female president. No matter your politics, this is a monumental moment for this country where politics have long been patriarchal, where women were not even granted the right to vote until the 1950s.
We're going to jump back and forth to this apparently for the next like 6 videos. I fucked up.
Sheinbaum is also Jewish, another first in this
Did you
extremely
hear what I said
Catholic
about
country.
the
Her
period
closest
joke, though?
No, I missed it. 'cause I was
Americans
wondering
are
what the
worried
fuck
that when
this
she
one
gets
means.
her period, she'll launch missiles. Because that's like that's like legitimately a thing that Americans say about. They said it about Hillary Clinton and about how they can't have a female president.
Yeah. Okay, so the order was supposed to be Mexico, then
Gay.
Georgia,
Gay.
then Pakistan and EU.
Gay.
But now we go teaser for Mexico, Georgia, back to Mexico.
Challenger conceding overnight. Sheinbaum currently leading by roughly 30 points. The question now, how does she govern amidst myriad challenges? First among them will be public safety. As we saw
Hey, he used that correctly.
What?
Nobody uses that correctly.
country. Her closest challenger conceding overnight. Sheinbaum currently leading by roughly 30. Granted the right to vote until the 1950s. Sheinbaum is also Jewish, another first in this extremely Catholic country. Her closest challenger conceding overnight. Sheinbaum currently leading by roughly 30 points. The question now, how does she govern amidst myriad challenges? First among them will
myriad. Everybody uses it wrong, and he uses it correctly in the script. And it always fucking stands out when people use it correctly.
be public safety, as we saw firsthand during this election cycle. More than 230 people killed in election-related violence, according to Mexican consulting firm Integralia. Also, how does she handle the United States? Her mentor and current president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has a famously prickly relationship with the U.S. Does she follow in his footsteps, or does she chart a different path? That will be the key question, Robin, for everything from trade to migration.
Well, I mean, she is going to be both. Both are going to happen. Both are going to happen. They are well aware what was been critical about the last admin.
Oh my God. Okay, we're okay.
Like, she's going to look at the things that were critical of the last admin, and those are the things that she's going to have to change. The things that are good are how she's going to follow in his footsteps. It's like, how is it? Is the same party being elected going to radically change or follow in the footsteps of the people who were previously head of that party? What do you think, bro?
Future president of Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum, a climate scientist, the former mayor of Mexico City, will also be the first Mexican president of Jewish heritage. Early results show Sheinbaum winning up to 60% of the vote over her opponent. And this election will not only have major consequences in Mexico, but it could also impact us here in the U.S. President Biden saying in a statement, in part, quote, "I look forward to working closely with President-elect Sheinbaum in the spirit of partnership and friendship that reflects the enduring bonds between our two countries."
I've already been working with a lot
Let's
of...
get right to NBC's Squad Venegas live in Mexico City, and standing by, NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Well, tell us more. Who is Claudia Sheinbaum, and why did voters choose her as their next president?
I was like, yeah, I look forward to working with her. I've already been working with lots of Jews. We can do the same to the cartels.
That's another thing as well, is that she's like a climate scientist, just being part of STEM and being elected.
Yes, it's actually a fucking big deal when you really
as
think
a woman, literal scientist, and
her success.
President.
Her success is going to be watched very closely, like more than anyone else's. I think
she'll be, because like COVID basically like ran a lot of this out, but for a while there, like women leaders were like getting a lot of heat, right? Like as in good heat, like they were getting pop.
Yeah.
And then like really it was like COVID, everything fell apart. War in Ukraine caused those things to fall apart, to switch back to more conservative things in so many places because of the war.
Yeah, and then
so I think she'll be the next one to be like, this is the empowerment women president.
And she's not. I don't think she's going to be pandering about it either, which is good.
Anna, I should start off by saying that President Biden will be able to have conversations with her in English, something he could not do with current President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Sheinbaum, unlike the last two presidents, López Obrador and Enrique Peña Nieto, is fluent in English. She lived in the U.S. for some time while taking classes at Berkeley and Stanford. As you mentioned, she's an academic. She has a PhD in energy engineering, which...
Wait, did she do the interview in English that we watched?
Yes.
Okay, I don't remember, so...
Focus on climate change here and on issues with energy, the cost of power, the cost of gasoline. So we expect her to focus more attention on how Mexico can move forward with the issues, sometimes with gasoline prices going up and also the cost of energy. Let's hear from Sheinbaum last night when she spoke to her supporters.
No llegó sola. Llegamos todas, con nuestras heroínas que nos dieron patria, con nuestras ancestras, nuestras madres, nuestras hijas y nuestras nietas. Con los Estados Unidos habrá una relación de amistad, respeto mutuo, igualdad, como hasta ahora ha sido.
11.
Siempre defenderemos a las y a los mexicanos que se encuentran del otro lado de la frontera.
Sheinbaum speaking to all Mexicans, but also sending a message to all women in Mexico. We know that today, the news of her being elected is going around the world, the first female president in Mexico in the country's 200-year history. And last night, as you can hear her saying, that all women arrived at office with her together. As she said, llegamos juntas, we came here together, and also sending a message to the United States saying that Mexico will work closely with the United States. There's a lot that they'll have to negotiate, like immigration policy, also the economy. Remember that Mexico and the U.S. not only share a big border, but they're also each other's largest trading partner, Anna.
That's right. And I think it is particularly moving to see a woman elected president in a country like Mexico. As somebody of Mexican heritage, we know machismo is a big part of the culture. And to see a woman, that's just one more note as to how historic this election is.
Machismo.
And Julia, what does...
Come on. Like the women were part of the revolution.
Now for America's
Maybe
relationship with
cartel
Mexico.
and shit.
Well, it couldn't come at a more important time, Anna. As you know, we're expecting to hear as soon as this week something on executive action having to do with the southern border. And this policy, as we understand it, will rely heavily on Mexico to do even more than they've already done. We know over the last year, as we reported here at NBC, the previous administration under López Obrador more than tripled the number of interdictions of migrants going north, most of those U.S. bound. And now with this new executive action, they could be asking Mexico to do even more to take back migrants who won't be allowed to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, we know that in Mexico, they have repeatedly said under the López Obrador administration, which backs Sheinbaum, that they will work with whoever is president. They haven't wanted to come out strongly to criticize Trump or Biden. But we do understand from people within the Biden administration that there's really been a change in the way Mexico has been dealt with, really a 180 from Trump to Biden, because the Biden administration
If
says
only the American politicians could show Mexico the same respect, considering they are our largest trading partner.
If
something Mexico's really
you like
about
capitalism, Mr. Conservative?
The United States. They're entering those conversations, treating them as equals, not putting pressure on them over trades and tariffs, just like the Trump administration did, and not using some of that really charged rhetoric that Trump did about Mexico when he was president and even currently. So this is welcome news for the Biden administration to be able to keep really a very similar.
But like the thing is like I didn't even know she was going to be the first female president for a while, you know, because I just like assumed like, oh, Mexico, like they can have female candidates for president. That's a normal thing.
Yeah,
it would be like in Canada. Like, has Canada had a female prime minister?
I don't know.
If Canada put a female in power, I would be like, okay. But if America did it, that's like a huge mark towards progress. Like our country has a serious fucking problem with it.
Yes,
a serious sexism problem, and it's marketed to people. Yes, they have had a woman prime minister. It was probably like a long time ago too, I bet. But like the it's just insane. Like the culture of the trad wife that they want to be like, this is women belong, you know, in a certain place. Kim Campbell. Let me see how she did.
To the Sheinbaum administration, because they are so closely connected, and the Biden administration would like to continue to do that work. The criminal gangs, the drug cartel squad, obviously top of mind for a lot of Mexicans as they went to the polls. This election cycle has been riddled with violence from September to May. 34 political candidates
like
or
she wasn't in office very long,
killed, including 3 mayoral
She was only in
candidates
office
just
a
last
few
month.
months.
What's going on there? Why are these political candidates being targeted?
And Anna, when you look at that report with the 34, that will update because there were more killings this week just leading up to the election. So this is a case, according to experts, of organized crime gaining more power in local municipalities. So you have to look at Mexico as two different parts of the country. The large cities, like here in Mexico City, Guadalajara, the city of Monterrey,
it sounds like
and we didn't see
maybe
a lot of violence there.
Yeah,
so violence took place
the guy she was serving under retired because he didn't want to run in the next election, is what it sounds like from what I've skimmed here. But they were the conservatives as well, which doesn't surprise me because this is the era of Thatcher that like women actually had more power and more respect in the era of Thatcher than they do now. And like Liz Truss became the prime minister of like England, and like nobody cared that she was a woman. It was about the cabbage and how shit her policies were.
Areas where organized crime has slowly worked to get control of local governments. So a lot of the people involved in local elections are the ones that were the victims of this violence. So
I say that this is all the time. The fact that Pakistan has beat all of these people with a female head of state is just tells you like,
yeah.
And she's like one of the like, if you polled people, she would probably be the most respected head of state internationally.
Interesting.
Not so much inside the state because she kind of was more on the nationalist side than the like Muslim side.
Okay.
So that's why they tried to assassinate her. You know, the Al Qaeda guys. To work on figuring out ways to fight the criminals, to fight these
which is linked to Daniel Pearl, by the way.
But experts are no longer calling them cartels.
Yeah, the same guys who tried to assassinate her are like behind the kidnapping of Daniel Pearl and stuff.
Interesting.
Kind of. And the one guy was a fall guy in the Daniel Pearl case, and they also fall guyed him over the two Pakistani generals that were pro-Taliban. They put this guy as like a multi-tier fall guy he was also implicated in the assassination, but he got out because the charges don't hold up. So they dropped the life in prison and murder charges for Daniel Pearl on him. Because we already know he didn't kill Daniel Pearl. They just said he did. When it was KSM the whole time. They literally just accused this guy and locked him up as a fall guy.
Strange.
She was also kind of corrupt.
From smuggling
she liked the
from
money.
businesses that they have at the local level. So it'll be a big challenge moving forward for the next president as they deal with an increase in violence that we've seen in Mexico over the last few years.
But she was literally ran out of the country, I
in
think.
terms of the human trafficking and the migrant smuggling that Guad just referenced, you mentioned the potential executive action to come as soon as tomorrow at the border and President
Kenya's
Biden's
another
plans.
one.
What do we
Kenya
know
has
about
had a
the
female
potential
president
plans?
or prime minister, wouldn't be surprised.
He may be trying to institute here. Was the White House also waiting on this election to take further action?
Okay, I don't care. Let's go.
This morning, Mexico electing the first woman president and first Jewish president in its 200-year history. Claudia Sheinbaum, a close ally of Mexico's current president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, declaring victory overnight. The election also happening across the U.S., with 20 Mexican consulates allowing voters to cast ballots.
As a young adult, it is really exciting to come vote for my own country.
In Mexico, some voters waiting hours at polling locations.
I think it's a necessary change, and it's a good sign of progress as a society.
Sheinbaum is an academic who shared a Nobel Peace Prize for her work on climate change. And it's the growing power and violence of criminal organizations that are expected to be her greatest challenge. Hundreds have been killed at campaign events, including dozens of candidates. Mexico's drug cartels and gangs
Kenya
are
has
thought
the
to be
fewest
behind the
elected
attacks.
female leaders in East Africa, even though women are like all registered to vote and part of their voting demographic. That's interesting. It's because Somalia is in East Africa. So Somalia must have had more elected women in government than Kenya.
Yeah.
Years ago, Mexican drug cartels were just shipping drugs to the U.S. Now they are doing businesses locally and extorting people and government, so they need to have a political base, and elections are the opportunity to increase the control.
Criminal organizations are also profiting from the smuggling of migrants to the U.S., with thousands arriving daily through Mexico's southern border. The immigration crisis, a major issue for U.S. voters.
If you make something illegal, guess who's going to profit from it?
Another surge.
Do you think the state will profit from something being illegal? Or do you think a criminal group is going to profit from things being illegal? No shit. No shit. They make money off of illegal migration being transferred to the states. That's why it's illegal. Why don't you make it so it's legal, and then Mexico will make the money instead of criminal groups?
Would make sense.
Yeah, because they want to fearmonger about the cartel all the time. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, legalize the shit that's making the cartel money.
News hour in Mexico, which has just elected its first female president. Claudia Sheinbaum is projected to win the poll by a landslide.
Like
She's a former climate scientist and mayor of Mexico City. She's set to succeed her political mentor, the outgoing president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
Por primera vez en 200
I'm grateful because for the first time in the 200 years of our republic, I will be Mexico's first female president. And as I've said before, I didn't arrive here on my own. All of us women came with me, with our heroines, our ancestors, our mothers, daughters, and granddaughters. I congratulate all Mexicans because today we showed that our country is a democratic one with peaceful elections.
Supporters of the president-elect gathered in large numbers in the capital to celebrate Sheinbaum.
But because you just turn the A and O to accent whether it's a male or feminine thing. So it's technically that translates into heroes instead of heroines. That's a totally different word, right?
Yeah, it would be.
Sheinbaum's landslide victory. Mexico's Electoral Institute says a rapid sample count projects she will win nearly 61% of the vote. She's beaten her presidential rival, Xochitl Galvez, by more than 30%. Well, for more on this, we're going to go to our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, who joins us now live from the capital, Mexico City. And looks like this will be a huge win for Sheinbaum. Can you just talk us through these interim results? Just how significant are they? And I understand that Galvez has now conceded.
Indeed, Xochitl Galvez did concede in a phone call specifically to Claudia Sheinbaum, who mentioned it when she came on stage for her victory speech. She said that she thanked Xochitl Gálvez for congratulating her. So that was, we haven't actually seen her speak, but we know that she has conceded defeat. As for the results, they're extremely significant. They took a long, long time to come out, but they represent more than 74% of the total vote. They are impossible to, according to the Electoral Council, they are irrevocable. They cannot be, not that they can't be changed, but they really do represent a huge landslide victory for Claudia
Yeah,
Sheinbaum.
and again, you
It's
think
been
the people
recognized by
calling
everyone in the
themselves the
country.
capitalist conservative patriots would understand supply side economics.
So far, the final numbers aren't out yet. They will be by the morning, presumably. But this.
Okay.
Mexico made history yesterday, electing its first female president and first president of Jewish heritage. Claudia Sheinbaum won in a landslide with more than 58% of the vote. She will face many challenges as president, including security, organized crime, immigration, and the continuing, at times, tense relationship with the U.S. Pamela Starr is a professor at the University of Southern California and a senior advisor at Monarch Global Strategies. That's a business consultancy focused on Mexico and Latin
Monarch.
America. Thanks so much for being with us.
It's a pleasure to be with you this evening.
Yeah, like the
So how do you view
butterfly.
the significance of this moment, Mexico electing its first female president?
I think it's enormously.
Are these
Did you
guys
think
breathing
about
Godzilla?
Did you think about a queen before you thought of the butterfly?
No, I thought of Godzilla.
When they said she worked for Monarch, you thought of Godzilla?
It's kaijus. She's hiding kaijus.
Why?
Mexico.
Why'd you think
It's
Godzilla?
extraordinarily important to see someone in a position of importance that is the same gender of you. But at the same time,
that's the
I don't
company
suspect
name.
that Claudia Sheinbaum will be a
In the American ones, the new ones.
feminist president, although she
In the
Because
movie?
it's yes,
Oh, so the movie, the evil company in the movie is called Monarch?
yes.
does self-identify as a feminist.
And they're
She's
the
a
ones who
traditional
resurrect
leftist.
Ghidorah or Ghidra.
Ghidorah, yeah,
It's Ghidra, but we can call it Ghidorah.
whatever.
That's their role in the
But-
movie.
Yeah,
No?
pretty much.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, no, I think technically it was a terrorist group that revived them, but Ghidorah was in a Monarch base.
Oh,
Like
okay.
they built a base on him.
By that I mean she focuses on lifting up all
I
of those
thought of the
who are
Venture
this lower
Bros. Again, that's a butterfly. That's more
socioeconomic
butterfly
not
coded.
focusing on individual minorities in
king-coded.
society, or in this case, women who are the largest majority in Mexico, the largest segment of the population. I do, however, think she's going to put a little more attention into violence against women, which López Obrador the former president, didn't give much attention to, and potentially to things like daycare and such.
Venture
and such.
Bros was way ahead
Well,
with Dr. Girlfriend.
She won with a sweeping.
Because they
mandate,
never
more than
like
58% of the vote.
the
Why
joke
she
was
so
never
successful?
that
What was
the joke was that she might be trans at the same time, but it was never pointed out and she was laughed at for that. She was always portrayed as a good person who keeps the monarch from going off the chain, and she's ends up being the stability in his life. I don't even know if it's confirmed she's trans or not, but for me, Dr. Girlfriend was good trans representation in a comedy show.
was it about her, her background, her overall approach that seemed to
Yeah,
resonate
and
with
I'll
the
be
Mexican
Dr.
voting
Girlfriend.
More than her, it's what she stands for. She was chosen by López Obrador, handpicked to be his successor. The campaign
I don't think
was
Jack's
run
seen the
as a
show.
continuation of
I
López
didn't
Obrador's
see
presidency.
only
She said she's going to build
news.
the second level on the transformation of Mexico that López Obrador initiated. So it wasn't so much a vote for Claudia Sheinbaum as a vote for continuity in Mexican politics.
Let's return to the issue of violence, because these elections in Mexico have been historic for another reason. They've been the most violent. In the run-up to the elections, more than 30 candidates were assassinated. Mexico has one of the highest
What
homicide
am I
rates
doing
in the
here?
world. What is she
In the
aiming
middle of
to
the
do to address it?
ocean,
Her
surrounded by
overall
frozen
proposal is to try
corpses.
to adapt the strategies she implemented in Mexico City, which did significantly reduce crime and violence in the city, to a national situation. In Mexico City, she increased the wages and working conditions for the police. She used greater intelligence in police activities, and she very carefully collaborated or guaranteed collaboration between law enforcement and the Attorney General's office. She'll try to do something similar at the federal level. That said, she's not going to return to civilian policing with regard to federal criminal problems like organized crime. She's going to rely on the militarized National Guard, although she is going to try to expand its size, increase working conditions and wages, and increase their use of intelligence and collaboration with the Attorney General's office.
What about immigration, which is a major issue in this election? election. How does she plan to coordinate with the U.S.? And has she articulated a plan for how to deal with the migrants who make their way through Mexico toward the U.S.?
She didn't talk much about foreign policy in the campaign. Indeed, there was a debate segment that was focused on foreign policy, and really none of the candidates spoke a great deal about foreign policy. In terms of migration, I suspect she'll continue López Obrador's strategy of trying to cooperate with the United States while protecting Mexican sovereignty, knowing that cooperating with the United States generates the goodwill of the U.S. administration and gives Mexico more freedom of action on areas of greater importance to Mexico, like domestic politics.
Why don't you
personally like
why don't you send a link to this Hassan video, and I'll do the Hassan video.
Well, I'm not leaving yet.
Yeah, so do something before this, whatever's after this, and send me the link to this.
Why not just go through that? Because I don't know how long I'm going to be gone for.
Well, isn't this a long video?
Yeah, but we're not going to use up 30, 40 minutes of the news with Hassan.
Well, don't be 30 minutes gone.
There's the European elections. I sent the playlist. It's all there. It's in order. You don't need to do anything. You just need to hit the markers when the topic changes. That's it. There's the Indian one, the European one, Houthi stuff at the bottom, and Trump.
Let me go to the top. I got it. Hang on. I'll find it. Go ahead.
Okay.
That people ride for a person whose like family is historically communist because she's a woman. Like liberals, they just literally have to be like, well, this is great. It's the glass ceiling being broken. Isn't that wonderful?
Wait, you're mad because she's a woman now?
What's happening? Doing, okay? You don't even know what her policies are. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm genuinely confused. Why do you say AMLO is leftist? He's openly criticized the U.S. and brought the Mexican minimum wage up. The economy is going up and doing lots of senior population. Sure, the cartel and crime is skyrocketing. Yeah, I mean, I think, and I said this before, AMLO is, one, very popular for a good reason. It's very popular. His policies are very popular. He's overall, you know, he has some weird takes on a lot of issues, but he is the best Mexico has to offer.
I agree.
And it seems to me like Claudia Sheinbaum is going to follow through on that tradition. Okay. My question to the people who are beyond critical of AMLO, but saying like, oh, he's bad or he's just awful, because like there's a couple things that he did throughout his administration that I openly championed and said was good, whether it be the renationalization of petroleum, oil extraction, or whether it be the nationalization of lithium.
Thank God he knows more than most people.
Overall, obviously not great on the cartel stuff. And people are very critical about
the thumbnail made it seem like he didn't know shit, and he was just learning about her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it was like she seemed promising.
Well, he's talking about AMLO.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Is just like if he knows that much about AMLO, he knows about Sheinbaum.
Yeah, theoretically.
Say it's good, and the military does a better job and is like harder to corrupt than the local police are. Others say that the military has been violent, suppressive, brutal, and turning into the Mexican government's own version of the cartel. Having said that, however, it seems to me like it is definitely the lesser evil voting alternative with no real alternative whatsoever beyond that. Like, I don't really know. I don't really know what the other... You're wrong on this, like you were with Fetterman. Nah, fam. Am I wrong to assume the censormen pose their pro-Palestinian views from a firmly anti-Semitic point of view? Like, they don't care for Palestinians at the end of the day. They just don't like Jewish people. I don't know. It could be a little column A, column B, but it doesn't matter to me. As soon as someone is like demonstrating anti-Semitic bullshit, I'm like not going to be on board with that regardless. I'm never going to... It's going to take a lot for me to trust someone after that shit. Okay. So... the other female candidate was wanted to privatize the electric industry. That's how bad she was. Yeah, it's like, what are we doing? You have someone who is like on the aesthetic front, she hits all the markers. She's a woman. Okay, she's a climate scientist. Even on the leftist front, there's a lot of things that AMLO has done, and being AMLO's spiritual successor in that regard is good. Okay, having said that, what's the alternative? Like the small business owner, the entrepreneur, like the right-wing entrepreneur, the opposition with the interest of like beefing up, the startup culture in Mexico City or some shit. Like, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck is that about? You know?
The first woman to break centuries of male domination over the Mexican presidency, shattering the glass ceiling for generations of women to come.
I do personally like that people ride for a person who's like family is historically communist because she's a woman. Like, liberals have to do this thing where they just literally have to be like, well, this is great. It's the glass ceiling being broken. Isn't that wonderful? The glass ceiling is being shattered. Meanwhile, like, again, grandparents, straight up Mexican communist, dad communist, from what I understand, is like, it's great.
Okay.
For the first time in 200 years, women have reached the presidency, she told her jubilant supporters in the capital's main plaza.
Your point, Hassan?
It's historic, completely. It's for the women who are no longer with us, and those
Liberals
who are still
like
fighting,
communists
not
as
just
long
in the
as
political
they're
arena, but in any way where
breaking
we
that
have
glass
conviction of
ceiling and
people.
electing women.
To see someone who comes
Yeah, this shit was crazy, by the way. Mexican candidate assassinations
bad?
hit grim record ahead of Sunday's election.
I guess so.
37, bro. Mexico's election is now the bloodiest in its modern history after a candidate running for local office in the central Puebla state was murdered on Friday at a political rally, taking the number of assassinated candidates to 37 ahead
Bro,
of Sunday's
did you
vote.
see that assassination?
Like, it's a little
No.
different.
Was there a
Bro,
video?
Oh my God, is there a video?
I would like to see this video.
I'll try and find it. What's the name of the guy? So I can look it up easier. It should be
Yeah.
highlighted right there.
Jorge Huerta Cabrera. So Jorge.
Alfredo Cabrera.
Jorge Huerta Cabrera.
Yeah, this is definitely something I'll have to find on Twitter.
Okay.
There's no way this is posted raw on Instagram.
You know, the situation is a little different. Okay. Twitter leftists think they have more credibility than Evo. Yeah, I mean, guys. This is like, you know, Giannis Varoufakis posted celebrating her. I'm not like super clued in on her policies at all. But, you know, there's a lot of people that I do trust that I am aligned with politically that are seemingly very excited about the prospect. So I'll reserve my judgment for what she ends up doing. The real problem is that Morena is getting control of Senate and Congress. They can make changes in the Constitution now. They have whole control of the country. Well, here's the issue there, okay? Which it already did happen, as far as I understand, in Mexican politics regardless. But that could be a good thing, or it could be a very bad thing. It's just entirely related to the ideological commitment. It's entirely related to the ideological commitment that the party has to legitimately improving the material conditions of all people in Mexico. If they have that genuine vested,
all right, let's jump.
You know what's going to happen in Mexico, though? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? I'm not assuming that, unless you're talking about the 3-minute, the fault of the last Mexico City mayor. But I have heard from people that she wasn't a very good mayor and more so a careerist. Why are you assuming you know what's going to happen in Mexico, though? Wait, what? Are you talking to me? I'm not assuming that, unless you're talking about the 3-minute ad break that Mexicans are definitely going to see right now. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for
it's
$5
funny.
or for free with a Twitch Prime, 5
They
pesos.
keep it in because funny.
You know? Yeah. Disgusting, lol. What do you mean? Morena is the new PRI. Shut up! Influencers, and they all post with the same story supporting the party. Yeah. You're not going to be able to unironically, one, remove corruption as an element from Mexican politics, and two, you're certainly not going to be able to do that in one term. Video. And three, you are not going to be able to dismantle the influence of the cartel. So, but yeah, see, this is what I mean. The metro system didn't have maintenance work for 53 years, and somehow it's the current government's fault that the infrastructure is crumbling. They handled poorly, though. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It's like a competent governor, a competent leader, a competent mayor would try to work against that, but it's not entirely in her hands. That's my point. And the same went for AMLO as well. So we'll see what happens. People endorsed by AMLO has governed Mexico City for the past 20 years, though. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's see what the media is saying, and then we'll talk about it.
At the bottom to the presidency, it's so emotional.
Oi!
For me, it's marvelous.
You watching the video?
For saying mate and called
From
me a fake Mexican, I live
behind,
in Puebla.
Right?
Puebla. And I'm called Carlos. I've never been to the USA. Puebla. I don't know. I can't stop saying Puebla.
Oh, yeah, I can.
What's his name? When he was talking about the UAW strike, and he's like calling Claudia woke as wild. Claudia is the handpick of the current president who just want to change the Mexican constitution so he can be president forever. Oh my God, bro. Let's continue.
Of such entrenched machismo, what Claudia Sheinbaum has achieved here is no small feat.
Yeah,
Other
the guy
women have
died
tried
immediately
and
after,
failed,
though.
but her offer of continuity with the governing party.
Oh my God! Immediately got wasted, of course.
Social policies, which have pulled millions from poverty, have proved hugely popular with the electorate.
Her critics, in
The right-wing liberals are right-wing liberal freaks are coming out of the woodwork today. I don't.
Do they know who it was?
I mean, yeah, it was this guy right here.
Well, obviously, but I mean, like, was it cartel? What was it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Let me see.
No, I don't know if like there's that many right-wing liberals in Mexico that are like also big fans of mine at the same time, who are just like, all I will point to is this. Where is the alternative? Where is the alternative? In fairness, I think some leftists are calling her a Zionist in the same way that they call AOC a Zionist, just complaining that she's not critical enough of Israel and that strategic ambiguity is a form of soft Zionism or whatever. Yeah, except her positions on Israel would merely be a continuation of AMLO's positions on Israel and not necessarily born out of her Jewish heritage or whatever. That's my point.
He was like an anti-cartel candidate. So
then that is directly a consequence of following through on AMLO's strategic ambiguity, in spite of the fact that there is, as far as I understand, a lot of people in the administration currently that is hypercritical of Israel, and including, but not limited to those who have tried to get Mexico to join the ICJ court case as well, alongside South Africa.
In particular, her opponent in this vote, Xochitl Galvez, are left deeply frustrated, especially by the huge margin of victory. They say
I don't care about this. I was expecting him to not know who she was, so.
Okay.
Pakistan former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been acquitted of charges of leaking state secrets by a high court. That's according to his lawyer and his party on Monday. Khan will remain in prison for now due to a conviction in another case. Khan had been sentenced to 10 years in prison by a lower court on charges of making public a classified cable sent to Islamabad by Pakistan's ambassador to Washington in 2022. He has been in jail since August last year. He had challenged...
Is there a video of the shooter getting wasted?
Maybe.
Because that'd be cool.
I'm sure people were just panicking and not focused on filming,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Conviction in Islamabad High Court. It set in an order on Monday that an instant appeal is allowed. Shah Mahmood Qureshi, Khan's foreign minister during his tenure from 2018 to 2022, was also acquitted of the charges. It is seen as a major victory for the jailed former leader. Halima Khan is his sister.
It was such an embarrassing case for Pakistan, and I'm really glad that the judiciary sort of came to a conclusion and they buried the charges and declared the ex-prime minister and the ex-foreign minister innocent.
Khan has been at odds with the country's powerful military, accusing it of targeting him and his party. The military denies this and has called for Khan and his supporters to be tried for attacking state installations during violent protests against Khan's initial arrest last year. The government said prosecutors were awaiting the detailed decision before deciding if they would appeal against the acquittal in the Supreme Court.
We've seen a rise in right-wing politics across Europe.
Alrighty. We're on the EU.
I love that he literally had an extended mag in the gun too for 2 shots to be fired.
All right. Do you want to take over the streaming now? So start from this video, which I think is the one that I sent you. Should be. Yeah. And then provided you are on the playlist, it should just play and it should be in order.
Across Europe. So in Spain, for example, there hadn't been a far-right party, and now we've seen the emergence of Vox. We've seen a right-wing party get into government in Austria, for example. And we saw the far right do very well in the recent Dutch elections. It is interesting that this
we reported on
not
that,
just
Jack.
in one country, but in many, not just in Europe, but around the world.
This is why I don't host it.
It suggests that the cause is something that's common or shared amongst voters in many different countries around the world. One possible explanation is economic security. Voters may feel less and less economically. They may worry about the cost of living. They may worry that their standard of living is decreasing. So there are many different potential causes for growing economic security. Populists would point to globalization, immigration, Another possibility is automation. As more and more jobs are automated, there may be fewer employment opportunities for people. Additionally, we may see government policy contributing to this sense of economic security as governments cut spending on social programs, on welfare programs, and raise taxes on the middle class.
A lot of the Europe ones I got,
Economically.
a lot of them are basically just explaining how the fuck it works because nobody gives a shit. So it's basically explainers and then what's going on.
And worry more about their standard of living. They may seek out new options. They may look for parties that are offering them an easy solution, parties that are promising them a better future or a return to the past when people felt more economically secure. So that promise may lead people to vote for far-right parties. The far-right parties are often pushing misinformation. They're misidentifying the causes of economic insecurity. And as a result, they're able to tempt voters to voting for far-right parties by offering these cheap solutions or these easy solutions to problems like potentially
Remember how I
blaming
said you
immigrants for
can't
job
be
losses.
on the right,
If we
far
see
right without
far-right
believing in
parties
conspiracies?
getting into government, winning more seats in the European Parliament, this would have far-reaching consequences for Europe and for the world. Imagine, for example, more far-right politicians in the European Parliament that will make it more difficult to pass climate legislation and environmental legislation designed to help mitigate climate change. And that would have consequences not only for Europe, but for the world.
Welcome back. Campaigning is underway across Europe with new members of the European Parliament being chosen between the 6th and 9th of June. All 27 of the member states of the European Union will vote for the 720 seats that are up for grabs. Far-right parties are expected to make big gains, having already won an election in the Netherlands and a stake in the governments of Finland and Slovakia. In Italy, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is topping the polls. The ruling party Brothers of Italy has roots in post-war fascism that has moderated in office. Our Rome correspondent Mark Lowen reports.
Yeah, George is topping someone. Whoa. Whoa.
Wait, whoa.
Whoa.
What is happening?
Wow,
Milan, 2024. Not 1924. A rally
Govern me
far-right
harder, Daddy.
students killed almost 50 years ago by the far left. The violence between the two
They
sides
referenced
has
the protocols of Elder
ended.
Zion.
But
I
in
mean,
Italy,
I wrote that.
always have to have
birthplace
the
of
great
torches,
fascism,
bro.
symbols, slogans, supporters
What's with
live
the
on.
torches?
This
It's
might
me,
seem extraordinary.
Tony
but the thing is,
Lasagna.
in Italy, it isn't.
It's
These
not a
kinds of
proper piece of
demonstrations with
etiquette.
the fascist salutes happen across the country year in, year out. Some of the images associated with the dark chapters of Italy's past still infuse the present.
You mean the years of lead?
From a funeral
Or the fascism era,
to a
because it was all
birthday party,
fascism.
fringe extreme groups like Forza Nuova operate here.
Bro,
They
speaking of which, remember that pizza clip? There's literally Forza Nuova was written on the whiteboard behind those guys
Yes.
that we have in
Yeah.
that pizza clip.
Blend with die-hard football fans. A
They got the fascist eagle. Is it holding a step ladder or a train track here?
senior member at this celebration shouts, "Who paid for this evening? Who gave it to us?"
Adolf Hitler!
Hey, buddy, don't go anywhere. We're going to get to the Trump stuff
In
later.
the shape of a swastika. How great it is to be trained by
Oh, Armed with Opinions is
He's back.
Oh, how is it jerking off to Nick Fuentes? Did you have fun?
Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess. The party's leader denies Nazi sympathies, but
are you a fascist?
Oh no, I don't have Nazi sympathies. What about Mussolini? Oh yeah.
That guy, he's all right.
If you ask me like that, I probably would say yes, but I have to complete the term and say I'm a revolutionary.
This was a regime that deported Jews to death camps, that outlawed the opposition, that put political opponents in internment camps.
He's just going to respond, uh-huh.
Are you denying that the fascist regime was violent and
How are the AIDS treatments going? Bro, you're the one who jacks off to men, like Nick Fuentes. How's your AIDS treatment? All the Groypers are gay. We know. No?
Yes, absolutely denied. The internment camps are things that happen with the war. The Americans did it, the Germans did it, the Italians did it, and so on.
Georgia a 19 ans.
No government.
God, she was so cool when she had her leather jacket and dark hair, bro. I'm actually Irish. Can't you tell by my extremely white complexion?
Backed down, but some think Giorgia Meloni is even less likely to. She began in the neo-fascist youth,
Hey, we were on this
Classic
fucking
clip.
a year ago.
Classic
calling
clip.
wartime dictator Benito Mussolini a good politician. She's now moved her party away from the far
All
right.
she had to do was dye her hair blonde, put on a nice little suit, and everyone was
Mhm.
like, "Fascist? What?" Not her.
Yeah, it has no. You know, the tricolor flame is definitely not a fascist symbol. No, definitely not. Definitely not the neo-fascist symbol for the party. No.
Look, I have an Israeli accent.
Okay.
I would have, you know,
Sure.
sure. That's why I totally advocate for their destruction because I'm so Israel.
and
Fucking
is set
moron.
to make sweeping gains in the European elections, a figurehead for Europe's other right-wingers.
Remember when I opened up this show talking about how shit Mossad was and what they like did to people in their apartments and how they nailed dogs to the wall?
Yep.
Wow, that was crazy.
Pretty
That was
nuts.
just part of the cover, though, I guess.
Must have been.
If only these groypers could hunt Jews like they hunt cum, then maybe they'll probably get somewhere in their views.
But critics say she still winks at her roots. Journalist Paolo Berizzi has lived under police protection for the past 5 years after neo-fascist threats.
L'estrema destra, I gruppi dichiaratamente.
The
far right and neo-fascist groups felt validated with the Meloni government because battles and slogans that had been kept on the political sidelines for years suddenly became legitimized. Giorgia Meloni doesn't define herself as anti-fascist. When you cannot do so in a republic born from anti-fascism, it means you have a problem.
What?
Her supporters
What?
say the destruction wrought by
The
the
modern
anti-fascist
Italian
movement over the
republic.
decades
No.
is why
That dude, what the fuck did he even say for real?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
she won't use that label.
Being anti-fascist during the fascism was a very brave act, a brave of freedom, a brave for democracy. But after the falling of the fascism, being anti-fascist means violence, means a lot of young students killed.
I don't know. Well, are we talking about the years of lead here? Where because like the like framing around that is super sus. That's me, the Zionist agent.
You, sir, are retarded.
That's me, the scientist agent, the guy
You
who
should,
talks about how
yeah,
Al
go
Qaeda
away.
is revolutionary and shit. Yep.
Slandering who? Who are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's
Go
not
away.
slander. It's literally not slander. Okay, he's a cum hunter, and anyone who follows him likes to hunt cum. It's not slander. Take me to court, bitch.
We condemn.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
It's an obsession.
Whoa!
So Italy's past echoes into its modern day. The line between historical tribute and glorification of crimes blurred. And some fear what was once considered extreme is now mainstream.
Hot take. I think it's going to be
Mark
fine.
Lowen, BBC News, Rome.
As Europe braces for the upcoming European elections, the political landscape is fraught with tension and uncertainty. While much attention has been focused on the rise of far-right parties, there's a deeper story
Le Pen.
waiting to be uncovered.
We're going to describe her as the rise?
The rise.
The rise? Yeah, Le Pen.
And it's yet to be seen how much power they'll hold after the elections.
More than they had before. Spoiler
Sky
alert.
News Digital Originals
They will
presents
gain seats.
Europe Decides.
Oh my god, here we go. Europe decides.
The primary concerns facing the upcoming European elections are multifaceted. Economic stability, the refugee crisis, and the surge of nationalist sentiments rank among
You
key
sound like
issues.
Ann Dog,
These
bro. If
resonate
you're going to live in
deeply
this
with
country, you
voters
really need
and
to learn the
significantly
language,
influence
okay?
their decisions at the ballot box.
In the last 2 years since the war in Ukraine, energy bills have rocketed. A lot of basic food prices have gone up too. And so for the more disadvantaged members of society, life's become harder.
It's become harder, just like Nick Fuentes in guys' butts.
Statistic, for example, is that in
that's it. Well, that's the
2008,
thing. The main reason why we love Twitch is because of this. Like we never have somebody normal come in from Twitch who's totally just like nonpartisan or stuff, or even people like who disagree with me from a left perspective or a liberal perspective. You know, like it's never like the rad libs that come in here and want to act like this from Twitch. It's always people like this, and that's why it's so funny. Like the whole reason to put on cat ears just to have them go for it every time. It's like a bull in the china shop with the red flag and shit. It's so funny.
Eurozone and the US had comparable GDPs of around about $14 trillion. Now the
Sounds like some
EU's
Nazi
GDPs edged up to 15
subculture
trillion,
language.
whereas the
But,
USA,
you know,
it's
yeah, sure.
26.9
Common knowledge, sure,
trillion.
bro.
So
Sure.
theirs
Doesn't
just
you mean it's
continues
not
to
English?
rise. Well,
Okay,
the EU
maybe
has
learn
really
how to speak English
stagnated.
if you're here.
And people feel this, particularly as I said, since the
Well,
war
we
in
couldn't
Ukraine.
change your mind because you believe in unreality. So
Mhm.
there's really no
Yeah,
point
you don't
in
believe
trying.
you don't believe that you're a cum
whatever
hunter.
the
You
left
know,
may say, they are
you gotta,
together.
you know, it's like the first step to
Immigration last year,
rehabilitation. You gotta first admit
rose
you're a
by
cum hunter, and then you
17%
can
in the
change your
EU
cum
bloc,
hunting ways.
mainly from Central and Northern Africa, and also Syrians and Afghans.
Why is YouTube always so
now,
tame?
this has
I
been
don't.
the case for
Well,
10
because like
years
I think one
since,
of the main things is like Twitch
Merkel's
allows you to do categories, and the only people looking the political category are these types of people, and that's specifically why I keep telling Jack, no, make sure we're in that political category.
It isn't political
because it then entertains everyone elsewhere. You're getting a lot of info from out of context clips. Okay, whatever you say, cum hunter.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, why are you gay, bro? Happy Pride Month, brother.
Decision in August 2015 to throw open the EU's borders. And since then, the EU have systematically failed to control their borders. And there's no sign, really. There wasn't a new migrant pact agreed at the end of last year, but that's managing.
It couldn't have been any
situation.
funnier.
It's not stopping the migrants.
What?
There's no
This one?
pushback
The
policy
response.
like Australia introduced with such success 10 years ago, which people like Marine Le Pen and Geert Wilders and Giorgia Meloni want.
It's okay.
And
It's okay to be in denial.
at the moment, the opinion polls show that the
So long, Bowser.
National
We can always tell.
parties, the right-wing parties, are on course to get the most seats, but as long as they remain divided and don't form alliances, it won't be able to influence the direction of the EU.
The significance of the European elections in
Oh no,
shaping
this
EU's
one
political
we're
landscape
fucking with because he came in the last time.
Yeah, he literally
And was
came
like,
in the
I'm
last
gonna
time
go
and was
watch
like,
Nick
denounce
Fuentes."
Joe Biden, denounce Joe Biden. Why haven't you denounced Joe Biden? And then he leaves by saying he's gonna go watch Nicholas J. Fuentes. Throwing the J in there, you know, is extra dick sucking. You know, like the middle initial in there, like
The full name just
Oh my
sent me over
God.
the edge. I was like, "There's no fucking way."
What a faguma.
So funny. Most of them we actually do push back and like show actual pushing back against them with like actual evidence, actual proof. Usually they either bitch out
the
and
funniest
leave.
part is like it's like the funniest part is like coming back and be like, haha, you're gay, and I'm just like, okay, like it doesn't. You're the one being bothered by cum hunting, okay? Like I don't think how you like you think I'm gonna care about
Really bothered.
about fucking like cum hunting and stuff, like bro, like you know, you're the one who's in denial, and that's what makes it funny. See, maybe just admit that you like cum in your mouth. Look, man, if I make a sandwich, am I a chef? You don't have to say you're gay. You just have to admit that you've had cum in your mouth.
And in defining the composition of the European Parliament, determining policies, and ultimately shaping the trajectory of the European Union itself.
Well, these are very important elections, the most important in the history of the European Parliament, because it's really a fight.
How we feel about the shape of the building?
I think it's
To,
dumb.
Gain control of a direction in which the EU is going. And I think 21 of the 27 member
Is this a
states
game show that they do? You know what? That's actually a great idea. You know, fuck debates. Let's make it into like a game show thing, you know?
They have to buzz in to
No,
say.
like, you know how Family Feud is based on like polling? You know, they actually survey and poll.
Yes.
Like, so
Yes.
you do a Family Feud political debate where they have to literally guess the interest of Americans.
That would be awesome. But I still
Bro,
support the idea of a buzzer.
Again, I don't care. I don't care about being gay. You're the one who's self-conscious about the cum you eat, not me. Oh, almost like we don't care. Almost like I wear cat ears. Like, and don't care about being gay. You're the one who's afraid to admit that you love cum in your mouth. We all know you do.
have governments that lean to the right in some degree. And yet, despite this, the EU still is very much of this sort of centre-left progressive dogma. And that's because of Ursula von der Leyen, who was the German defense minister.
How wild is that, though? It's left-leaning and progressive because of a German person.
Not a successful German defense minister, and she was really picked by Emmanuel Macron. And under her, immigration has been out of control.
I always forget that his wife is like 30 years older than him.
Bro, she like met him when he was a little child.
That's weird.
And so, since he was elected in the last elections in 2019, you've had come to power in Italy, for example, Giorgia Meloni. Marine Le Pen has made the breakthrough in France in having 88 MPs elected. You've got Viktor Orban, who remains as influential as ever, and in Greece and Finland and Sweden, other right-wing parties, and of course Geert Wilders in Holland. So they want to get rid of Ursula von der Leyen and fundamentally change the direction of the EU and make it more, I wouldn't say right-wing. Viktor Orban says national conservatism. I think that's quite a good description.
Thank you. Thank you for not describing it as right and left-wing politics.
What really is a hindrance to
surprisingly,
these,
Sky News
national conservatives is the fact that they're divided.
It's the battle line of the last half century, these liberal democracies or Western democracies, I should say. You've got sort of the right, center-right party has taken, or the coalition
She a
has
baddie,
come to
though.
power after a long time, but ascendant in that is this populist group that has gained seats substantially. You see the same trend in Sweden and Finland and the Netherlands, even in Germany and France with Marine Le Pen and all of that. They're ascendant, either winning outright or gaining a big share. And that is because of all the reasons we know. I think the immigration is the biggest fault line over here, changing the demographics of these countries. The rural part of the electorate is feeling disenfranchised. And as you see that momentum, it's sort of a counterweight to the leftward drift of these countries. They're gaining a bigger share of the EU as well, and they're going to have more influence on policy that comes out of that. And I think you're just going to see more of that shift and that battle line.
Marine Le Pen, leader of France's far-right National Rally Party, has announced her intention to sever ties with the Alternative for Germany party, known as the AfD. The decision to distance herself from the AfD has sent shockwaves through the European political landscape. Le Pen has traditionally found common ground with the AfD on key issues. However, recent developments have prompted her to reassess this alliance.
I would say this is the one really genuinely right-wing party in Europe. And because it's German, obviously it sends a shudder through Europe for historical reasons. And the AfD, they've become, what led to this, the final rupture last week, was when their candidate for the European elections said that the SS weren't all bad. So the SS, the paramilitary wing of a Nazi party, who committed untold war crimes, not just against the 6 million Jews, but for example, not too far from where I live, Oradus Glan, an SS division wiped out the village, killing 643 men, women, and children. They executed numerous captured Allied POWs, and it just don't mention the SS in any positive way, because there's nothing positive about them. And yet this, the AFD did try to, it was revisionism of the worst kind. And I think for Marine Le Pen, actually, it was the moment that she'd been waiting for to sever ties with the AFD, because they do have such a bad reputation. And, you know, they've said favourable things about Putin in the past, and they also earlier this year came up with an idea of forced remigration for any German citizen.
It's crazy
of
how
immigrant
regular news
background,
days are getting way more
whether they
views
were
than
here
Friday
legally or
streams
not.
now.
And, Marine
Yeah,
Le Pen at
it's
the
very
time said,
strange.
this is appalling, where we disassociate ourselves
I have
from
noticed
this.
that.
So I think
But our
that
biggest
she
one was a
worried
Friday
of
stream.
being tarnished
Yeah.
with the same brush as the AFD.
They just had to get
So
good clickbait
in
titles.
severing contact, she's got rid of a troublesome ally, and also she's done her image. She said to voters, "Hey, we're a respectable party now. I don't want anything to do with because the Second World War obviously is a sensitive subject for Marine Le Pen, because when her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen, founded the party, which was initially the National Front in 1972, it was with a Frenchman who'd fought in the French division of the SS. And while Jean-Marie Le Pen was too young to have been involved in the Second World War, he was described infamously, the gas chambers, as a detail of history. And so it remains a sensitive subject for Marine Le Pen. So having got rid of the AFD, who were in her European group, I think that also increases the chances of her forming some sort of alliance with Giorgia Meloni, who never had anything to do with the AFD. But again, it just shows you I mean, in a way, it shows how the
Germany
Second
and
World
Italy
War
coming back together.
continues to loom over Europe.
Recent political changes have set the stage for a potential reshuffling of power dynamics within the European Parliament, with traditional mainstream parties facing challenges from both the far right and the far left. We could see a more fragmented parliamentary landscape.
You will.
This could complicate decision-making processes and necessitate greater cooperation among various political factions.
The biggest party is the European People's Party, so this centre-right stroke centrist party. They have about 177 seats. Next, you've got the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, which does what it says on the tin. It's left-wing, it's progressive. They have about 120 seats. And then the two, Marine Le Pen and Meloni's party, Identity and Democracy, European Conservative Reformists, they both have about 65 seats each. So at the moment, the centre control the two biggest parties. Are centrists and centre-left parties.
Put it on cinema. That's what I have it
Marine
on.
Le Pen and Giorgia Meloni's parties were to get enough seats to be able to influence votes. And
I just put it on whatever stops the lag.
I think we would see a shift in, for example, particularly with net zero, which is unpopular among the electorate, and in so many Western countries, it's driven by this small, progressive political class. Same with immigration. The number one of the big recruits to Marine Le Pen's party was Fabrice Lagerie, who was for 7 years, from 2015 to 2022, the head of Frontex, the European Border Control Agency. Now, he was forced out eventually 2 years ago because he was operating, I'm going to put allegedly, a pushback policy in collaboration with the Greek government, pushing back boats, based very much. He talks warmly of Australia's policy. and says that this is the only way to stop the migrant crisis, because this isn't going to go away, this crisis.
Immigration has emerged as a central theme in political discourse, with many voters expressing concerns about cultural identity and
Praising
social
Australia's
cohesion.
policies.
Nationalist sentiments often resonate with these anxieties,
The
shaping
boat
electoral
people.
outcomes across the continent.
I think that people have lost faith in the political leaders throughout Europe, that they're tired of their empty rhetoric, and they want politicians who are going to act firmly. Now, one criticism of Giorgia Meloni is that when she was elected in September 2022, it was with a promise to really stop illegal immigration, Italy bearing the brunt of it as they crossed the Mediterranean. She hasn't really been able to do that. She's doing her best. And part of the problem is the EU has great leverage over countries because of it controls the purse strings. And it's promised to give about 191 million euros to Italy in funding. Italy's economy has been struggling for many years.
Hey, we covered this.
And of course, Meloni needs this money, and so she's got to walk a tightrope between living up to the promises of her election campaign, but getting the funding from the EU. And so this is another reason why these elections are so important, because if the right wing of the National Conservatives take control of the EU, there's about 750 seats, then they can not only implement much tougher immigration policies, but they get control of the purse strings.
Emerging voter behaviour trends underscore a growing polarisation within European societies. There's a
This is a
noticeable
good
shift towards
overview video,
extremes on the
honestly.
political spectrum,
We probably don't need
with
much
voters
more.
increasingly gravitating towards anti-establishment movements. This trend reflects a broader disillusionment with traditional parties and a desire for change.
I mean, it's hard to convey just how angry and demoralised many Europeans are with the way that they feel their governments and the EU generally have been the direction in which they have headed in this century, really. And no one feels, apart from a minority of Europeans, where life has improved materially. For the vast majority, they just feel that things have got worse this century compared to their parents. And it's very interesting to see that this is particularly acute among young people, that it's the older voters, so the baby boom generation, who tend to
Jack,
to
you know,
vote for
share
the status
posts
quo,
on
to
Twitter.
vote for the centrists. And it's the young people
You limit
who will
repost.
vote much more for the sort of parties
What?
described as far left.
I said you
or
got to share the posts
particularly
on Twitter on your
far
account
right,
too
because they look
to boost the
at
shares.
their parents and their grandparents, and they say to themselves, they had a better quality
From
of
my
life
personal account.
than me. That can't
Yeah,
be
just
right.
to boost shares.
As the election draws near, political leaders are continuing to campaign across the country, hoping to secure those final votes.
And it's quite complicated in the EU Parliament how it works. Each national party, for example, Marine Le Pen's National Rally, belongs to a group within the EU Parliament. And there are two groups that are described as right-wing, National Conservative. They are Identity and Democracy and the European Conservatives and Reformists. Now, Marine Le Pen, Geert Wilders, Matteo Salvini of Italy's Lega belong to Identity and Democracy. Giorgia Meloni and Vox in Spain belong to the ECR, the European Conservatives and Reformists. So you've got the bizarre situation where Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, belongs to one European group, and her deputy MP, Matteo Salvini, belongs to another. Okay, so they've got both.
That's a bit
about
strange.
65 members of the European Parliament, but the biggest group of the centre that describes itself as a centre-right is the European People's Party, and that is von der Leyen's party. Now, they describe themselves as centre-right, but a bit like the Conservative Party in Britain, they're really sort of social democrats with a strong progressive bent, or quite welcoming for the or the trans ideology, for example, and quite relaxed
Ideology.
about mass uncontrolled immigration. So the two right-wing parties, Identity and Democracy.
You see how much
and the
more
ECR,
he's like having to stop and explain things because he keeps saying right and left.
Yeah. Just don't say right
unless
and left.
they form an alliance, they're going to remain on the fringes, small parties, unable to influence the direction of the EU. So there has been, in the last couple of weeks, signs that they may be forming some sort of alliance. Meloni and Marine Le Pen, for example, don't really have a warm relationship. This is because Le Pen is much more of a protectionist economically. I mean, economically, Marine Le Pen is left-wing. And they also disagree about the war in Ukraine. Identity and Democracy, so Marine Le Pen, Salvini, they really for a peace settlement, whereas Giorgia Meloni has a more Atlantist approach and really wants to.
That's a good term, Atlantist
a victory
approach.
for Ukraine. So they are very important.
They have to pipe in the exciting music again because this guy's so boring, but it was informative.
It was very informative.
Defense, migration, economy, climate change, and EU reform. These are some of the top.
So there's two of these ones. This one is the guide. The next one is why you should vote.
You want it back yet?
No, because I'm still waiting for my mate to show up.
Top concerns for Europeans. But how do we tackle these issues? Well, with the European elections just around the corner, it's your chance to make your voice heard and how these challenges should be addressed. Let's start with defense. And let's face it, Europe is at war, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine now entering its third year with no end in sight. Reports suggest that Russia could sustain its military operations in Ukraine for another 3 years, with plans to expand its military personnel to 1.5 million by 2026. A confrontation between the EU and Russia is no longer an impossibility. But support for Ukraine varies, some advocating for minimal intervention, while others want more intervention. And here's where the European parties come in. Now, for those who don't know, when you vote for your national parties back at home, you are indirectly voting for a European political group.
I clicked a hot tag that I have. But like this is actually such a good graphic.
Yeah, it was really good.
Many more parties affiliated with the Italia and Italy.
This is such a good graphic, really. Like, see, these guys are even all green.
Mm. I hate how this works. I hate this kind of system with a fucking passion.
I mean, if you think about it, it's just a federal system. Like, it further breaks down into the states.
Yeah, and it further reduces your control as an individual over your life.
I don't know about that.
It centralizes control.
Because I think while I'm not a fan of federalism, exactly, it's not like I think it's the worst system. You know, there's clearly worse systems than federalism. Federalism is more of like an okay system.
Sure.
Like it does function and it's stable and it works pretty well. You know, it's just that it can be really dumb. But in theory, the ability to affect your local government exists for all of this.
Mm.
So in theory, it really doesn't matter because at the end of the day, like Joe Biden policies aren't going to change your life.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like there's more like broadline policies that you care about.
My issue comes where these random fucking people that just get put into their position because they're running for that party that got those votes. It's exactly like the Australian system. Just magically get that seat and have zero accountability for any of the actions that they do. They can just make decisions at the EU level.
Yeah, there is not a lot of like things to like take EU members to to town. You know,
Right.
you really,
So you can have
can't-
idiots.
It's really just like you
fucking,
actually, I work for you people. You know, don't like it,
Yeah.
don't vote for me next time. Which it's really not
the
how
Claire
it works
Daily idiots that
because
keep
everything
their
is
job.
actually managed democracy, and most people vote for the same party their whole life, basically. So it's really, if you do a bad job, it really doesn't matter. You have to be really, really bad to get elected. To like switch like that. Like that's why like Le Pen running against Macron. People like nobody fucking likes Macron, but guess who's gonna win against Le Pen? Trudeau is another one. You know, like nobody loves Trudeau, but like
there are some
who's
people.
gonna beat him? You know, like the only guy who could potentially beat him that's like people would like more is Jagmeet Singh, right? You know, like that's the only guy who people would be like, okay, we like his policies more than Trudeau's, right? The libs could move left, but they're not going to be like, hey, we're going to vote for the fascist ones, which doesn't really exist in Canada like it does in America, but you know. But in theory, I think he's probably going to lose. Yeah, we'll see. You know, but just like last election is what I mean, though. Like, I don't even remember who he ran against. I would forget Marie Le Pen existed if this video didn't bring her up.
Can you hit cinema mode? The white space is shitting me.
Italy, you're indirectly supporting the EPP group. Similarly, voting for the FDP in Germany or the VVD in the Netherlands means you're indirectly supporting Renew Europe. There are, of course, many more parties affiliated with these groups from all across the continent, and you can check the description for more information on which party aligns with whom. Quick note though, the German AfD used to belong to the IND group, but have since been kicked out due to being too extreme.
I think in theory,
that's the idea.
What like as long it's like it's good if we pull polarity either way. Like I believe strongly that fascists basically cannot win, right? They can have good years, maybe good decades, but like fascism as a system, it's inevitable that it's destroyed. It's just too fascist, you know? They can't agree with each other, and anyone who disagrees with them, they're totally down with like, you should die then.
Yeah.
Right? Like the people who politically disagree with them, they vehemently hate and want to destroy. So they fracture. Anything that's far right fractures like that. And like the left does too, but the left still is able to continually form coalitions with each other. Like the communists are continually able to get a voice in many of these countries because of the coalition. So like it's just like in Israel, like the Conservative Party might be larger, but like a bunch of other parties that are more like independent, center, left, and all that stuff, like they could potentially come together to be larger than the Likud together. So I think that it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of an accelerationist philosophy. It's not necessarily a bad thing if fascists gain power. It's how much power they gain and how much people are going to suffer within that window. You know, it's kind of like an eat poor communist China type mentality in a way. But again, I want to express like how lightly I believe in this philosophy and how much rather I have them not move right. You know, it's more of like maybe there'll be a silver lining. You know, maybe the fascists coming to power will turn things around. I mean, look at what Giorgia Meloni has done to progress fascism. Literally, make it more progressive. It's wild. Like, you know, like I say now, like fascists don't care about what color you are as long as you agree with them now. But they won't vote for you because you're an Indian.
Helping Ukraine is particularly strong among Renew Europe, the EPP, and the ECR group, all advocating for increased support. I put Renew Europe as the number one, as they have defense and Ukraine as the number one priority in their manifesto. The S&D and the Greens are also very pro-Ukraine, but it is listed towards the end of their manifesto with a lot less detail. On the other hand, the left supports sanctions against Russia, but opposes military spending and NATO expansion. Meanwhile, the IND group acknowledges Ukraine's sovereignty rights, but provides no detail when it comes to financial or military support. So what about EU military integration?
It's funny,
right off the bat, or military
parties,
support?
On the surface, like by their logos, these parties look the most liberal.
rights, but provides no detail when it comes to financial or military support. So what about EU military integration? Right off the bat, the IND group and the left are really not keen on it. The left wants to demilitarize as much as possible, and the IND group believes defense should be managed by the member states, only supporting voluntary defense corporations when countries want to collaborate. All the other groups support joint military procurement and interoperability. The ECR is an interesting case. They explicitly state they don't want a European defense union, but their leader has suggested an EU army could be on the agenda. So their stance is somewhat ambiguous, placing them in the middle.
That's my prediction in the next 10 years.
Unless they fracture and fight each other again.
Well, I think the reason why it's going to happen is because of Donald Trump and his threats to withdraw from NATO.
Yeah.
The EU army would ensure that NATO being around doesn't matter, that the EU would still be able to stay together without the oversight of the babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Pride. Oh, hell yeah, I guess. We'll see. Because normally, we'll see if this is the first person who actually isn't a rampant fascist.
As for the Greens and the S&D, they favor a defense union and strategic autonomy, but provide very few specifics. The EPP and Renew Europe, however, are very clear in their ambitions. The EPP advocates for a cyber brigade, a missile defense shield.
I'm for a cyber brigade. Like this is thinking for your future, covering the 5th gen warfare. A missile shield for Europe would also be a good thing.
Yeah.
And a nuclear shield. Renew Europe proposes an EU military academy and have previously mentioned the idea of an EU army. Now let's move to our next topic, migration. Last year, around 400,000 illegal immigrants tried to enter the EU, mainly through routes from West Africa and the Eastern and Central.
You're crying about that much?
Wait, how much?
400,000 in a year, I think.
Wait, that's it?
Move to our next topic, migration. Last year, around 400,000 illegal immigrants tried to enter the EU, mainly through routes from West Africa and the Eastern and Central Mediterranean. These numbers have risen for 3 consecutive years, making illegal immigration.
Good Lord. This is why you need America to fucking babysit you.
I didn't know it was that
fucking
low.
children.
That's so wild that they.
Oh my God.
They literally kill people all the time by drowning them in the sea. Over 400,000 for
Isn't
all
America,
of the EU.
The population of the EU is basically the same as America, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm going to check that because if that's the case, ridiculous. This solidifies my opinion that
I imagine they have a lot more legal migration. Though.
Good Lord.
Like I bet that because actually our immigration laws are better too. So I want to know the percentage that they have of legal. Because I imagine a lot of the legal migration
740 billion people. Europe is complaining about immigration when they have 740 billion people. Wow.
One of the foremost concerns for Europeans. In fact, a staggering 24% of Europeans now view it as one of their primary issues. So where do European groups stand on migration policies?
Where's your
Europe,
European
the EPP,
fucking
the ECR,
superiority
and the IND
now,
groups
you
all want to
spastic?
process migrant applications in
fucking
third
same as
countries
America.
outside of the EU.
Worst.
Migrants accepted in these third countries could then be granted asylum there, with a quota allowed to enter the EU. The other 3 political groups oppose this. The EPP, ECR, and IND also support building physical border infrastructure, and the ECR and IND openly oppose the redistribution of migrants across the EU. The left S&D, Greens, and Renew Europe call for saving migrants in the Mediterranean, a stance that the EPP stays quiet on, while the ECR and IND reject it. The left goes even further, wanting to abolish Frontex, the EU's border security force, and eliminate EU border fences, arguing that issues need to be resolved at the source, in migrants' countries of origin. Before we look at the...
See, I care way too much about Ukraine to go with the left EU party, but abolishing Frontex is probably one of the policies that I'd support the most. They suck. They kill people. Fuck them.
The third reason, I quickly want to share an experience.
Seriously, you know what it's like? It's like if we made Blackwater our fucking Coast Guard.
Yes.
Nuts.
Recently, I was overwhelmed by the stress of balancing my demanding full-time job, my YouTube channel, and my active personal life, my health, for noticing I had sought to refocus, establishing a healthier balance, and improving my well-being. If you're going through a sponsor of today's video, less intimidating, or massive of your 1.5 degrees Celsius. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. Glaciers are melting at unprecedented rates, and sea levels are rising. EPP, Renew Europe, and S&D want to stick to the current Green Deal and have Europe climate neutral by 2050. The Greens and the left want to speed things up, pushing for climate neutrality by 2040 and 2035 respectively. The ECR wants to review the Green Deal and not commit to any new climate regulations before reviewing and implementing the existing ones. The IND, however, says a clear no to the Green Deal. While they do want to encourage green renewables, they do not want any bans. As for nuclear energy, the left, Greens, and S&D are against it, while the others are in favor. Next, there's economy and competitiveness. Dramatic differences are emerging. GDP in the US surged by 6.3%. In China, 5.4%, while the EU lagged behind with a meager 0.3% growth last year. Our industry is leaving the block, and we are simply falling behind. It is difficult to compare political groups at this point.
The first Zelensky video is the whole speech. So skip it, go through it, whatever you want to do.
Look at their suggested EU spending per party. The more left-leaning parties are against austerity and believe the EU needs to spend more on its industry and population. The left wants to invest in green jobs, public services, and industrial transformation, requiring massive investments that exceed the EU budget many times over. The Greens and the S&D also have ambitious spending plans, with the Greens specifying the need for 200 billion euros of investment annually, and the S&D calling for a Made in Europe strategy to invest in the green and digital transition. The EPP and Renew Europe are a bit more modest, calling for industrial policies, but not to the excess of the other three. Also, both the EPP and Renew Europe want to reduce regulation. As for the ECR and IND, they don't want to spend any more taxpayer money and would like the EU to reduce its budget rather than increase it. And then there's EU reform and enlargement. The EU is far from perfect. Countries can single-handedly veto key decisions, and the process for electing our Commission president remains unclear. So the question remains, will we embrace change? The Greens, Renew Europe, and S&D want EU reforms now, calling for the removal of the veto vote for tax matters and foreign policy. They want a stronger parliament, where the Commission president is elected by the people. The EPP, on the other hand, is very fuzzy about what they want, neither endorsing reform nor rejecting it. The left wants to strengthen the European Parliament, but is against removing the veto. As for the IND and ECR, both are clearly against any type of reform, as they are worried about an EU power grab. Regarding enlargement, all parties are generally for it, except for the IND. So here you have a clear overview of what these parties want.
This guy's great. It's so funny that the left, where it goes in line with the terrible party, and where it doesn't.
For each of these key issues. Be aware though, this is a super high level overview, and if you want more information, please watch our guides on each individual political group. These will give you an in-depth overview of each of these groups. For example, check out the right-wing ECR here, or the liberal Renew. Should we continue to support Ukraine against Russia?
Yes.
Or leave Ukraine to fight alone?
We should get involved more.
Should we continue to implement the European Green Deal?
Yes.
Or abandon it completely?
No.
Should we seal our borders?
No.
Or pursue a policy of openness?
Openness.
And looming over all of these, a question that could redefine our continent. Should we deepen our union or dismantle it piece by piece? These monumental decisions will be made by the European Union, a unique group of 27 diverse nations united in their pursuit of shared prosperity and peace. But the outcome of these decisions depend on you, based on whom you choose to vote for from June the 6th to June the 9th. And this leads us to our very first reason why you must vote, as it will determine how we manage global challenges. China has 1.4 billion people. The US has 340 million. Germany, the EU's largest member state, has 84 million. China boasts a GDP of $18 trillion, the US 25 trillion, and Germany, the EU economic frontrunner, 4 trillion. Do you notice a trend here? Well, we definitely do. Not even Germany can match the might of global superpowers alone. But what if it doesn't have to stand alone? Enter the European Union. With almost 450 million people and a combined GDP of almost $17 trillion, the EU rivals the world's largest economies, boasting a population larger than the US and a GDP that closely trails China's. What this illustrates is simple. Some challenges, like those you're now seeing on the screen, can only be effectively managed at the EU level to have any real global impact. Consider defense. Russia's defense spending is 5 times that of Germany.
This guy, I subscribe to him. This guy is just second thought. He just keeps making the same video over and over.
When adjusted for purchasing power. Now, can Europeans hope to defend themselves if not unified? Well, the EU political groups have very different opinions about this. Some want to
literally
bolster
is.
defense
It
and help
literally
Ukraine.
is the same
Others
video.
Don't. And your vote will decide which road the EU will take.
That's why you use an American stuff
Consider
in there.
climate change. Scientists warn that we are still not on track to meet the Paris Climate Agreement goals of limiting global warming to 1.
We're going to move on. Is this subtitle? Is the answer in English?
Okay, and we'll start with CNA. Yes, CNA, please. Wait for your microphone and please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. China has said it's not attending the peace conference in Switzerland, although it is voiced out that China and Brazil will be holding one. Would you be open to sitting in for this conference with Russia? And yeah, thank you.
Good question.
Thank you so much for your question. Of course, we, without any positive, received the signal from China regarding the fact they will not take part in the summit. As regards the proposals from China and Brazil, if there are the proposals, of course, Ukraine, as a victim of this war, has the full right to initiate the path to the end of the war. That is peace. And it is not because only we know all the crises that Russia has brought with each war to the territory of Ukraine. The unprovoked war that we did not start, the war that is on the territory of Russia, all the crises is happening on the territory of Ukraine. With all the respect to any country, neither China nor Brazil, nobody is fully aware of what Russia has brought with this war to our state. I wish all the countries peace. I wish everybody to have no losses, no massive graves, no massive victims, etc. But these Ukrainians who have died, the Russians were raping our people, our women. They have stolen tens of thousands of our children, and nobody has the right to dictate us how this war should end. The war should end in accordance with the international law, justice, and that is a must. We have invited China and Brazil, and we are inviting all the countries. Even more, we have prepared not only our agenda. We have said that here are the first 3 crises. Let's discuss them because they must be close to many countries in Asia and Africa that is food security, nuclear security. And it seems to me that
Wow. Oh, what a great point. What a great point. Just like bringing out like, like literally, you want to eat, you better support my country because we got all the food.
Children who were by force brought in favor of Russian occupation. Everybody is interested in solving these issues, but I underscore it once again. We are ready to hear the opinion of any of the country, but within our platform that is organized by us together with the Swiss side.
Next question, Asaki Shimbuni. Pardon me, my presentation. Thank you so much.
Can't hear the video.
Just a follow-up question about China. And there's a many reports on China is supporting the make it difficult to solve this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And
That's as high as I can make it.
will not participate in this peace talk. But what and how would you expect after the conference China
Could be louder.
Yeah.
Did I put this on the list?
First and foremost, I'd like to with China's support to Russia, the war will last longer. That is bad for the whole world.
True.
And for policy of China, it declares that it supports the political integrity and sovereignty, and declares it officially. For them, I think it is also not good.
Why is it so quiet?
I believe that today, there are deep mistakes. You can never support a country that is aggressive. Somebody may not, unfortunately, somebody may not be against such policy, but the worst thing is when you support such policy, that means that you stick to the same goals in your life, and it says that the policy of your country is also the same in general. To support them,
I don't know why it's so quiet. The video I have, it's not quiet.
Go ahead and pull it then.
That's weird.
There are 3 points there. That is not everything, but there are 3 points that.
Yeah,
like,
it's super
maybe
quiet. It's super quiet. I can't hear it now.
Wait, what the fuck? That's weird. Okay, let's skip that.
We need the support
That's
of
fine?
Asian countries.
Yeah.
Weird.
It is much needed. We respect each voice, each territory, each of the countries in your region. We want Asia to know what is going on in Ukraine. We want Asia to support the end of the war. We want Asian leaders to attend the peace summit. We know that many Asian countries do not support Ukraine with weaponry. We have never pressured them, never demanded it. We always ask for, first and foremost, political support, humanitarian support, support of our people, civilians, our children. Today, once again, Russia, unfortunately, I underscore it yet again, because for you to understand that for us, it is very painful and a bit strange. Unfortunately, regrettably, Russia, using Chinese influence on the region, using Chinese diplomats also, does everything to disrupt peace summit. Regrettably, it is unfortunate that such big, independent, powerful country as China is an instrument in the hands of Putin.
That's such a smart tactic for talking to China. Being like, why are you listening to Putin? Aren't you your own country?
It really is a good way to deal with them because they do have an ego problem.
Well,
So
I'm sure
dealing with Trump.
They you can imagine the prep that went into this, like training and discussing and the policies of each country, so he would know everything about the countries that he was dealing with. So they formulated this strategy ahead of time.
For sure, yeah.
Dong Jun is visiting Singapore for the first time since he was appointed to the role last December. He will attend the Shangri-La Dialogue, a high-level security forum attended by defense chiefs from around the world. There he will speak on his country's approach to global security on Sunday.
Global security.
Admiral Dong received a ceremony from Singapore's Defense Ministry, accompanied by Defense Minister Ng Eng Hen. Both men later co-chaired the Singapore-China Defense Ministers' Dialogue, where they reaffirmed the positive momentum in defense relations. They also expressed support for upcoming defense exercises this year. They said these enable the two sides to strengthen professional and people-to-people ties, as well as enhance mutual trust and understanding. Admiral Dong also visited Changi Naval Base, where he toured a Singapore warship and the Navy Museum. As part of his introductory visit, Admiral Dong is expected to call on Singapore's new Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong, as well as Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Teo Chee Hean. Well, the Chinese defense chief will have the opportunity to meet his U.S. counterpart at the Shangri-La Dialogue this weekend. Now, this meeting will mark their first face-to-face talks in 18 months. CNA's China correspondent Olivia Song tells us how much it will actually move the needle in managing China-U.S. ties.
Well, we're talking to observers to get a sense of how they think this big meeting will go. There's a lot at stake, obviously, but I think the consensus seems to be that the fact that the defense chiefs of China and the US, the fact that they are meeting is a win in itself, that it will help progress and help both sides to manage their differences on the security front. But we do have to note that we are still waiting for final confirmation that this meeting is going to happen, but the groundwork has certainly been laid for it. We know that the two defense chiefs already spoke over the phone in April. That was the first time that they were speaking to each other after Dong Jun was appointed to the post back in December last year, after the previous Chinese defense minister was abruptly removed from his post. But observers are also saying that probably we won't expect anything very substantive from these talks. We will likely hear China and the US continue to reiterate the positions on rather thorny issues that they will have to talk about, whether it's over Taiwan, given those recent drills that Beijing had around the island, or whether it comes to the South China Sea, Beijing angered by US activities in the waters, which it sees as provocation. So what we will be looking out for, though, is the tone, whether it's just a symbolic reiteration of positions, or will there be an escalation?
Or begging.
Defense leaders from around the world have been in Singapore this weekend for an international security conference. The Shangri-La Dialogue.
This is DW. We'll probably get claimed for this.
President Zelensky has made an unexpected trip to the Philippines, where he urged leaders
I miss
to
Johnny
attend the
Gisso. You think he
peace
died?
summit on the Ukraine war.
Maybe. Liver
Ukraine's
failure, maybe.
president arrived with heavy
Overdose.
security in the capital of Manila and was welcomed with military honors. Zelensky seems
He was
to indicate the
British.
Filipino
Maybe he got a
president
bit of
accepted
meth.
his invitation to the summit, but it's unclear whether Marcos will attend personally. Ukraine has accused Russia, with the help of China, of trying to undermine the peace talks.
He was like, the reporter was on to what he was saying. He's like, no, don't expose my plan. Trump's too stupid to realize it.
Sure, let's just let Donald Trump come right into our home. Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, buddy. All right, fine.
Okay, the key takeaways then from the exit polls and that market reaction.
While the exit polls give Prime Minister Modi and his BJP a decisive majority, as you just said, so they're not going to be just well past the 272 or halfway mark of the 545 seats that were put to vote, but they're likely to beat their 2019 number and exceed it by at least 10 to 20 seats on average. Now, that is extraordinary for, as you pointed out, a government that's been in power for 10 years now. And not just extraordinary, but Prime Minister Modi seems to be expanding his footprint or hold across India. So in these exit polls, they indicate that he is expanding his
status
footprint.
Quo blowout. You know, that's so funny to show how far the party actually has. Like the status quo is that much of a majority.
To newer places of India where his party was not in favor earlier. For instance, the East, where there seems to be a capitulation to the BJP, and in the South, where the BJP seems to be making new inroads. This, besides defending his strong position in the North, quite extraordinary, as you pointed out. If the exit polls turn out to be true, not only has he found some marvelous way to fight back anti-incumbency, but he's also found a way to extend his charisma for the next 5 years.
And if these exit polls are confirmed on Tuesday out of India, what are the key priorities for this refreshed Modi government?
Okay, this we don't really care about. Because it's Bloomberg, it'll just be economics.
Well, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi looks set to secure a third term in office. That's according to exit polls after voting concluded over the weekend. Modi is already claiming victory, despite no official results being available yet. And people turned out to more than 1 million polling locations across India in the midst of a deadly heat wave. So for more on this, I want to bring in CBS News producer Arshad Zargar. You are in New Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. Narendra Modi is not without controversy. He's been accused of using racist language when talking about Muslims, calling them infiltrators, yet he is still incredibly popular. Why is he so popular, and what are the key issues?
It's going to respond, well, you see, India is a racist country.
Are predicting a huge win for him. This will be his third term as the prime minister. He is very popular. In fact, the supporters say that he is an efficient and a strong leader who has.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Hey, look, a P90 gangster
In the country to new levels.
Nice.
India has arrived on the world stage. He has delivered on many promises, if not all of
This guy needs dental work.
them.
Good lord.
That is what his supporters say. And in the words of his ministers, I would say
What did the three?
they say that earlier before Modi, India was at a place where no one would listen to India. But now India, having arrived at the world stage, is in a position that when India speaks, the world does listen to it.
Do they? Because I remember explicitly India going, no, buy our nuclear submarines. And then nobody listening.
At the same time, as you said, he also faces a lot of criticism. The biggest criticism this election has been about his handling of the democratic institutions.
I really don't like you.
Say that
It's the
he has
ears.
weakened
It's the
democratic
caddies. It's so
institutions
funny.
and that there is an attack on free press. There is an attack on dissent.
They literally
and of
can't
course,
even
They can't
camouflage.
resist.
They can't even camouflage themselves.
It's like a moth to a flame.
Yeah, exactly. That's why even though they're uncomfortable, I always put them on when the chinchillas are away because it always triggers this, and it's so funny.
Muslims of the country, they feel threatened under his rule. So these also were some of the election issues during the campaign.
So in the meantime, this is a several days election. Dozens of people have died in India over the past few days because of the extreme heat. What sort of impact?
We've got 1.7 billion of them.
Yes. Well, yes, it's in fact the heat is very intense, more than 77.
And it was the fucking poll workers too.
Was it really?
Yeah, they said that 7 poll workers died.
What the fuck?
Earlier, it wasn't just them. Like
what happened?
No AC.
Literally from heat stroke. It wasn't like political violence. It was literally the heat.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
And some estimates put the number at more than 150.
Damn, they're cooking them.
The temperatures have been more than 45 degrees centigrade consistently. For example, in Delhi, where I live, it has been more than 45 degrees, and in some places it has also touched about 50 degrees. As far as the impact on the election process is concerned, there have been deaths of polling officials who were on duty in some of the eastern states of India. And I think more than a dozen of the polling officials have died because of heat stroke and other heat-related causes.
We're talking about it.
But as far as if we say that
We've
in
done
terms of the
multiple
numbers
things.
do speak
We've got
a
a
bit different
special
story.
on it actually as well. Like we've actually covered India surprisingly a lot, but it's also not a surprise at the same time because we cover Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, all the countries surrounding it all the time, China. It's no surprise that India is just one of the things that we've kind of fallen into as well.
The turnout has been about 66%. That is consistent with the turnouts of the last 2 general elections as well. So about 642 million people.
It's only going to get worse.
968 million people did come out and vote. The conditions were, of course, very dry and
because they're gonna keep using this hard times, weak men rhetoric, and they're gonna continue gaining power.
They're also going to keep saying that the Sikhs are a threat, and that's why we have to kill them in Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that too.
The heat was very humid, but I don't think, that stopped people from coming out to vote. What was the reason? Was whether people really wanted to come out and support Modi, or did they really want to come out and oppose him and
that's the thing is our longevity. We're going to educate people so much that they won't need to watch us anymore. Hassan keeps them dumb. That's why he's successful.
You said 45 degrees Celsius. That translates into about 113.
Was it said in American heat?
113 is hot.
Yeah.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's constituency is the ancient and holy city of Varanasi.
I do like this though. I want to throw flowers and rice at people more here.
In the past 2 general elections, the Modi wave obliterated the opposition here and in the rest of the country. But one of the opposition's top leaders says this year it's a different ballgame.
I just think it's inevitable. I don't see anyone who's on our caliber who's has the time. There's a lot of people who are analysts who are really good, but they're also busy with college and their regular jobs and shit.
Yeah.
Coming from a journalist background where I already know how to just do news and shit. There's not really there's nobody else who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about in political streaming. And it's crazy. Dylan Burns is fine. He actually has a pretty good political background, but he's obviously more focused on single issue things like Ukraine and stuff. Lonerbox is pretty educated too, even if I don't always agree with him, but not Hassan.
Neither a Modi wave nor Modi magic. When people look at the last 10 years, they can see that unemployment has never been higher.
And by educated, I'm not even talking about academia.
Their rallies here have drawn thousands, even in the.
It's just educated.
Yeah, fuck academia. That's not what I mean by educated.
Yeah, the formal education means nothing.
Searing heat.
The opposition alliance has a spring in its step. Its rallies are lively. Its leaders are charged up.
In 2014, I voted for Modi. I thought I did such a good thing.
The Hindu nationalism that has captured the country since 2014 may be losing some of its luster, even here in the holiest of Hindu cities. Unemployment and rising costs of living have emerged as the top issues for voters this year.
I'm a young person, so my first priority is employment. All these other issues like religion are irrelevant to me.
As young people across the country feel their future security is uncertain, they might be switching off from politics altogether.
I haven't decided. I'll pick at random.
Indian elections are notoriously tricky
if you
to
can
predict,
get disaffected
but Mr.
young
Modi
people
still
to
has
stop participating in politics, boom, you have it.
Yeah.
Your democracy is now yours. You are the dictator.
plenty of juice left in the tank.
He's like a saint, a Mahatma, in the form of a god.
Oh my God.
He is still widely expected to win. Hannah Joes, ABC News.
Thanks, ABC.
Big exit poll numbers are out.
Welcome back to our special coverage. As you can see, I am holding in one hand the India Alliance and the other the NDA.
Overall numbers coming up on your screen. Let's take a look at the projections.
The world's largest election, with nearly 1 billion voters, is now drawing to a close. Votes have been cast, and the obvious question on everyone's minds is, who will emerge victorious? But in a country this big, counting millions of votes is a complex process.
That's this chick again.
Votes are cast through electronic voting machines stored across the country and counted by authorized officers. Counting begins at 8 a.m. on the 4th of June. So, who is in pole position?
The thing, like college, one of the big things it does is it actually teaches you how to actually find sources and stuff. You know, because they like make you actually do research papers and stuff. So like part of that, I think, if you're college educated, you're less likely to be a conservative because you're less likely to believe in conspiracy theories. But it like that education, that borderline how to research education. Well, the best way to learn it is in college, and obviously I've been to college, but like for me, it's just been the job itself. Like I couldn't tell you what I believed in years ago. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I believed in college. Like, I identified as a liberal because I thought that was as left as it went.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting both the poll. Ladies and gentlemen, the double exit poll is on your screen. Let's take a...
As the last phase of India's marathon election concluded on Saturday, news channels, think tanks, and polling agencies across India released a flurry of exit poll results. So what do some of the major exit polls say? between Narendra Modi and Rahul Gandhi, who is winning? But before we get to that, remember,
Gandhi.
these are not official numbers and they do vary from network to network. At this stage, they're all pointing to a resounding victory for the BJP and its governing coalition, the National Democratic Alliance. The India Today poll is predicting.
It's funny, no matter where I've sat, my general opinion is leave people the fuck alone and don't be a cunt. It's very simple.
Can I teach teenagers how to research shit? Hopefully. They don't also, you don't need to research shit.
No.
You know, all you need to do is watch us and you'll learn everything.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
To win between 361 to 401 of the 543 seats in the lower house, the Lok Sabha. While it has
and
the
like
opposition
it's really
India
like
bloc
the
at
cap
between
is
100
like we've had a hard cap like for a while now. Like just our growth has been shit because of YouTube like demonetizing the platform. And I legitimately like can't figure out how to grow any bigger.
No,
it's very frustrating.
Yeah. It's like, and at this point, they say that the only way to beat the algorithm is to keep posting, but it's not. Because I'm pretty sure we basically post 3 times a week, 4 times a week, maybe.
Well, and then also in between, I've scheduled releases every day that we aren't streaming. So we post every day.
Okay, so every day, there you go. And still nothing.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, sure. I guess in school, I hope they teach stuff. I guess regular school too. But anyway, it is frustrating that YouTube like handicapped us, even though we were literally inside their guidelines.
Yeah, literally as described in the guidelines.
That's why it's like we need all our viewers to go out and start telling people to watch us. There you go. It's on you guys now.
CNN News 18's mega exit poll has the NDA at between 355.
It's permanent.
It's permanent. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I used to be monetized, right? And then like I hadn't used the YouTube channel in a few years, and it had like just expired. My monetization status just expired because it was like I didn't renew something, you know, because I wasn't using YouTube.
Yes.
And like so like we just had to get to a new threshold. And we reached right when we were like literally a week from reaching that threshold, we did the Houthi stream. And then they hit us with a warning, not a strike, a warning. And then ever since that, like I was like, okay, we'll see in 3 months whenever it expires if we can reapply. All it says is you're not eligible for the monetization thing. And even if you go in the FAQ, there's nothing in the FAQ that describes our situation or anything. I've looked at everything. It's just like, I'm not even like, I don't think it's ever going to come from YouTube. The demonetization isn't the big deal. It's the handicap that comes with it, where we don't get growth from it. That's the best. That's like the part that fucking sucks.
The only way that I can think to fix this is just to spam Team YouTube until they fucking respond. It's the only way I've seen people actually get a response from YouTube.
But like our platform is too small for them to care.
It doesn't matter. Enough messages, they'll see it.
170, and the opposition winning around 125 to 140 seats. And an aggregate of 12 exit polls by the NDTV network indicates the NDA will win around
honestly what we need more than
365
patrons is
seats,
hype beast. We need people to go retweet our tweets and tell people to watch and like send the show to people. That's the only way we're going to get out of the
well, that's what the pollsters are saying.
block we're
so
under.
What can we draw from these indicative results?
There is a consensus across polls, meaning that every poll has pointed to a very comfortable victory for the BJP, and somewhere more than 350 to 400 seats for the NDA. So my first conclusion is that on June 4th, we are likely to see somewhere on the numbers that have been put.
Okay.
Foreign policy rarely gets much attention in national elections, with bread and butter issues usually deciding the vote at ballot boxes. But in the world's largest democracy, an increasingly well-heeled and well-traveled population is paying greater notice to their nation's position on the global stage. We take a look at how India, over the years and decades, has carved out its place in a world of shifting power and allegiance.
I think it makes sense to give Russia multiple options. Look, Russia is a power with an enormous tradition of statecraft. Such powers would never put themselves...
Here you go, John. How about that stand-up?
An enormous...
That's a good one.
tradition of statecraft. Such
I mean, it's
powers would
fine.
never put themselves into a single
He's still in the
relationship
studio, so it's not really stand-up.
for overwhelming nature.
No, I mean, like it's. She's not even looking at the screen. She's just looking off, and it's playing the fake screen behind her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It looks a little weird, but
it would go against the grain.
India's
that's
foreign minister
the thing.
in February
We're too
outlining
small for other shows to give a shit. So, like, I've tried to talk to other shows, even people who are like our friends, you know, and they'll be like, "Yeah, well, totally. One day we'll get you there." Never gonna happen. That's the thing. This is like we're in a slot where the only way we can grow is if you guys go out and start spamming people, like it'd be to watch it and shit. Like it's the only way we're gonna grow at this point.
Or even telling people to look into having us on.
Yeah, that's another one.
Talk about what we do or whatever, or what we plan to do or what the
Then
goal
sure.
is.
But like we're too handicapped from YouTube to like even like be relevant to other people. They don't care.
Yeah, no, YouTube is fucked.
Everyone's a fucking size queen, not a quality queen. So that's why shit continually gets to the push to the top.
Yeah.
I made a Reddit post that got no traction. I mean, that's how it be. How'd you find us? Were you here before YouTube handicapped us? Because I think you came in organically through YouTube.
I'm not sure.
his nation's approach to Moscow 2 years into its full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah,
Martin laying out what would go
because at the
against
end of the day,
grain
there's
of
no
Russian
such thing
statecraft.
as friends. At the end of the day, people only do things for their own self-interest. So our like alliance and friendship only extends so far as it's always been in their interest. You know, it doesn't benefit them to platform us, so they don't. It benefits them to platform bigger people than us because that's their bottom line.
StreamYard. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's how a lot of people will come in. Like Johnny Jizzo, that's what he did.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
He could just as easily have been discussing foreign policy at home.
Peace for progress.
Where even before independence in 1947,
Nasser!
autonomy would be enshrined as the default blueprint for engagement with the outside world.
Peace has been the watchword of non-alignment.
A key figure in the global non-aligned movement, India's first prime minister would orchestrate its inaugural summit. He would draw on Cold War anxieties to underscore the need to...
Oh, this is just India's foreign policy. Sorry, I thought this was Modi's foreign policy. No, let's... Okay, so that video you sent me, it was on Twitter, right?
I guess, you know, everyone that I've been friends with has been acquaintance because that's just what life has been for me.
Oh my god.
Isn't this great? This fake picture? Oh, what's that? Whoa.
Oh my god. What is that? Wow, is it broken? Wow.
I just want to
a black
imagine
hole?
like, so they claim that this was from a missile strike by the Houthis. Okay, a missile strike that size, what do you think it would do to a fucking carrier? You think it would just be able to lazily sail off in port after a strike like that?
So stupid. Like, what are you thinking? So, yeah. So it definitely happened. There was definitely a strike, but...
Yeah, but the fucking
carrier.
captain of the Eisenhower is the most online person in the U.S. military, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's posting shit taking off all day, every day.
Mm-hmm. What is Twitter?
Chowda. I don't know how it's spelt, though. But... you know, and it's like
Chowda Hill?
Yes. Chowda. That's his
Not loud.
that's his nickname. No, well, Chowda that's his call sign nickname for military.
Well, I got a ship.
So in In that same thread of the picture I sent you, somebody posted the picture of the hole, but they put a plate of cookies on it.
That's funny. Oh look, the ship is sailing.
This is probably the old video, not dated. Look, he's watermarking his shit now. He's gotten so popular from the Houthi deployment.
Must have.
That's crazy. He's literally he has his own watermark on videos now. What a TikTok queen.
Nothing about the ship being
Yeah, well,
hit.
that's people were literally posting him posting shit taking off on the ship, you know?
I mean, looks like a nice day.
Yeah. Can the Black Fleet do this?
I think the only thing they can do is sink.
Well, you know, with the videos we see of the Black Fleet, normally it's of them actually getting hit from their perspective, you know? Yeah, but another thing is also like the amount of free time that we have as well.
Can we just? I'm not sure whether you guys can see this thumbnail right here. Can you see that? That's an explosion on the ship animated onto the thumbnail.
Like I was really able to, like when we launched our Instagrams and websites and stuff, I was able to build a following quickly because I wasn't producing a show 3 times a week.
And then Instagram cucked us as well. Isn't that funny that
Instagram we literally grew so fast that Instagram capped us as well. And said we are inauthentic because of how fast we grew. And they
we've
took
never
away
been
features.
able to recover that growth.
Yeah.
Ever.
You grow too fast, we won't allow that. You have to pay us money.
Unless of course you're selling pictures of your asshole, and then I guess you can grow as fast as you want. And then you can have 95 other pages that this is like a specific
I'm selling
thing that
pictures.
happens.
If people want to I'm selling
Maybe
if they're buying.
Maybe that's what we should do. We should
they're not buying.
advertise it as an OnlyFans.
Nobody's interested in my asshole right now.
We should advertise 5th Gen as an OnlyFans and then sell them raw pictures of death.
Well, I was gonna say we just tease like I'm showing butthole, and get them to subscribe to the OnlyFans, and it's just news when they get there.
Houthis attacked U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and destroyer ship. The Yemeni Houthis movement has dealt with the blow
I
to
work
the American
on all
nuclear
this stuff, like the people that I'm reaching out to, and like doing I do all this stuff to like do outreach and stuff, and that's the issue. Is just like I don't know like where how I can get over this hump that's like been put on me artificially by an algorithm. Yeah, actually, you know what? We should start putting Taylor Swift in the description of every episode.
By the representative of the Houthi armed forces, Yahya Saria. According to the report,
that's another thing is we could probably do a lot more auto tagging.
Yeah,
because we have to go through and do the archives anyway to like schedule like the 600 releases we have built up.
Well, we can do that tonight because I'll go gym and then come back and we'll do all that back end shit. But I'm gonna play the video and I'll be back because I got to check on progress.
I'm almost
USS
done with the Taliban
Dwight D.
edit
Eisenhower
too for
and the American
Patreon.
destroyer USS Gravely was also attacked. In total, the movement carried out 6 operations against ships and vessels of the American coalition and Israel in response to new coalition attacks in Yemen. It is noted that this is the second attack on an aircraft carrier. The first was carried out on Thursday or Friday last week. The second became known only today. At the same time, the Pentagon denies an attack on the aircraft carrier as well as any damage to the ship. One senior military official said he was unaware of a possible attack on the USS Dwight Eisenhower. At the same time, the US Central Command confirms the interception of 2 ballistic missiles fired by the Houthis, not at an aircraft carrier, but at the destroyer US Gravely. Both missiles were shot down and no hits were made. Houthi drones have also been shot down, but there are no details. Earlier, the Pentagon also denied the first strike on the aircraft carrier USS Dwight Eisenhower, which was announced by the Houthis. At the same time, the Yemeni movement claimed some damage to the ship. At the same time, neither side presented any evidence. The other 4 attacks by Houthis targeted 3 ships: Maina in the Red Sea, the Al Oraik in the Indian Ocean, and the Abliani in the Red Sea, alleging that they had breached a ban on visiting Israeli ports. The US reacted.
The US
to
doesn't need
assault,
to present
labeling them
evidence.
as a terrorist organization,
They're like,
organizing a marine
how? What are they
alliance
supposed to
protect
present
Houthis and
evidence of?
launching
The missile
airstrikes
that
on
didn't
Houthi
hit
sites
them?
in Yemen. Despite US assertions that its strikes have weakened the Houthis, analysts say the increasing number of Houthi
Just use
attacks
a
on
fucking
ships
satellite.
demonstrate that the strikes are ineffectual and that the Houthis continue to feel that their attacks have increased their popularity.
They have. What is this now?
Why is there Ukraine footage?
Airstrikes on Houthi sites in Yemen. Despite US assertions that its strikes have weakened the Houthis, analysts say the increasing number of Houthi attacks on ships demonstrate that the strikes are ineffectual and that the Houthis continue to feel that their attacks.
Oh, by the way, this entire story is just to show that this whole story is bullshit. Nothing happened. Like they've launched an attack. Who gives a shit? Like it's just it was so hard to find stories about it because nothing happened. Like this is all it is. It's the same footage, old footage, edited.
Biden sleeping.
Old footage. Like UK, okay? Like what is happening?
Careful, don't show the Houthis. Don't show
What
the
are they
raw
gonna do?
Houthis.
Demonetize us more?
They're gonna double secret probation us, bro. This is what happens. You can't show them. We hate this guy. This guy bad. We hate him. We hate the Houthis. That's why we report on them. We don't like Houthis. We don't condone Houthis, but Hassan does, and he's fine.
شمالي البحر الأحمر بعدد من الصواريخ والطائرات المسيرة وهو ثاني
YouTube's
استهداف
gonna be like, we
للحملة
already
خلال
told you
الأرض.
once.
Mm-hmm.
What have you done?
Oh, okay, you took the money from us. Now we can watch whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, but we can't because we won't grow and get money.
We're not growing anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So we might as well watch whatever the fuck we want and get people in that way. Like that's
more
what I'm
strikes will
leaning
just make it
towards.
worse, though.
I'm not talking about strikes. You can't get more demonetized.
They literally striked us because we played this guy. That's why we were demonetized. That's
and
when
the strike is not there anymore, or was it never there? It wasn't a strike. I'm
It was
telling
a
you,
warning,
it
but it
wasn't a
still
strike.
demonetized us. It still did the same thing as a strike.
We wouldn't have been able to live stream if it was a strike.
No, I just told you it was a warning, but it does the same thing as a strike.
24 ساعة. الثانية استهدفت مدمرات أمريكية في البحر الأحمر.
Why is he yelling?
أصيبت إصابة مباشرة بعدد من المسيرات. فيما العمليات الأربع الأخرى استهدفت سفنا تابعة للشركات تابعة لشركات انتهكت قرار
He
حظر
thinks
الدخول
if he
إلى
yells
موانئ
it, then it's going to be more true and more accurate. That's how hard he can project.
منها سفينة مينا والتي تم استهدافها بعمليتين في البحر الأحمر وكذلك في البحر العربي. والعملية الثالثة استهدفت سفينة ألوريك في المحيط الهندي. والعملية الرابعة استهدفت سفينة أبليان.
Whatever you say, bro.
All right, we get it.
A few hours ago, U.S. Central Command tweeted the following. Between approximately 3:15 and 5 p.m. Sanaa time on May 30th, U.S. Central Command forces successfully destroyed 8 uncrewed aerial vehicles, UAVs, in Iranian-backed Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen and over the Red Sea. Additionally, U.S. CENTCOM forces alongside UK armed forces conducted strikes against 13 Houthi targets in Iranian-backed Houthi terrorist-controlled areas of Yemen in self-defense. It was determined that these UAVs and sites presented a threat to U.S. and coalition forces and merchant vessels in the region. These actions are necessary to protect our forces, ensure freedom of navigation, and make international waters safer and more secure for U.S., coalition, and merchant vessels. Based on the assets used by the U.S. and UK in previous airstrikes against Houthi targets, it's likely that the missions were conducted by Super Hornets and Growlers attached to Carrier Air Wing 3 aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, currently sailing in the Red Sea, and RAF attack aircraft based at Akrotiri, Cyprus. In response to those strikes, Yemen's Houthis just launched a missile attack on the U.S. Navy's aircraft carrier Eisenhower, according to Houthi military spokesman Yahya Saree. Saree claims that 6 U.S. and British strikes killed 16 people and wounded 41, including civilians. He also said that strikes on the province of Hodeidah targeted the port of Salif, a radio building in the Al-Haq district, the Ghalifa camp, and 2 houses. For their part, the British Defense Ministry stated, as ever, the utmost care was taken in planning the strikes to minimize any risk to civilians or non-military infrastructure. Conducting the strikes in the hours of darkness should have also mitigated yet further any such risks.
True.
Houthi spokesman Mohammed Abdel Salam said the strikes were a quote-unquote brutal aggression against Yemen as punishment for its support of Gaza. Meanwhile, in Tehran, Houthi-allied Iran characterized the strikes as...
You can't brag about striking an aircraft carrier while whining that you're getting aggression and response.
Yeah, like pick one. It's one or the other.
Violations of Yemen's sovereignty and territorial integrity, international law, and human rights, end quote. And Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Nasser Kanani said, quote, the aggressor U.S. and British governments are responsible for the consequences of these crimes against the Yemeni people, end quote. There is no evidence that the Houthi attack actually posed a threat to the Eisenhower, never mind hit the aircraft carrier, and the latest social media posts from both the Ike and the commanding officer suggest everything is ops normal. As a reminder, the Houthis, who control a large portion of western Yemen, including the capital, have attacked international shipping in the Red Sea since November, claiming solidarity with the Palestinians in the war between Israel and Hamas.
Again,
in response
before
to those
this,
attacks, the U.S. and allies have created Operation Prosperity Guardian, which is a naval task force designed to protect shipping and deter
People are
Houthi
that
actions.
stupid.
The
Even
operation
China
has been effective at knocking
softened their pro-Israel stance because they found out it would get them more support from the idiot people.
down Houthi drones and missiles, but the threat of Houthi attacks and resultant increase in insurance premiums has reduced commercial shipping through the Red Sea by 50% since the attack started. More on this volatile situation as the information becomes available. So if you're not already a subscriber, become one so you don't miss anything. And in the meantime, I look forward to talking to you again very soon.
That guy could do basic research that commies can't.
Scary. Independent truth seeker.
Oh, we already know where this is going. That last guy was great.
He was. Okay.
Expert community was carefully studying the official statement of Yemen.
Oh my god, it's one of these.
Can't even fucking do your own voice acting.
It is reported that this time Yemen's Houthis attacked American warships damaged as a result of a direct hit by several of the Pentagon, officially recognized that the destroyer USS Gravely was attacked.
30,000.
Crazy, huh?
He has 150,000 subscribers.
Crazy, huh?
He can cover the Houthis. But we can't.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Oh, what a surprise. This guy basically only posts Russian stuff.
Wow,
Great.
crazy. How's he feel about the Congo?
150,000 subscribers, huh? That's what we're doing.
Epic.
Yeah, very, very cool.
One of the things he talked about was some of the policy decisions he might make if he gets elected. Let's listen to something he said about cutting the Department of Education.
You mentioned the kids. So we're going to cut the Department of Education, let it be run locally. We have this
end the
mess.
Department of Education?
End it, other than to have a little tiny coordination. That's going to happen immediately.
Okay, so Kat, he says that will happen immediately, cutting the Department of Education. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's a view that I've had for a while, right? And it was always kind of seen as a radical view. But I don't know after what happened during COVID, how that could be seen as radical anymore, right? Because during COVID, the Democrats' policy for years, what they were calling for was school is not allowed, right? That was the Zoom school was not real school. And we're seeing that in the hard data now of how far, sadly, very sadly, kids are behind. But you're
so you mean to tell me that we should keep kids in school? Like that's your argument? And because COVID forced the closure of school, the best thing that they could do was Zoom, and it didn't have the same results as if there was in-person learning. Wow, crazy argument on why you should shut down schools.
Oh my god. Okay.
There's no way you can look at what happened during COVID and think that that's ridiculous of an idea. All it is that the people in these communities and the parents know what's better for the kids that they actually know than some random bureaucrats in DC who have all these different special interests influencing their decisions. To me, that's not radical. To me, that's logic that makes sense.
Yeah, so put the decision-making back into local hands.
Yes.
One of the other things
The
the president talked about during this
school
interview was
is
having a transparent
local. Every school board is local. What the fuck are you talking about? The issue is that the schools are not nationalized, in fact. You know, like maybe if there was one tax rate for all schools, it wouldn't determine property value on whether you get an education or not. Wouldn't that be nice? Actually
Wouldn't it?
uplifting Americans. You know who would benefit from that the most too? White people. Because they're a larger majority of the lower class and poor and uneducated.
Presidency, and to do that, he said he might declassify some very interesting documents. Let's listen to this.
Some people think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to get
Wait. What hasn't been declassified about 9/11 at this point?
Can we also just talk about the fact that he's saying, "Oh, I'm going to declassify JFK documents"? He already said this.
Yeah.
And he
no,
didn't.
I want to know what 9/11 doc. I want him to tell me what 9/11 documents he plans
can't
on
tell you because it's
declassifying.
just a talking point.
We're going to find out the truth that the Jews did it. Yeah, that's been declassified. The Jewish connection in 9/11. They declassified that already, guys. It's going to show that Saudi Arabia did it. Yep, that's already been declassified. That's in there. You can find that in those documents already. Like, what are we going to find? Oh, are you mean to tell me they're going to tell us that one of the primary reasons was the failure of communication between Alex Station, and it's going to show what they knew ahead of time and how they flagged terrorists? Wow, crazy. That's also been declassified? Like, what mystery is left about 9/11? It's not like JFK, where actually I think that those documents are being redacted for a reason. You know, like the government clearly is hiding something with JFK. And you know what I think a lot of things could be? Let's say the most rational thing, right? So there's certain things that don't add up, right? They fucked up a lot of stuff trying to rush around, and they got sloppy. So the whole bullet they produced, we know that they literally fired a gun into the ground and said, "Hey, we found the bullet that hit him." And it was a pristine bullet that had only been fired into the ground, and they found it on the gurney, you know? So there's a few things that and also it's very funny because they got in an argument with the local police and coroner over who had jurisdiction of the body. And the Secret Service literally stole the body of the president.
Amazing.
And then they also the coffin they got was way too big because they didn't think practically on the coffin they needed to transport shit. So it literally could not fit on the plane, and they fucking drop the coffin and break it. You know, that type of stuff being disclosed, even though we know it, but it hasn't been disclosed, that will start raising more questions. You know, it's not going to be in there be actually, E. Howard Hunt was right when he confessed on his deathbed. He actually was partially behind the killing of Kennedy. Come on, they know more.
Classify the 9/11 files.
Yeah.
Would you declassify
And replaced
JFK
it with a
files?
cop who looked
Would
like
you-
JFK.
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Guy, declassify Jeffrey Epstein files? What do you think? And the rest of that list.
That last one is.
I can't believe these idiots genuinely yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, no shit, it's a good idea. He also said it already and didn't do it. But you're just yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too. They're because the people who are in it would be charged with something, so they got to die before they release it. Yeah. Also, what Epstein files are there? They're there's a second flight list. What don't we know about Epstein at this point? For real. People act how come none of his clients have went to prison, right?
I would like to see
well,
that.
we can't prove that they did anything on the island. There's no witness testimony. You need witness testimony.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it works. We know who's been there.
Yeah. It's all in the
And also the primary clients of Jeffrey Epstein was Jeffrey Epstein. There's multiple reports of the behavior and how they would put these girls in a cult to make them service Jeffrey and Maxwell. They're the ones who were the people who were molesting people. They weren't necessarily doing a whole come molest people scheme, because that would fuck it up for them doing the molesting.
Yeah.
A lot of Americans would like to see that. Sounds like a campaign promise there from the former president, possible future president. He also, let's be honest, says a lot of things. And then if he wins an election, maybe some of the promises get massaged, because that's what political figures do. It's not just unique to Donald Trump.
Right.
But those are intriguing questions, I think, and interesting answers.
Yeah. Joe, everybody wants to learn about the conspiracies behind the scenes and what's really behind them, right?
Especially JFK.
Yeah.
There isn't one adult that's alive now.
I agree
that
with
needs to be
especially
protected
JFK,
when
but
John F.
we
Kennedy
have
was
a
shot in
Freedom
November
of
1963.
Information
So
Act,
that,
guys.
at the minimum, should be let out completely.
Maybe they'll
no reason to protect anybody.
Maybe they'll
because they're
indict
not alive.
Donald Trump for that. And where was Donald Trump in 1963?
The grassy knoll. Come on.
I'm just asking questions.
Where was he when he said he was
What
going to
about the moon
release it
landing? I didn't
before?
know that one in there, but, you know, a lot of people want to know
Yeah.
about that, too.
I don't. It happened.
I agree.
It's over.
It's real.
All right.
I think so, too. I for the record, I also believe we landed on the moon.
I do, too.
All right.
I'm just asking.
Wow, you're so smart. Do you want a gold star?
Well, look, I'm fighting for the Constitution. I'm fighting for the same thing that you throw
Are
at you
you?
all the time, and same thing that you do. You fight for freedom. You fight for your country.
Nobody's
These people
fighting.
are sick. They're sick. They're deranged. I talk about the enemy on the outside and the enemy from within. So you have Russia, you have China.
Fascist!
If you have a smart president, you always have
Fascist!
clemency,
Fascist
actually. You have a lot
shit,
of
bro.
advantages. But the
Enemy
enemy
from
they
within?
are doing
Yep,
damage to this
literal
country.
fascist shit. Yep.
They want open borders. They want high interest rates. They now want
Unfucking
to
believable.
quadruple
It's not
your
even,
taxes,
he's not even hiding it
quadruple.
anymore.
All my life I watched politics.
Straight
and
up
it was
just
always like
fascist rhetoric.
politicians want to lower taxes, not quadruple them. There's a whole sickness going on right now. So we're doing really well. It was a tough venue. We tried to get out of the venue. We tried to get out of the judge, but we're doing really well. Politicians want to lower taxes, not quadruple. They want open borders, but the interest rates, they now want to quadruple your taxes, quadruple. All my life I watched politics, and it was always like politicians.
All my life, I watch politics, and politicians want to lower taxes. This idiot is one of these fools who believes every word that comes out of somebody's mouth. That's who he is. That he just admitted it. That just because he thought that it must be. Man-child.
Politicians want to lower taxes, not quadruple them. There's a whole sickness going on right now. So we're doing really well. It was a tough venue. We tried to get out of the venue. We tried to get out of the judge, but we tried to get out of both. Wouldn't even think about it. So we had probably maybe the worst area in the whole country for me, in terms of vote. I'm sure if I sat down and
Well, maybe you should have
explained it to
committed
that
the
section of
crime
the
in
world, we could probably make progress.
Alabama
But, one of the worst sections, and they always bring them in these
instead
sections.
of New York.
DC, there, places where Republicans, not just me, Republicans get like virtually no votes.
You're not a Republican.
But the good news is that I think we've set a record beyond all records for fundraising. That's like a poll. And another one just came out just before I got in that we're 6 points higher than we were before. So I don't know if that holds up. I mean, I'm just not sure, but people get it. It's a scam. And the Republican Party is really, they've stuck. They stick together in this. They see what's it's
Bro.
weaponization of the Justice Department, of the FBI.
This
And, that's all coming
propaganda
out of
I
Washington.
just found. You better not laugh at this, okay?
I'll laugh. I always laugh. I'm gonna laugh.
I have to get it in like a good ass quality. Okay. If you laugh at this picture, you're racist.
What is going on? A sextant. Is that the Japanese? They're meant to be an Italian?
That's Mussolini.
Oh my god. I am perplexed at what I'm looking at.
The Mussolini thing is what I thought was funny.
Like what?
It's so funny because this is anti-fascist propaganda, right?
Is it really?
I mean, yeah.
That's awesome. Oh my god. Why does Mussolini look like that?
You may think it's brag. Take a look at who opened the case. I'm not allowed to talk about it because I have a gag order. I'm probably, I guess, the first.
Oh yeah, that's stopped you,
presidential
hasn't it?
nominee and the leading crooked Joe by a lot. That's not allowed to talk. Maybe they're doing me a big favor. Who knows? But I'm not allowed to talk. I'm gagged. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's all coming out. It's weaponization, and it's a very dangerous thing. We've never had that in this country. They do have it in other countries, in South American countries. You know a little bit about it, right?
Well, that actually leads me to my question. I think for a lot of Americans, what's happened to you feels foreign. Like this has never happened here before.
Yeah.
But for Hispanic Americans, people coming from Latin America, this feels very familiar.
Yeah.
And in those countries, people are imprisoned. You know, and
It feels familiar. Why? Because the leader committed crimes and is getting punished for it.
You're not going to show chat the picture I sent?
Oh, you want me to show them?
Go ahead. See what
Okay.
If anything, they gave Hitler too nice a treatment. Like that's the anti-fascism, you know, when the white guy is the normal looking one in the picture. And the Italian is drawn like that.
Definitely not racist.
You could tell that Italians weren't white yet to the
Not yet.
fucking allies, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Fighting there, they're on house arrest. They're told they can't run for office. What is your message? And by the way, I think a lot of Hispanic Americans, I hear from them, they're scared about what they see. What's your message to them about what happened to you and about how scared they are that our country is turning into the countries that they left behind, the corrupt dysfunctional countries.
And they are scared, and they're great people, and very entrepreneurial, great energy.
Yeah,
And
great
as you know,
people.
I'm
They're
doing
great
very well with-
people. I was calling them rapists and criminals 5 years ago.
But so funny,
you know, great
the
people.
questions that they ask and how they turned it at the end. That should be like they're scared that you're going to deport them, and instead they're scared that it's going to become the country that they left.
Yeah.
With them, I mean, beyond anybody, I don't think anybody's ever
Do
had
you think
polling.
this is why a little bit?
I think a little bit, and they've always liked me, and I've always liked them. You know, I've done well from the beginning. In 2016, I won the entire border along Texas, and they're all like 85%, and it's been great from the beginning. And now I'm leading. I think I'm leading over this guy that can't put two sentences together, that's destroying our country. Look, he's the worst president in the history of this country, and he's a danger to the country.
Not Obama.
And, you know, they have misinformation. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. It's just words. He doesn't even know what it means, but it's like their slogan: "I'm a threat to democracy." I'm the opposite. They're the
Threat to democracy. Same interview. Enemy from within and without. Yeah, okay, bro.
threat to democracy.
Mr. President, I want to return to the verdict, and I want to explore
Oh,
something.
so you mean to tell your voters you're pro-democracy, Donald?
And they just let it slide.
Ah!
They just let it go. They didn't even touch it.
Are you pro-democracy, Donald?
I'm sure you've seen the video of Joe Biden when he was asked about the verdict, and he gave sort of a smirk to the
Terrible,
camera.
terrible. Remember, Bragg didn't want to do the case. He came out. He said, "There's no case. And how can you have a witness like so-and-so? I'm not allowed to mention the name. Can you believe this? This guy's allowed to have shows, television shows. I'm not allowed to mention the name. It's so unfair. But regardless, you know, you have to really play the hand that you're dealt. And then you had a jury that was, you know, from a certain persuasion. Would have been hard to do no matter what. But I did absolutely nothing wrong. I mean, absolutely. Think of it. You know, I hate when they say a bookkeeping, this and that. It's not. It's called, think of it.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I pay a lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer at the time.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
A lawyer. It's called legal expense. A bookkeeper, without ever speaking to me because she did the right thing, who's been with me for years, marks it down as legal expense. In other words, I paid a legal expense. It's marked down as a legal expense. And they say that's a fraud. What am I going to call it? Did you ever see a ledger? Do you ever study?
It's like he wasn't listening. Or he's just that belligerent. Or they are that dumb.
Where'd you get what money did you dip in from?
Accounting. The line's like about an inch long and an eighth of an inch wide. You can't write the story, but there is no story. If you pay a legal expense and you write it down as a legal expense, and then they indict you and they go to a grand jury, and they don't use Bob Casella's testimony. You know, they use almost none of it. They didn't want him before the grand jury because he's very persuasive. This judge didn't want him to talk. They shouldn't have allowed certain people to testify. It was totally wrong that
that's not how it works, buddy.
they did that. So everyone tells me this is the easiest case they've ever seen to overturn, but they don't care because they want to last till after the
Go
election.
on, then.
Now, the only problem they have is that so far my poll numbers have gone up. You explain this to me because I don't. Pete maybe can explain it. Maybe will. I don't know. Maybe Will can. They're smart in Texas, right? But the poll numbers have gone up substantially. I don't know if that's going to remain that way.
you changed your tone at some point during the trial. I would say maybe a bit more hopeful in the beginning, and then towards the end,
The
you said
weird
something to
cut,
the effect of, even
you
Mother
know,
Teresa couldn't be
what
appeased.
happened between
Were there
that? Did he?
moments
I go,
in the
okay,
trial
I'm
that
done.
you
Now
felt like
ask
it
the next
turned, where you
question.
saw that it was heading in a certain direction?
Well, when you object to something, your lawyers object. Good lawyers, professional lawyers, good records, nice people. You know, I've had a lot of lawyers that weren't nice.
Donald Trump
Sometimes
here?
you're better off that.
God, just listening to him talk is so frustrating. Get to the fucking point.
People love it.
Well, these are really fine people. They'd object. Not accepted. Not accepted. Not accepted. When the government, meaning the DA, Bragg, when he said something, all right, good, that's fine. Go on, more. But the main thing is this: that this was turned down by the Southern District. This is over years. This could have been brought 7 years ago. You know, they tried to rush it because they wanted it before the election. But this could have been brought 7 years ago, but they didn't have any intention. A case like this has never been brought before. And there's never been a case where a state has gone after a federal election. In other words, that's for a federal. That's for like the Southern District to go. Southern District turned it down. We got clearance from the FEC, Federal Election Commission, clearance. They're suing, saying we violated a thing, but they gave us clearance. But the charge was written.
It's
it was like a weird charge. You'd have a little.
Yeah, generally when you lie, you get the clearance. That's why you lie. Fucking idiots. But they gave it to me. It must be fine.
Property is worth whatever someone will buy it for.
This, a little of that, do a little of this, throw a little, mix it up.
Set the arraignment date for 4 days before the RNC.
Yeah, well, that's part of the game.
It is. Someone suggested you could appeal straight to the Supreme Court because of the
Yeah.
special nature of this case. When it comes to the legal maze that you're still facing, and
Yeah.
the judge could decide to say, "Hey, house arrest or even jail."
It
How do
could.
you face what that could.
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television.
Get that
saying, "No, no, you
bracelet.
don't want to do that to the
House arrest is so much funnier than jail.
It
I
would
think,
be
Can we
funnier.
all agree on that?
Mm-hmm. I
Like
agree.
jail, we don't get to see him. You know, that might be nice just to have him out of the.
Yeah.
Just not hear from him for a
Mm.
month. You know, that would be nice. But you know, it's just like Billy Fusillo when he said, "If we get our sale numbers meet at Fusillothon, I won't be allowed to say huge for an entire year." And then all he did was like, "Guess what? I can't say it, but it's gonna be this." And he'll hold up a sign that says huge. You know, that's like how it's like. You think jail is gonna be a good thing, where you're like, finally, I won't have to listen to Billy Fusillo every commercial break saying huge at me. But then guess what? He's still on there yelling at you, doing the whole thing to like put the huge pun in there. And now he's got skits on why he can't say it for every fucking commercial.
All right.
That guy was the king of car commercials. It is like nobody even comes close to this day.
Actually, I think. No, we'll finish on this.
That's how Trump answers questions, by the way. That was my
Yeah.
impression of him answering questions.
34 counts. We're going to go through everything that you're going to be hearing. A lot of people debunked the sort of lies that the right wing and the defense attorneys were saying that the judge had screwed up on the instructions to
the jury.
Yeah, he told the jury that you have to
Donald
vote him
Trump was
guilty.
not the
That's the literal
Wait,
narrative.
what?
That's their literal narrative that they're trying to say. Yeah, that totally happened for the first time ever in a court of law, guys. Totally. Okay.
the guy was going to look into specifics.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have micromanaged any of this. So it leaves you as an attorney in sort of a dilemma. But here is how it falls apart for Donald Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, who is on with Jesse Waters. Now, remember, this is a friendly territory.
To help him.
How involved was Donald Trump in his own defense?
I mean, what do you think? I mean, very involved. And he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He jokingly said to us a lot. Sometimes he wanted to be the litigator. You know, he wanted to be the one that was actually arguing because he's a smart guy.
Good Lord, you should have let him. Holy shit. Do you know how fucking funny that would have been? Holy fuck.
And he knows what he's doing. We made every decision together. We did. And there were things that he was frustrated with. You know, the judge several months ago.
Well, that's why he lost.
We wanted to be able to argue reliance of counsel, that to some extent President Trump was relying on his lawyer, and the judge didn't allow us to do that, and things like that, where he would really push us and say, well, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? It was an honor for me to spend the last 6 weeks with him, defending him. It didn't work out. I mean, we got a bad result today. It's not over.
All right, stop.
Over.
Okay, so I just want
it's not over.
Just parse out what the guy just said.
Yeah.
He said Donald Trump was.
Is this the interview where he's like, a hung jury is like the best we could have hoped for?
No, I think he said that on something else.
Walking us through why we should argue that he was just relying on counsel. In other words, that like I was doing my lawyer told me, while this guy is explaining that Donald Trump was literally telling us what to do.
Yeah.
As
That
his
is very
counsel.
funny.
Right.
So like,
I didn't
where
even-
to believe.
That's so funny. I completely overlooked that. That's fucking hysterical. Because he definitely has not changed in 30 years, right? Donald
Bro,
Trump.
why do you think every time he gets into trouble, he needs a new lawyer? Why do you think? Why do you think that is?
Because this is
Rudy
the same
Coffee!
that happens.
That when it came to paying off a woman who he wanted to be silent from an affair that he had had 10 years earlier, in that he didn't instruct his lawyer at that time to do all this stuff in certain ways so that it could be obscured, but also to believe simultaneously in the exact same sentence that we got that idea from Donald Trump telling us what to do.
Oh, right. He's all across this. You can't make that case. Maybe that's why they didn't attempt it, right? Maybe that was a little bit why. Randall Eliason, when he came on, the professor was saying that the defense felt very Trumpy. Like maybe they did have to appeal to their client by calling everybody a liar and this and that. Maybe they were hamstrung by his own ego and the fact that this trial is not just a trial, it's an extension of his presidential campaign.
I've known people who've known like Donald Trump's bankruptcy attorneys, and they're like, it's impossible to deal with him as a client because he just does what he wants to do and he won't listen to us. And he goes in and he blows the case every time. Now, with that said, I think that there was a lot of
How has he not
surprise.
been to jail yet?
Trump or the lawyer?
Trump. If
I don't know.
he keeps blowing these legal cases, like, come on. Like, I don't understand.
He's a billionaire. He has
Exactly.
money.
Money.
Fines
Money.
and jail
Money.
is just how much it costs for what you are doing to be legal.
Oh, you little baby.
And debate them and show them who's
You
who,
little baby.
show them credibility. And this is impressive. And I think this is, I don't know if Blanche brings it up here. Well, here is
a little
Caitlin
less friendly
Collins.
territory
Yeah.
here and similar conversation.
Right, doing that. And that's where I think we have disagreements. We think there are a lot that we're not.
Why did Donald Trump not ultimately take the stand here?
Well, that's a very personal question to him and to me, honestly. And it's a
I'm
very
offended.
difficult question. Of course, he wanted to testify. And I don't say that because that's what he has said. He wanted to get his story out. I think the judge had made some decisions before the trial or the day of the trial started about what would be allowed to be asked of him by the prosecutors if he took the stand. And some of those questions were really complicated to answer because there's still appeals going on. And so there's a lot of decision points that go into whether somebody
He
testifies.
couldn't answer the questions because he would be lying under oath and get perjury charges.
Yeah, exactly.
Decision, and he listened to us and he relied on our counsel, and he reached a decision that he thought was right, which I very much agreed with.
So that means your counsel was for him to not take the stand.
I'm not going to tell you what my counsel was.
You said you relied on counsel and he went with that decision and he didn't take the stand.
But
So I would
ultimately, it was
deduce
his decision.
Oh, suddenly
and
you can do
I
an
never
interview.
say- and I think colleagues and folks that you have on here hopefully agree with me. I never say to somebody, "Don't take the stand." Right? That's their decision, and that's a decision that they have to make. But I want them to have they want to know what will happen on the good and the bad if they do take the stand.
So no regrets on him not taking the stand.
Look, the verdict came down a couple hours ago. I don't know if I have any regrets about anything yet. I'm still thinking things through.
Buddy, I got paid. I don't give a fuck.
Trump would be up there, and they'd be like, and he'd just be like, "Oh, guilty, I did it."
We'll fucking do it again. This guy doesn't give a fuck. He got paid. Because you got to remember, lawyers are not.
Yeah, but he also doesn't want to lose future clients over this case, so he's not going to also suck Trump's dick.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, at the end of the day, the lawyer is not your friend. You pay them a lot of fucking money. And Trump probably paid this guy a lot of fucking money. I wouldn't even do interviews. I would do.
He's got to save his own reputation now.
I know. I would
just
do
like every
an
Trump
interview.
lawyer has to.
Yeah.
Now this
an
guy's going to
interview,
spend the
a
rest of his
single
life
interview.
saying why Trump sucks, just like the rest of his lawyers.
He'll write a book. He'll write a book. Don't worry. All right.
Trump didn't pay Giuliani for years. Yeah, well.
Well, I think we're done. We're done with this one. And we're done. Fucking soundbite.
Kind of anticlimactic ending there.
I know.
Go to tree jail!
Tree jail for you!